My name is Elian, and I'm about to tell you a story that will change the way you look at the world. It's been a couple of years since it happened, but the memory is as fresh as if it were yesterday. Every snapping twig, every rustle in the underbrush still sends a chill down my spine. But I'm getting ahead of myself. Let me start at the beginning. I've lived on the outskirts of the Olympic National Forest my entire life. The dense, towering trees have always been a constant presence, looming just beyond my backyard. But for most of my life, I barely gave them a second thought. I was what you'd call a homebody, more comfortable with the glow of a computer screen than the dappled sunlight filtering through a forest canopy. My days followed a predictable routine. Wake up, work from home as a software developer, maybe order some takeout, then lose myself in online gaming or binge-watching shows until the early hours of the morning. Weekends weren't much different, just with longer gaming sessions and the occasional trip to the grocery store. Social interaction? That was limited to online chats and the brief, awkward small talk with delivery drivers. I told myself I was content with this lifestyle. After all, I had everything I needed at my fingertips. Why venture out into the messy, unpredictable world when I could control every aspect of my environment from the comfort of my home? But as the months turned into years, a gnawing emptiness began to grow inside me. I couldn't put my finger on it at first. It was just a vague sense of unease, a feeling that something was missing. I tried to ignore it, drowning it out with louder music, more intense games, anything to keep my mind occupied. It was during one of my late-night internet deep dives that I stumbled across a local forum. People were sharing their experiences hiking in the Olympic National Forest, posting breathtaking photos of misty valleys and snow-capped peaks. As I scrolled through the images, something stirred within me. A long-forgotten memory of a childhood hike with my parents bubbled to the surface. I remembered the crisp air, the earthy smell of the forest floor, the sense of adventure as we explored hidden trails. That night, as I lay in bed, unable to sleep, I made a decision. It was time for a change. I needed to break out of my self-imposed isolation, to reconnect with the world beyond my four walls. And what better way to do that than by exploring the vast wilderness that had been my silent neighbor for so long? The next morning I woke up with a sense of purpose I hadn't felt in years. I dug out an old backpack from the depths of my closet and started researching hiking essentials. Water bottle, check. Trail mix, check. First aid kit, check. I even invested in a decent pair of hiking boots, wincing slightly at the price but reminding myself that this was an investment in my well-being. As I prepared for my first hike, I couldn't help but feel a mix of excitement and trepidation. The forest that had been a mere backdrop to my life for so long was about to become my playground. Little did I know that it would soon become something else entirely, a place of terror, mystery, and life-altering encounters. If only I had known what awaited me in those woods. Would I have still ventured out that fateful morning? It's a question I've asked myself countless times since. But as I stand here now, a changed man with a story that few would believe, I can't help but think that some forces are beyond our control. Some destinies, no matter how incredible or terrifying, are meant to be fulfilled. So let me take you back to that summer morning, when a sheltered computer geek decided to step out of his comfort zone and into a world he was woefully unprepared for. A world where ancient legends walk on two legs, where the line between myth and reality blurs, and where the price of knowledge is paid in sleepless nights and constant vigilance. This is my story. The story of how I came face to face with something that shouldn't exist, and how that encounter transformed me from a recluse into a warrior who now stands guard at the edge of two worlds, forever watchful, forever changed. The morning of my hike dawned crisp and clear, a perfect day for a new adventure. I remember standing at the edge of my property, backpack slung over my shoulders, staring into the tree line. The forest seemed to breathe, a living entity calling out to me. With a deep breath, I took my first steps onto the trail. The initial part of the hike was everything I had hoped for. Sunlight dappled the forest floor, creating a mesmerizing dance of light and shadow. Birds I couldn't name filled the air with their songs, a natural symphony so different from the artificial sounds I was used to. The earthy scent of decaying leaves and fresh growth filled my nostrils, awakening senses long dulled by recycled air and the glow of screens. As I walked, I felt the tension in my body begin to unwind. My steps, at first hesitant and awkward, found a natural rhythm. I began to notice the little things, the intricate patterns of lichen on tree bark, the delicate unfurling of fern fronds, the scurrying of small creatures in the underbrush. For the first time in years, I felt truly alive. The trail I had chosen was supposed to be an easy one, perfect for beginners. It wound through old-growth forest, promising stunning views of the Olympic Mountains in the distance. As I hiked, I found myself wondering why I had waited so long to experience this. The beauty around me was overwhelming, and I felt a deep sense of connection to the natural world that I had been missing for so long. About 2 hours into my hike, I decided to take a break. I found a fallen log off to the side of the trail and sat down, pulling out my water bottle and a granola bar. As I sat there, savoring the quiet and the gentle breeze on my face, I noticed something odd. The forest had gone silent. It happened so gradually that I almost didn't notice at first, but as I sat there, the absence of birdsong and rustling leaves became deafening. The hair on the back of my neck stood up, and a chill ran down my spine despite the warmth of the day. That's when I saw it. At first I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me. About 50 yards down the trail, partially obscured by a large fir tree, was what looked like a pile of bones. Bleached white by the sun, they stood out starkly against the deep greens and browns of the forest floor. My curiosity overrode my initial unease. I stood up, shouldered my backpack, and cautiously made my way towards the bones. As I got closer, I could see that they were being picked over by a few crows, their black feathers a stark contrast to the white bones. But something was off. The closer I got, the more wrong everything felt. The skull, partially visible beneath the other bones, was unlike anything I had ever seen. It was elongated, with a massive jaw that seemed far too big for any animal I knew of in these woods. And the scatter pattern of the bones was all wrong. They were spread out over an unnaturally wide area, as if something enormous had been torn apart. I stood there, frozen in place, my mind racing to make sense of what I was seeing. That's when I heard it. The unmistakable sound of branches snapping, coming from deeper in the trees to my right. My heart began to race. I called out, hoping against hope that it was just another hiker playing a prank. "Hello? Is someone there?" My voice sounded small and afraid, even to my own ears. There was no response, just another crack. Closer this time. Whatever was out there, it was big, and it was moving towards me. Bear, I thought. It has to be a bear. But even as the thought formed, I knew it wasn't true. Bears don't move like that, with such deliberate, almost stealthy movements. This was something else entirely. I began to back away slowly, my eyes fixed on the spot where I had heard the noise. The forest around me seemed to hold its breath, as if every living thing was aware of the predator in their midst, and then it stepped out of the shadows. In that moment, my world shattered. Everything I thought I knew about reality, about what was possible in this world, crumbled in the face of the creature before me. It stood at least 7 feet tall, its body a nightmarish blend of wolf and man. Thick, matted fur covered its massive frame, muscles rippling beneath as it moved. But it was the face that truly froze the blood in my veins. A wolf's muzzle, elongated and filled with yellowed fangs, but with eyes that held an unsettling intelligence. Those eyes fixed on me, filled with a predatory calculation that was all too human. My mind reeled, grasping for any explanation, any rationalization for what I was seeing. But there was only one word that fit, a word I had dismissed as fiction and folklore: Dogman. As the creature took a step towards me, a primal instinct kicked in. Run! I turned and bolted down the trail, my feet barely touching the ground. Behind me, I heard a snarl that seemed to shake the very air, followed by the sound of pursuit. The creature moved with impossible speed, easily navigating the undergrowth that I stumbled through. Blind panic propelled me forward. I had no plan, no destination in mind. My only thought was to put as much distance between myself and that monster as possible. But with each passing second, I could hear it gaining on me. Its ragged breathing became a monstrous drumbeat in my ears, growing louder with each bound. In my terror, I lost my footing. The world spun around me as I tumbled down a steep slope, my body bouncing off rocks and tree trunks. Pain exploded in my side as I slammed into a large tree, knocking the wind out of me. I lay there, dazed and gasping for breath, certain that this was the end. I could hear the creature approaching, its heavy footfalls drawing nearer. I closed my eyes, bracing for the inevitable. But then, something unexpected happened. Screams echoed through the forest, human screams. They were coming from further down the trail, where it widened into a more popular hiking area. The creature hesitated. I cracked my eyes open, watching as it turned its massive head towards the sound. For a moment it stood there, caught between its current prey, me, and the potential of more victims. Then, with a speed that defied its size, it melted back into the trees. The only evidence of its presence was the sway of branches and a lingering musky odor that burned my nostrils. Adrenaline surged through me once more. Despite the pain in my side, I scrambled to my feet and half ran, half stumbled towards the screams. As I burst out onto the wider trail, I came face to face with a group of hikers, their faces pale with terror. "What happened?" I gasped, scanning the trees around us for any sign of the creature. One of the hikers, a middle-aged man with a shock of gray hair, turned to me with wild eyes. It took Jim," he stammered. "We were just walking, and this thing came out of nowhere. It grabbed Jim and dragged him into the woods. It happened so fast." The reality of the situation hit me like a ton of bricks. This wasn't just about me anymore. Someone had been taken, possibly killed by that monster, and I was the only one who had seen it clearly. With shaking hands, I pulled out my phone. By some miracle, I had a signal. I dialed 911, my voice trembling as I reported what had happened. The dispatcher's skepticism was clear, but she assured me that park rangers and local police would be dispatched immediately. As we waited for help to arrive, I found myself scanning the tree line constantly, every muscle in my body tense. The other hikers huddled together, whispering and occasionally breaking into sobs. I wanted to comfort them, to tell them that everything would be okay. But how could I? When I knew the truth of what was out there, when the authorities finally arrived, their faces were grim but skeptical. They took our statements, their pens scratching against notepads as we recounted our experiences. I could see the disbelief in their eyes as I described the creature in detail. To them, it was likely just the ramblings of a scared, inexperienced hiker who had let his imagination run wild. They organized a search party for the missing hiker, Jim. I wanted to warn them, to tell them what they were really up against, but the words stuck in my throat. Who would believe me? I could barely believe it myself. As the sun began to set, casting long shadows through the trees, the search was called off. No sign of Jim had been found, no trace of the creature I had seen. The official report would later list it as a probable animal attack, perhaps a bear or mountain lion. But I knew the truth, and so did the other hikers, even if they couldn't fully articulate what they had seen. As we were escorted back to the trailhead, I could see it in their eyes. the same haunted look that I knew must be in mine. That night, as I lay in my bed, every creak of the house, every rustle of leaves outside my window made me jump. Sleep eluded me, my mind replaying the events of the day in vivid detail. The elongated skull among the bones, the yellow eyes of the creature, the terror in the voices of the other hikers, it all swirled together in a nightmarish collage. As the first light of dawn crept through my window, I made a decision. I couldn't go back to my old life, couldn't pretend that the world was the same as it had been yesterday. Something was out there in those woods, something that defied explanation, and I needed to understand it. Little did I know that this decision would set me on a path that would consume my life, transforming me from a reclusive computer geek into something else entirely. A sentinel, a guardian standing watch at the edge of a world most people would never know existed. The forest had awakened something in me that day, not just fear, but a burning need to know, to understand. And in the years that followed, that need would drive me to places I never imagined I'd go, and to face terrors beyond my wildest nightmares. But that's a story for another chapter. For now, let me tell you about the days that followed my encounter, and how a town's whispered secrets began to unravel before my eyes. The days following my encounter in the forest passed in a blur of police interviews, sleepless nights, and a growing sense of isolation. The official story was that Jim, the missing hiker, had likely been the victim of a bear attack. Search parties combed the area for days, but found no trace of him or the supposed bear. I knew better. The image of that creature, too tall, too intelligent to be a mere animal, was seared into my memory. But every time I tried to explain what I had seen, I was met with skeptical looks and not so subtle suggestions that perhaps the stress of the situation had affected my perception. Even my few acquaintances, people I occasionally gamed with online, seemed to distance themselves when I tried to talk about it. Their messages became shorter, less frequent, until they stopped altogether. I was alone with my truth, and it was slowly driving me mad. It was about a week after the incident that I finally ventured into town for supplies. As I walked down the main street, I could feel eyes on me. Whispers followed in my wake. I caught snippets of conversations. That's him. Saw something in the woods. Talking crazy about some monster. I kept my head down, trying to ignore the stares and hushed voices. But as I was loading groceries into my car, an old man approached me. His weather-beaten face was creased with wrinkles, his eyes sharp despite his advanced age. "You're the one, aren't you?" he said, his voice low and gravelly. "The one who saw it?" I tensed, ready for another round of skepticism or mockery. But something in his tone made me pause. "Saw what?" I asked cautiously. He glanced around as if checking for eavesdroppers, then leaned in closer. "The dog man," he whispered. "You're not the first, you know, and you won't be the last." My heart began to race. Here, finally, was someone who didn't think I was crazy. You believe me?" The old man nodded solemnly. "Come with me," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. "This isn't a conversation for open streets." I hesitated for a moment, my ingrained caution warring with my desperate need for answers. In the end, curiosity won out. I followed the old man down a series of winding alleys until we reached a small, nondescript building tucked away behind the town's main square. A hand-painted sign above the door read, "Frontier Curiosities and Antiques." The old man unlocked the door and ushered me inside. The shop was cluttered with an eclectic mix of items: old furniture, dusty books, and glass cases filled with what looked like Native American artifacts. "Name's Gerald," the old man said as he flipped the open sign to closed. "I've run this shop for longer than most folks in this town have been alive, and in all that time I've heard stories. Stories most people dismiss as tall tales or drunken ramblings, but I know better." He disappeared behind a beaded curtain, and returned moments later with 2 steaming mugs of tea. As he handed me one, I noticed his hands were gnarled with age but steady. "What you saw out there," he continued, "it's been haunting these woods for generations. The locals, those who've been here long enough to know, they call it the Olympic Phantom." I took a sip of the tea, the warmth spreading through my body, grounding me as Gerald spoke of things that shook the foundations of my reality. "The native tribes had legends of shapeshifters and spirit walkers," he said, gesturing to some of the artifacts in his shop. "When the first European settlers came, they brought their own folklore, tales of werewolves and other beasts. What if they were all talking about the same thing?" I listened, rapt, as Gerald spun a tale that stretched back centuries. He spoke of periodic disappearances in the forest, of mangled bodies found with wounds no known animal could inflict, of shadowy figures seen at the edge of firelight. "But why?" I finally interrupted. "Why doesn't everyone know about this? Why isn't it front-page news?" Gerald's eyes grew sad. "Fear," he said simply. "Fear and willful ignorance. It's easier to blame bears or mountain lions, to dismiss sightings as imagination or hoaxes. The alternative, well, it would change everything, wouldn't it? How we see the world, our place in it." He was right, I realized. My own encounter had already changed me profoundly. If everyone knew the truth. "There's more," Gerald continued, his voice dropping even lower. "Over the years, I've connected with others who've had similar experiences. We share information, keep an eye out for patterns. And lately, something's changed." "Changed how?" I asked, leaning forward. "The sightings are becoming more frequent, and the creature, or creatures, we're not sure, they're getting bolder." "Your encounter?" "That's the closest it's come to town in living memory." A chill ran down my spine as the implications sank in. "What can we do?" I whispered. Gerald fixed me with a penetrating stare. "That, young man, is the question. Some of us, we've taken it upon ourselves to be watchers, to guard the boundary between our world and theirs. It's a lonely path full of danger and doubt, but someone has to do it." In that moment, I felt something shift inside me. The fear and confusion that had plagued me since my encounter began to crystallize into something else, a sense of purpose. "I want to help," I heard myself say. "I need to understand what's out there." Gerald nodded, a glimmer of approval in his eyes. "I thought you might, but be warned. Once you step fully into this world, there's no going back. Your life will never be the same." As I left Gerald's shop that day, my head spinning with newfound knowledge and purpose, I knew I stood at a crossroads. I could try to forget what I'd seen, to slip back into my old comfortable life. Or I could embrace this new reality with all its terrors and mysteries. The choice in the end wasn't really a choice at all. The forest had awakened something in me, a primal need to protect, to stand guard against the encroaching darkness. As I drove home, my resolve hardened. I would become a watcher, a sentinel against the unknown. Little did I know just how much this decision would test me, body and soul, in the months and years to come. The next few weeks were a whirlwind of activity as I threw myself into my new role as a watcher. Gerald introduced me to a loose network of like-minded individuals. A retired park ranger, a local librarian with a penchant for cryptozoology, a wildlife photographer who'd captured more than she'd bargained for on film. Each had their own encounter story, their own reasons for dedicating themselves to this secret vigil. I devoured every scrap of information they could provide. Old newspaper clippings detailing mysterious disappearances, grainy photographs of shadowy figures, hand-drawn maps marking sighting locations. I pored over it all, looking for patterns, for anything that might help me understand what we were up against. But knowledge, I quickly learned, wasn't enough. If I was going to venture back into those woods, and I knew I had to, I needed to be prepared. I threw myself into physical training with a fervor that surprised me. Early morning runs to build stamina, weight training to increase strength, even basic self-defense classes. I was no longer the soft, sedentary computer geek I'd been just months ago. I also invested in equipment, high-powered flashlights, night vision goggles, top-of-the-line camping gear. And after much internal debate and a frank discussion with Gerald, I acquired a firearm and learned how to use it. The thought of carrying a weapon made me uneasy, but the memory of those yellow eyes and gleaming fangs steeled my resolve. I hoped I'd never have to use it, but I wouldn't be caught defenseless again. As summer faded into fall, I began to accompany other watchers on their patrols. We'd hike deep into the forest, always alert, always watching. Most nights passed uneventfully, but there were moments that made my hair stand on end. Unexplained noises in the darkness, fleeting shadows just at the edge of vision, the oppressive feeling of being watched. It was on one of these patrols, as the first winter snows began to dust the forest floor, that I had my second encounter. I was with Mara, the wildlife photographer, scouting a series of caves where there had been recent reports of strange activity. The day was overcast, a steely gray sky visible through the bare branches overhead. As we approached the cave system, an unnatural silence fell over the woods. Mara and I exchanged a glance. We'd both been doing this long enough to know that silence in the forest was never a good sign. Slowly, carefully, we drew our weapons and switched on our flashlights. The beam of my light swept across the cave entrance, revealing nothing but bare rock and shadows. But as I took a step closer, a gust of wind brought a familiar scent, that same musky odor I'd smelled on the day of my first encounter. "Mara," I whispered, my voice tight with tension. "Do you smell that?" She nodded, her face pale but determined. "It's here," she breathed. As if in response to her words, a low growl emanated from the depths of the cave. It was a sound that vibrated in my chest, primal and terrifying. Every instinct screamed at me to run, but I stood my ground, my flashlight beam steady on the cave mouth. And then it emerged. It was both familiar and different from the creature I'd seen before. The basic shape was the same, the elongated wolf-like head, the massive muscular body covered in thick fur. But this one was larger, its fur streaked with gray. And its eyes. God, its eyes. They weren't just predatory. They held an ancient, alien intelligence that froze me to my core. For a long moment, we stood there, human and monster, locked in a silent standoff. I could hear Mara's ragged breathing beside me, could feel my own heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst from my chest. The creature's lips pulled back in a snarl, revealing yellowed fangs as long as my fingers. It took a step forward, its massive paws leaving imprints in the light snow. What happened next is still a blur in my memory. I remember the deafening report of Mara's rifle, the acrid smell of gunpowder. I remember the creature's roar of pain and fury as the bullet found its mark. And I remember running, faster than I'd ever run in my life, the sound of pursuit fading behind us as we crashed through the underbrush. We didn't stop running until we reached our vehicle, and we didn't speak until we were miles away from that cave. When we finally pulled over, our hands shaking too badly to drive any further, Mara turned to me with wide eyes. "You saw it, right?" she asked, her voice trembling. "Tell me you saw it too." I nodded, unable to find words. We sat there in silence for a long time, processing what we'd just experienced. It was Mara who finally broke the silence. "It's escalating," she said softly. "They're getting bolder, coming closer to populated areas. We need to warn the others." I knew she was right, but a part of me recoiled at the thought of reliving that encounter, of admitting how close we'd come to... what? Death? Something worse? But I also knew we had a responsibility. We were watchers, sentinels against the darkness. If we didn't stand guard, who would? As we drove back to town, a grim determination settled over me. The encounter had shaken me to my core, yes, but it had also strengthened my resolve. I was no longer just seeking answers or chasing shadows. I was fighting a war, a secret war that most of the world didn't even know was happening. The coming months would test me in ways I never imagined. There would be more encounters, each more harrowing than the last. There would be losses, good people who ventured into the dark and never returned. But there would also be victories, small but significant, as we pushed back against the encroaching darkness. Through it all, I would remember that moment in the snowy forest, staring into the eyes of something that should not exist. It was the moment I truly understood what it meant to be a watcher. Not just a seeker of truth, but a guardian of a world that slept unknowing while ancient terrors stalked the shadows. The path ahead would be long and fraught with danger, but as I looked out at the forest passing by outside the car window, I knew there was no turning back. This was my purpose now, my calling. The Watcher's path lay before me, and I would walk it to whatever end awaited. As winter deepened, casting the Olympic National Forest in a blanket of white, our network of watchers grew increasingly concerned. Reports were coming in from all over the region. Livestock mutilations, strange tracks found in remote areas, and most alarmingly, a spike in missing persons cases. Gerald called an emergency meeting at his shop. As I entered the familiar, cluttered space, I was struck by the tension in the air. Faces that had become familiar to me over the past months were drawn and worried. Mara sat in a corner, her usual vibrant energy subdued. Next to her was Tom, the ex-park ranger, his weathered face set in grim lines. "Folks," Gerald began once we were all settled, "I think we can all agree that something big is coming. These creatures, whatever they are growing more active, more aggressive. We need to decide on a course of action." What followed was hours of heated debate. Some, like Tom, argued for a more proactive approach, actively hunting the creatures, trying to thin their numbers. Others, including Mara, advocated for focusing on protection and awareness, warning hikers, setting up surveillance in high-risk areas. I listened to it all, my mind racing. Both approaches had merit, but also significant risks. Going on the offensive could provoke retaliation we weren't prepared for. But staying purely defensive might allow the situation to spiral out of control. As the argument reached a fever pitch, I found myself standing up. All eyes turned to me, and I took a deep breath. "What if we're thinking about this all wrong?" I said, surprised by the steadiness in my voice. "We've been reacting, always one step behind. But what if we could predict their movements, understand their patterns?" A hush fell over the room as I explained my idea. Using my background in software development, I proposed creating a database and mapping system. We'd input all known sightings, attacks, and anomalies, looking for correlations with factors like weather patterns, lunar cycles, and human activity in the area. If we can understand their behavior, I concluded, we might be able to anticipate their actions. We could be proactive without being provocative. There was a moment of silence. Then Gerald nodded slowly. "It's a start," he said. "Not a complete solution, but a foundation we can build on." Over the next few weeks, I threw myself into the project. My small home office transformed into a command center of sorts, walls covered in maps and charts, my computer humming as it processed vast amounts of data. Patterns began to emerge. The creatures seemed more active during the new moon, when the nights were darkest. They appeared to have territorial boundaries, but these were slowly expanding, and there was a clear correlation between human encroachment into remote areas and increased creature activity. As winter began to thaw into spring, we put our new knowledge to the test. Using the predictive model I'd developed, we concentrated our patrols in areas of likely activity. It wasn't perfect. The creatures were too intelligent, too unpredictable to be reduced to mere data points. But it gave us an edge we desperately needed. Our first major victory came in late March. The model predicted increased activity near an old abandoned mining town deep in the forest. Tom, Mara, and I set up a stakeout, spending cold, tense nights watching and waiting. On the third night, as a misty rain fell from a moonless sky, we saw them. 3 creatures moving with that unnatural blend of animal grace and human-like purpose. They were headed towards a campsite about a mile away, a campsite we knew was occupied by a group of college students on a spring break hiking trip. What followed was the most harrowing night of my life. We shadowed the creatures, using every trick we'd learned to remain undetected. When they were far enough from the campsite, we sprang our trap. Floodlights, noisemakers, and a barrage of warning shots. The chaos that erupted is burned into my memory. The creatures' howls of rage and confusion, the acrid smell of gunpowder, the heart-stopping moments when it seemed our plan had only enraged them further. But in the end, our preparations paid off. The creatures retreated, melting into the shadows of the forest. As dawn broke, we stood there, exhausted but exhilarated. We had done it. We had predicted their movements and prevented an attack. It was a small victory in the grand scheme of things, but it proved that our approach could work. But our elation was short-lived. As we hiked back to our vehicle, Mara's satellite phone buzzed with an incoming call. The news hit us like a physical blow. While we were occupied with our stakeout, another attack had occurred on the other side of the forest. A family of 4 found torn apart in their remote cabin. The ride back to town was silent, each of us lost in our own thoughts. We had won a battle, yes, but the war was far from over, and the stakes, we were learning, were higher than we had ever imagined. As I lay in bed that night, unable to sleep, I found myself questioning everything. Were we really making a difference, or just delaying the inevitable? Could a handful of watchers really hope to stand against something so ancient, so powerful? But then I remembered the campsite full of unknowing students, alive and safe because of our actions. I thought of all the people living their lives in blissful ignorance of the dangers lurking in the shadows. And I knew, with a certainty that ran bone deep, that we had to keep fighting. The coming months would bring more challenges, more hard decisions, and losses that would shake us to our core. But that night, as the first light of dawn crept through my window, I made a silent vow. Whatever it took, whatever the cost, I would continue to walk the Watcher's path. For in that moment I understood a fundamental truth. The greatest monsters are not those that lurk in the dark, but those that arise when good people choose to look away. Little did I know that my resolve would soon be tested in ways I could never have imagined, as the conflict between our world and theirs escalated to a fever pitch. Summer arrived with an oppressive heat that seemed to hang over the Olympic National Forest like a shroud. Our network of watchers was stretched thin, responding to an unprecedented surge in sightings and incidents. The predictive model I'd developed was proving invaluable, but we were all running on fumes, caught in a relentless cycle of patrols, investigations, and increasingly dangerous confrontations. It was on a sweltering night in late July that everything changed. I was out on a solo patrol, checking on a series of motion-activated cameras we'd set up along one of the creature's known travel routes. The forest was unnaturally still, the usual symphony of nocturnal life muted as if the woods themselves were holding their breath. As I approached the third camera in our array, the hairs on the back of my neck stood up. Something was wrong. The camera, which should have been securely fastened to a tree, was lying on the ground, its casing cracked open like an egg. I crouched down to examine it, my heart pounding in my chest. The memory card was missing. This wasn't the random destruction of an animal. This was deliberate. A twig snapped behind me. I spun around, my hand flying to the holster at my hip. But I was too slow. A massive shape hurtled out of the darkness, slamming into me with the force of a freight train. I hit the ground hard, the air driven from my lungs. Gasping, I found myself staring up into a face from my nightmares. It was one of them, larger than any I'd seen before. Its yellow eyes gleamed with a terrifying intelligence as it pinned me to the forest floor. This was it, I thought. After all the close calls, all the narrow escapes, this was how it would end. I closed my eyes, bracing for the killing blow, but it didn't come. Instead, a low, rumbling sound filled the air. It took me a moment to realize what I was hearing. Words. The creature was speaking. "Why do you interfere?" The shock of hearing intelligible speech from this monster paralyzed me more effectively than any physical restraint. My mind reeled, struggling to process this paradigm-shifting development. "You are prey," the creature continued, each word seeming to cause it physical effort. "Yet you fight. Why?" In that moment, faced with the very embodiment of my fears, I found a well of courage I didn't know I possessed. "We fight because we must," I said, my voice steadier than I felt. "Because there are those who can't fight for themselves. Because this is our home too." The creature's grip on me loosened slightly, its head tilting in what looked unsettlingly like curiosity. "Home," it repeated, as if testing the word. "We were here first, long before your kind." What followed was the most surreal conversation of my life. There, on the forest floor, I learned fragments of a history older than human civilization. The creature spoke of a time when their kind roamed freely, of a gradual retreat into the shadows as humans spread across the land. They had watched us grow, evolve, multiply, and now, as our cities expanded and our technology advanced, they felt the last of their wild domains slipping away. "We fight to survive," the creature growled. "As do you." As dawn began to paint the sky in hues of pink and gold, the creature released me and melted back into the forest. I lay there for a long time, my mind struggling to process what had just occurred. When I finally made it back to town and shared my experience, it was met with disbelief, anger, and fear. Some accused me of losing my mind, others of making up stories. But a few, Gerald, Mara, and a handful of others, saw the profound implications of this encounter. If these creatures were not just animals, but sentient beings, capable of communication and complex thought, it changed everything. Our entire approach, our understanding of the situation, had to be reevaluated. The weeks that followed were tumultuous. Our network of watchers fractured, with some refusing to accept the new reality and others pushing for attempts at further communication. I found myself at the center of a storm of controversy, my every word and action scrutinized. But amidst the chaos, a new path began to emerge. If we could establish some form of dialogue, perhaps we could find a way to coexist. It wouldn't be easy. Centuries of fear and conflict had left deep scars on both sides. But it was a chance, however slim, to end the cycle of violence. As summer faded into autumn, we made our first tentative steps toward peace. Using our predictive model, we identified likely meeting spots and left messages, simple symbols and offerings that we hoped would be understood as gestures of goodwill. Progress was slow and fraught with setbacks. For every small breakthrough, there were incidents that threatened to plunge us back into open conflict. Trust was in short supply on both sides, but gradually, painstakingly, we began to build bridges. We learned more of their history, their culture, their ways of thinking. In return, we tried to help them understand us, our fears, our hopes, our reasons for pushing ever deeper into the wild places. It wasn't a fairy tale ending. There were still those on both sides who preferred conflict to compromise. Incidents still occurred, and lives were still lost. But slowly the tide began to turn. As I stand here now, looking out over the forest that has been my battleground and my classroom these past years. I'm filled with a complex mix of emotions: pride in how far we've come, sorrow for the losses along the way, hope for the future we're building, tentative though it may be. The path of a watcher has changed. We're no longer just guardians against the dark, but bridge builders between two worlds. It's a role that comes with its own set of challenges and dangers, but also incredible possibilities. I think back to that day, years ago, when I first stepped onto the forest trail, a sheltered computer geek, looking for a bit of fresh air. I could never have imagined the journey that lay ahead of me, the terrors I would face, the wonders I would witness, the profound ways in which I would be changed. As the sun sets over the Olympic National Forest, painting the sky in brilliant hues of orange and purple, I feel a familiar presence. Just at the edge of the tree line, a pair of yellow eyes meets mine. There's still wariness there, still a gulf of difference between us. But there's something else too, a glimmer of understanding, of shared purpose. I nod in acknowledgement, and the eyes blink once before disappearing into the gathering darkness. I turn back toward town, ready for another night of vigilance, of building tenuous trust, of standing guard at the border between two worlds. The Watcher's path stretches out before me, no longer a lonely road but a bridge between realities. And though the journey is far from over, I walk it with a lighter heart, knowing that every step brings us closer to a future where the shadows hold not just terror, but the promise of newfound understanding. As I make my way home, the forest whispers its ancient secrets behind me, and for the first time in years, I feel not fear, but a profound sense of hope. For in the end, it is not our differences that define us, but our capacity to reach across them, to find common ground in the most unlikely of places. The watch continues, but its purpose has evolved. And in that evolution lies the potential for a new chapter in the long, complex history of humans and the mysteries that dwell in the wild places of the world. The Romanian wilderness has always held a reputation that makes sensible people think twice before venturing too deep into its depths. In 2023, I learned firsthand why my parents' generation speaks of these forests in whispers. Statistics don't lie. Every year, dozens of people vanish in Romania's remote areas. Some are found, many aren't. The official reports cite accidents, animal attacks, or exposure to the elements. But locals know better. They know some disappearances can't be explained by natural causes. I was 23 when I made the decision that would haunt me forever. My boyfriend and I had been planning this camping trip for months, poring over topographical maps, reading hiking forums, and gathering equipment. We weren't completely naive. We'd both taken wilderness survival courses and had some experience with day hiking. But there's a world of difference between afternoon trails and deep wilderness camping. My parents' reaction when I mentioned camping was predictable. They launched into stories about missing hikers, human trafficking rings operating in remote areas, and the dangers of Romania's brown bears. My mother pulled up news articles about tourists who'd vanished without trace, while my father reminded me about the notorious criminal gangs known to use the wilderness as their playground. Their concern wasn't mere parental overprotection. It was rooted in generations of respect for the wild places of our country. So I lied. I told them we'd booked a hotel near Ecosia National Park, showed them a fake reservation, even created a detailed itinerary of tourist attractions we'd visit. The guilt gnawed at me, but I reasoned that at 23 I was old enough to make my own decisions. Looking back now, I understand that age doesn't equal wisdom. The morning of our departure was crisp and clear, with that particular autumn brightness that makes everything look slightly sharper than reality. We arrived at Bucharest's Gara de Nord 2 hours early, our backpacks loaded with everything we thought we'd need for 4 days in the wilderness. 10 kilograms each: tent, sleeping bags, cooking equipment, food, water filters, first aid supplies, and emergency gear. We'd watched countless YouTube videos about efficient packing, but nothing prepared us for the reality of carrying those packs through a crowded train station. The train to Nicosia was scheduled for a 200-kilometer journey north. Romanian trains are notoriously crowded, especially on routes to tourist areas. They're old, often uncomfortable, and usually packed to bursting with travelers, their bags, and sometimes even livestock. Finding an empty seat can feel like winning the lottery. Finding an empty compartment? That's practically unheard of. Yet there we were, sliding open the door to compartment number 7, finding 4 empty seats waiting for us. The upholstery was worn but clean, the window actually worked, and there was enough space for our backpacks in the overhead rack. It felt like luck. It wasn't. The first hour passed uneventfully. The countryside rolled by, small villages with their distinctive Romanian architecture, fields dotted with haystacks built the same way for centuries, and increasingly dense forests that seemed to press against the tracks like a green tide. We shared a packed lunch, discussed our planned route, and felt that particular excitement that comes with the start of an adventure. Then he boarded. The train had stopped at a small station, one of those whistle stops where the platform is little more than a concrete slab beside the tracks. I remember checking my phone, 11:47 a.m. The door to our compartment slid open with a sound like steel on steel. He was tall, perhaps 190 centimeters, with the lean build of someone who spends their life outdoors. His clothes were expensive but worn, the kind of technical gear serious hikers invest in. Gore-Tex boots, ripstop pants, a weathered soft-shell jacket, but it was his face that caught my attention. Pale, almost bloodless, with features that seemed somehow too sharp, as if his skin was stretched too tight over his skull. His eyes were the pale blue of winter ice. Behind him padded the German Shepherd. I've grown up around dogs, volunteered at shelters, worked as a pet sitter through university. I know dogs. This one was wrong. Its movements were too precise, too controlled. German Shepherds are intelligent, disciplined dogs, but they still show personality. A wagging tail, curious eyes, some reaction to new people. This dog moved like an automaton, its eyes fixed straight ahead, its body rigid with unnatural stillness. "May I?" the man asked in Romanian, gesturing to the empty seats. His accent was perfect, too perfect, like someone who had studied the language rather than grown up with it. We nodded, that ingrained politeness overriding the first whispers of unease. He sat opposite us, the dog settling at his feet without command. No panting, no shifting to get comfortable, just that same mechanical stillness. I tried to make eye contact with the dog, using the soft expression that usually draws animals to me. It didn't even blink. "Beautiful dog," I said, trying to break the growing tension. "Very well trained." The man's head turned toward me with deliberate slowness. "Ucigășor," he said, his voice carrying an undertone I couldn't quite place. It means the killer in Romanian. My boyfriend's hand found mine under the table. The man continued, "This dog is trained to kill. It's the only thing he likes, the only thing he's good at." As he spoke, his fingers wrapped around the dog's collar, a heavy leather thing studded with metal. The collar made a distinctive sound as he tightened his grip, a metallic clink that would feature prominently in my nightmares for months to come. The conversation that followed still plays in my mind like a horror film, where you can see the disaster coming but are powerless to stop it. The man began asking questions, subtle at first, then increasingly specific. Where were we from? How long had we been hiking? Did we have experience camping? Then came the question that made my blood run cold. "You're heading to Nicosia National Park, aren't you?" We hadn't mentioned our destination to anyone on the train. We hadn't even discussed it between ourselves since leaving the station in Bucharest. I should have lied. Every instinct was screaming at me to lie. Instead, I heard myself confirming his guess, even asking about the area. His face changed then, a subtle shift that reminded me of a predator catching a scent. He began describing the region with an intimacy that went beyond tourist knowledge. He told us about the monastery at the mountain's base, built in the 15th century, he claimed, by monks who sought isolation from the world. He described the Low Tree Shore waterfall, speaking of hidden caves behind the cascading water. He mentioned local restaurants, hiking trails, and camping spots with the precision of someone who had memorized every detail. Throughout his monologue, his hand never left the dog's collar. Clink, clink, clink. The sound punctuated his words like a metronome. The dog remained motionless, its eyes fixed on some invisible point in the distance. When we reached our station, we gathered our gear quickly, eager to be away from our strange companion. I turned back at the last moment, some deep-rooted politeness compelling me to thank him for the information. The compartment was empty. No man, no dog, no sign they had ever been there. My boyfriend saw my expression. "What's wrong?" "They're gone," I said, knowing how it sounded. "But where could they have gone? We didn't stop anywhere." He shrugged it off, suggesting they might have moved to another car while we were collecting our bags. It was a rational explanation. I wished I could believe it. The entrance to Ekosha National Park looked like something from a Gothic novel. A tunnel had been carved through the mountain decades ago. A black mouth in the gray rock face, its walls slick with perpetual moisture. The about 20 meters of absolute darkness before you could see the exit. A tiny circle of light that seemed impossibly far away. Our footsteps echoed oddly in the tunnel, creating a disorienting effect where sound seemed to come from all directions at once. The air was noticeably colder, carrying the mineral smell of wet stone and something else, something organic and unpleasant that I couldn't quite identify. We were halfway through when we heard it, a sound that stopped us in our tracks. A dog's cry, high-pitched and desperate, echoing off the stone walls. It wasn't a bark or a howl, but a sound of pure distress that made my skin crawl. "We should check," I said, already moving toward the sound. My boyfriend protested. "We had a schedule to keep. It could be dangerous. We didn't know the area." All rational arguments. All ignored. What we found changed everything. The first puppy lay in the middle of the path, its small body shaking with either cold or fear. Light brown patches decorated its coat like someone had splattered paint across it. It couldn't have been more than a few months old. While we were examining this puppy, we heard splashing from nearby. The second puppy was struggling in a small river that ran alongside the path, its tiny paws scrabbling against the slick rocks. Someone had thrown it in. There was no other explanation for how a puppy that size could have ended up in that spot. We named them on the spot, their presence a sudden responsibility we hadn't planned for but couldn't ignore. They were too young to walk far, too traumatized to leave behind. So we adapted. I carried them against my chest, their small bodies gradually warming, their trembling slowly subsiding. The monastery appeared as the sun began its westward slide, a hulking structure of gray stone and dark wood that seemed to grow out of the mountain itself. The priest's refusal to let us enter with the puppies felt like a warning, though we didn't recognize it as such at the time. Their expressions as they turned us away held something beyond simple disapproval. Was it fear? Pity? We continued climbing, the weight of our packs and the puppies making each step a challenge. The forest grew denser, the trees pressing closer, their branches creating a canopy that filtered the sunlight into strange patterns on the ground. The temperature dropped noticeably, and the air took on that particular quality of stillness that often precedes disaster. The Trojenica appeared just as we were discussing finding a place to camp, a small religious shelter that seemed to offer some protection in the growing wilderness. These structures are common in Romanian forests, meant to provide spiritual comfort to travelers, and an emergency shelter in bad weather. This one was simple: a roof, 4 walls, and an opening facing the path. Inside, religious icons hung on the walls, their paint faded, but their eyes somehow still bright. The Bible we found inside had been desecrated, pages torn, writing scrawled across its text. Most of it was typical vandalism: names, dates, crude drawings. But one message stood out, written in red ink that seemed too bright, too fresh: "I will find you." Setting up camp near the Trojenica seemed logical. It was relatively flat ground, close to a water source, and the religious structure offered some psychological comfort. We pitched our tent efficiently, gathered firewood, and created what felt like a safe little haven in the wilderness. The puppies adapted quickly to camp life, curling up together in the tent after we fed them some of our dried meat and water. Their presence felt like a buffer against the growing unease that neither of us wanted to acknowledge. Darkness fell with surprising speed, as it often does in the mountains. One moment we were cooking dinner in twilight. The next, we were surrounded by a blackness so complete it felt physical. Our fire cast a small circle of light that seemed to emphasize rather than dispel the darkness beyond. The first incident occurred at midnight. The puppies woke suddenly, their crying taking on a desperate quality we hadn't heard since finding them. When I unzipped the tent to let them out, they did their business quickly, pressing against each other and shaking with what seemed like more than cold. Then we heard it, a grunting sound from behind our tent, accompanied by movement through the undergrowth. The sound was unlike anything I'd heard before. Not quite animal, not quite human. My boyfriend grabbed our flashlight and stepped out to investigate. The sound ceased immediately, replaced by something worse: a rapid slithering movement through the fallen leaves, too fast to track, too fluid to be natural. He later described seeing something move at the edge of the flashlight's beam, a shape that seemed to flow rather than run, with limbs that moved in ways that defied normal locomotion. But it was gone too quickly to be sure of what he'd seen. The true horror began at 3 a.m. The fire had burned low despite our best efforts to maintain it. The puppies were restless again, but this time their behavior was different. They huddled in the farthest corner of the tent, whimpering softly, their eyes fixed on the tent wall. The forest had changed. The natural sounds of night, insects, small animals, the wind in the trees, had been replaced by an unnatural silence, broken only by whispers that seemed to come from between the trees. Above us, birds were active, their wings creating a frenzied percussion against the night sky. This was wrong. These weren't nocturnal birds, and their behavior spoke of panic rather than normal activity. Then we saw it, the spark from our fire that didn't die. It rose into the air glowing red, then shifted to a sickly green color as it drifted toward the trees. Another followed, then another, creating a trail of ghostly lights leading into the darkness. The bush about 10 meters from our tent began to move. At first we thought it was the wind, but there was no wind. The movement was deliberate, calculated. Then we saw him. The head emerged first, pale as death in the moonlight, the skin seeming to glow with an unhealthy sheen. The face was familiar in the worst possible way. Then came the shoulders, the torso, the legs, all naked, all wrong somehow, as if we were seeing a human form assembled by someone who had only read about human anatomy but never seen it. It was the man from the train. He moved with that same deliberate slowness we'd noticed before, but now it seemed more mechanical, more inhuman. He approached our fire with ritualistic precision, began to dismantle it piece by piece, removing branches, scattering embers, his naked form illuminated by the dying light. Time seemed to stop as we watched him through the small opening in our tent. Every movement he made was purposeful, calculated. The destruction of our fire wasn't random vandalism. It felt like a ritual, a message. With each piece of wood he removed, each ember he scattered, we heard that familiar sound, clink, 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 coming from somewhere in the darkness beyond our vision. When he finished, he retreated to his bush with the same artificial precision with which he'd emerged. The last thing to disappear was his face, twisted into an expression that might have been a smile, but looked more like a tear in reality. His eyes, reflecting the last dying embers of our fire, seemed to find our hiding place with unerring accuracy. We spent the rest of the night in a state of hypervigilance, rebuilding our fire every time it threatened to die, watching the bush for any sign of movement. The puppies remained uncharacteristically quiet, as if they understood the need for silence. Every sound from the forest became a potential threat. Every snapping twig, every rustle of leaves could have been him returning, or worse, his mechanical dog prowling the perimeter of our camp. Dawn couldn't come fast enough. When the first gray light began to filter through the trees, we packed with desperate efficiency, leaving nothing behind that could tell anyone we'd been there. The puppies, sensing our urgency, didn't protest when we picked them up and began our retreat back toward civilization. That was 3 months ago. The puppies have grown into healthy dogs, though they still show signs of their trauma. They refuse to walk near train tracks, and certain sounds, particularly anything resembling that metallic clink, send them into a panic. I've spent countless hours researching since then. I've found reports of similar encounters in the Romanian wilderness. Stories of a tall, pale man seen near camping sites, always accompanied by an unusually still German shepherd. Some reports mention finding campfires destroyed in the night. Others speak of footprints that appear and disappear impossibly. The police reports I've accessed paint an even darker picture. Over the past 5 years, there have been 17 disappearances in the area around Ecosha National Park. In 3 cases, the missing persons were last seen speaking to a tall man with a German shepherd on a train. Their camps were found intact, fires cold, no signs of struggle, just empty tents, and that same message written somewhere nearby: I will find you. I've learned that the monastery we passed has a darker history than the tourist brochures suggest. In the 1800s, it was temporarily abandoned after several monks reported being stalked through the forest by something they described only as the Pale Hunter. The monks' journals, kept in the monastery's archives, describe a figure that would appear at the edge of the forest, accompanied by an unnaturally still hound. They wrote of how fires would mysteriously die in the night, of footprints found in impossible places, and of fellow monks who ventured into the woods and never returned. In 1847, a monk named Vasile wrote the last entry about these events. The hunter does not seek game or glory. He hunts for the pleasure of the chase itself. We are not his prey, we are his sport. God forgive us, but we must abandon this holy place. Better to lose a monastery than to lose more brothers to his hunt. The monastery was reclaimed a year later by a new order, but the stories persisted. Local shepherds would refuse to graze their flocks nearby. Travelers would take longer routes to avoid passing through the area after dark. The woods themselves seemed to develop a reputation that kept people away. My research revealed something even more disturbing. The disappearances follow a pattern that stretches back decades. Every few years, reports surface of a man and his dog on trains heading toward remote areas. He always chooses young couples or solo travelers. He always engages them in conversation about their destination. And in every case where the victims are later found, they speak of him appearing at night, naked and pale, methodically destroying their campfire. Some survive, like we did. Others vanish without trace. The few bodies that have been recovered show no signs of violence. It's as if the victims simply laid down and gave up, exhausted from some prolonged chase through the wilderness. The dog appears in every account, but with subtle differences. Sometimes it's a German shepherd, sometimes a Rottweiler, occasionally other breeds, but always described as unnaturally still, mechanically obedient. always wearing a collar that makes that distinctive clinking sound. Police investigations have gone nowhere. Train camera footage shows no sign of the man or his dog, even in cases where multiple witnesses confirm their presence. Photographs taken by victims malfunction or show only blurred shapes. It's as if he exists just at the edge of verifiable reality. I've developed my own theory about what we encountered, based on months of research and conversations with locals who know the area's history. I believe he's not supernatural, but something perhaps worse, a predator who has perfected his hunting ground. The train conversations are reconnaissance. The fire destruction is psychological warfare. The dog is trained to help him hunt humans through the wilderness. He doesn't want to kill quickly. He wants to create fear, to watch his victims unravel as they realize they're being stalked. The nudity, the mechanical movements, the apparent impossibility of his appearances and disappearances. It's all calculated to create maximum psychological impact. What makes him truly terrifying isn't any supernatural element, but his patience and dedication to his chosen form of hunting. He could have attacked us at any time that night, but he chose instead to torment us, to let us know we were being watched, to make us understand our vulnerability. The puppies we rescued that day probably saved our lives. Their presence forced us to maintain a routine, to stay alert, to think about something beyond our own fear. They gave us a reason to leave when we did, rather than trying to tough it out for the full 4 days as planned. I still wake up sometimes at 3 a.m., listening for that familiar clink in the darkness. My boyfriend doesn't take trains anymore. He'll drive for hours to avoid them. We've both become hyper-aware of our surroundings, especially in remote areas. The experience changed us in fundamental ways. To those reading this who might be planning their own adventures in Romania's wilderness, I offer these hard-learned lessons. 1. Never tell strangers your destination, not even vague details about the area you're heading to. 2. If someone shows too much interest in your plans, change them immediately. 3. Trust your instincts about people and places. That initial feeling of unease exists for a reason. 4. Always have multiple ways to make fire, and always maintain it through the night. 5. Know the area's history and listen to local warnings. 6. Keep an escape plan ready at all times. 7. Most importantly, understand that the most dangerous predators are the ones that look just human enough to make you doubt your instincts. The Romanian wilderness holds ancient secrets and dangers that don't appear in tourist guides. Some hunters don't seek trophies or meat. They hunt for the pleasure of instilling fear, of watching their prey realize they're being stalked. They are patient, they are methodical, and they are still out there. I know he's still watching. Sometimes on quiet nights I hear that familiar clink outside my window. The puppies, now grown into strong protective dogs, still growl at empty train platforms and bark at pale figures in crowds. They remember, as I do, what lurks in Romania's dark places. Remember this: if you're on a train in Romania and a man with an unnaturally still dog asks where you're going, lie. Lie convincingly, lie completely, and then go somewhere else entirely. Because once you become part of his hunt, you'll never really feel safe in the wilderness again. The most terrifying part isn't the possibility that he might find you. It's the certainty that he's already chosen you and is simply waiting for the right moment to begin his hunt. September in Indiana brings a particular kind of beauty that makes even cautious people want to venture into the wilderness. The leaves just begin their transformation, painting the forest canopy in subtle shades of amber and gold. The air carries that first hint of autumn crispness, perfect for camping. That's what convinced our family to try boondocking in Hoosier National Forest. That and my father's growing interest in real wilderness experiences. The preparation took weeks. Dad insisted on doing it properly, making lists and checking equipment with military precision. Our garage became a staging area for camping gear. A 6-person tent for our family of 4, sleeping bags rated for below freezing temperatures, multiple flashlights with extra batteries, emergency flares, first aid kits, water purification systems, and enough dried food to last a week. Boondocking isn't like regular camping, Dad explained as he checked the seals on our water containers. No electricity, no running water, no rangers driving by every hour. We need to be completely self-sufficient. He'd spent hours researching the most remote areas of Hoosier National Forest, marking potential camping spots on topographical maps, and calculating distances from emergency services. Mom packed medical supplies with the thoroughness you'd expect from a nurse, everything from basic bandages to prescription medications. My sister helped organize the food, carefully rationing out meals and snacks into labeled containers. I was in charge of entertainment, books, card games, and battery-operated lanterns for the long nights ahead. Our dog, Kaiser, watched all these preparations with growing excitement. A 2-year-old Belgian Malinois mix, he was already a seasoned camping companion, though never somewhere this remote. His training made him perfect for wilderness trips, obedient enough to stay close, alert enough to warn us of danger. The drive to Hoosier National Forest took 3 hours from our home. The paved roads gradually gave way to gravel, then to dirt tracks that made our SUV bounce and sway. The forest pressed in around us, branches scratching against the windows like curious fingers. Kaiser sat alert in the back, his ears constantly moving, tracking sounds we couldn't hear. Dad had chosen a spot far from the marked campgrounds, a small clearing about 2 miles from the nearest Forest Service road. Perfect for boondocking, he said, pointing to the spot on his map. Natural water source nearby, elevated ground, multiple escape routes if needed. He'd been reading survival forums for months, absorbing their paranoid wisdom about always having a way out. The clearing looked peaceful enough when we arrived. Late afternoon sunlight filtered through the canopy, creating dappled patterns on the leaf-strewn ground. The trees here were old, massive trunks that disappeared into the shadows above. The silence was noticeable. No traffic noise, no distant voices, just the whisper of wind through leaves and occasional bird calls. We set up camp with practiced efficiency. Dad and I handled the tent while Mom and my sister organized the cooking area. Kaiser patrolled the perimeter of our camp, occasionally stopping to sniff the air or cock his head at distant sounds. "Let's gather firewood before it gets dark," my sister suggested once the camp was set up. She was 14, 2 years younger than me, but already showing the practical mindset that made her Dad's favorite camping partner. I agreed, and Kaiser immediately fell in step beside us. The forest floor was rich with fallen branches, perfect for burning. We worked our way methodically outward from camp, staying within sight of the tent. The late afternoon light created long shadows between the trees, and the forest sound seemed to change subtly as the sun lowered. That's when we heard it, the first wrong thing. The sound was like footsteps, but not quite right. Too deliberate, too rhythmic, as if someone was trying to walk quietly but didn't quite know how. We turned around, expecting to see Dad checking on us. Nothing. The space behind us was empty, just leaves moving slightly in the breeze. But Kaiser's reaction told us we hadn't imagined it. His fur bristled along his spine, and his ears flattened against his head, a posture I'd only seen once before when he'd encountered a copperhead on a previous camping trip. I knelt beside him, trying to project calm I didn't feel. "Just a squirrel," I said, the lie sounding hollow even to me. My sister's face had gone pale, her freckles standing out like spots of paint. Kaiser refused to relax. His eyes tracked something we couldn't see, moving back and forth through the trees. The forest had gone quiet. No bird calls, no rustling leaves, just the sound of our breathing and the pounding of my heart. "We have enough wood," my sister said, her voice barely above a whisper. We backed away slowly, maintaining sight lines through the trees, Kaiser moving between us and whatever he was watching. Night falls differently in deep forest. There's no gradual fading through dusk. The darkness seems to rise from the ground up, filling the spaces between trees, until the world shrinks to the circle of your campfire. We sat around the flames, trying to maintain normalcy. Mom made hot chocolate on the camping stove while Dad told his usual stories about his time in the military. My sister and I shared a bag of marshmallows, but neither of us mentioned what we'd heard in the woods. Kaiser wouldn't settle. He kept moving from person to person, checking on us, then staring into the darkness beyond our fire. His behavior made Dad nervous, though he tried not to show it. "He's probably smelling deer," Dad said, but he checked his rifle for the third time that evening. Around 10, Mom and my sister turned in, leaving Dad and me sitting by the fire. The night had brought a chill, and we huddled closer to the flames. The woods were alive with night sounds: crickets, the occasional hoot of an owl, rustling in the underbrush. Then everything went silent. The scream that followed wasn't like anything I'd heard before. It started as a human sound, a woman's voice raised in terror or agony, but it twisted somehow, becoming something that shouldn't have come from a human throat. It echoed through the trees, seeming to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. Dad was on his feet instantly, rifle ready. I grabbed the hunting knife he'd given me for my 16th birthday. Kaiser stood between us and the darkness, every muscle rigid, but he made no sound. No barking, no growling, just intense focus on something in the black spaces between trees. The second scream came closer, much closer. It had changed, becoming more focused, more purposeful. This wasn't the sound of random agony anymore. It felt directed, as if whatever made it wanted us to hear every detail of its pain. Dad moved with the practiced efficiency of his military training, sweeping the area with his flashlight while keeping his rifle ready. The beam cut through darkness, illuminating trees, brush, empty spaces between trunks, but nothing that could have made that sound. Then it called from behind us, so close I could have sworn I felt breath on my neck. Kaiser spun around, but his usual protective barking was absent. He stared into the darkness with an intensity that terrified me more than the screams. Dogs know things we don't. They sense threats we can't perceive. His silence spoke volumes about whatever was out there. "Inside the tent," Dad ordered, his voice carrying the tone that meant no arguments. "Now!" The screams followed us, first from one side of the camp, then the other, moving faster than any animal should have been able to travel. Each time it called, the voice seemed more human, more deliberately terrifying. Inside the tent, Mom and my sister were already awake. The thin nylon walls suddenly seemed absurdly inadequate protection. We huddled together, listening as the screams circled our camp. "Could be a mountain lion," Dad suggested, but his hand never left his rifle. They can sound almost human sometimes, but we all knew this wasn't a mountain lion. The movements were too deliberate, the timing too perfect. Whatever was out there was playing with us, testing our reactions, learning our fears. Morning brought false security. The forest looked innocent in the dawn light, peaceful, normal, giving no hint of the night's horrors. But small details stood out. Circular patterns pressed into the leaf litter around our tent, branches broken at head height in impossible directions, and most disturbing of all, Kaiser's continued unease. Dad suggested moving camp closer to other boondockers he'd spotted about a mile away. "Safety in numbers," he said, though we all understood this meant admitting something was wrong. The walk to the new campsite was tense. Every snapping twig made us jump. Kaiser kept close to my sister and me, his body language showing he was still on high alert. We passed other camping spots, some abandoned, others showing signs of hasty departures. Empty food containers, forgotten camping gear, a child's stuffed animal left behind in what looked like a rapid exit. The new spot was closer to civilization, if you could call it that. We could see 3 other groups of campers spaced around a natural clearing. They were experienced boondockers, judging by their gear, but something about their setup seemed defensive. Tents clustered together, multiple campfires even in daylight, people moving in pairs rather than alone. The second night began quietly, too quietly. No crickets, no owls, not even wind in the trees. The other camping groups had fallen silent, their conversations dying as darkness crept in. Everyone felt it, the watching presence, the waiting tension. Mom and Dad went for their walk despite my silent pleading looks. "Just around the clearing," Dad promised, rifle slung over his shoulder. 10 minutes tops. My sister and I sat in the tent, trying to focus on our books. Kaiser lay between us, his eyes fixed on the tent wall. The first whisper came so softly we almost missed it. A sound like dried leaves scraping across nylon, but forming almost words. Then the scream began. The first one came from beside my sister, that same terrible female scream, but now with words buried in it, calling for help, begging for mercy. Before it finished, another voice joined from behind her, then another above us. Multiple voices, multiple screams, all seemingly impossible distances apart, but moving with coordinated precision. The screams intensified, creating a chorus of agony that surrounded our tent. My sister pressed against me, her body shaking. Kaiser stood guard, turning in circles, trying to track threats that seemed to come from everywhere at once. The other campers had gone silent. No calls for help, no shouts of alarm, just the terrible screaming and the sense of being surrounded by something that enjoyed our fear. When our parents returned, we didn't wait to explain. One look at our faces told them everything they needed to know. Dad checked his watch, barely midnight, but began breaking down camp immediately. "We're leaving," he announced, his voice brooking no argument. "Now!" The screams followed us all the way back to the car. They seemed to multiply, coming from dozens of directions, forming patterns that almost made sense, almost became words we could understand. Kaiser stayed close to us, his body language showing whatever was out there was still watching, still following. The drive out of Hoosier National Forest took forever. Every shadow on the dirt road looked like a figure about to step in front of our car. Every tree branch seemed to reach for us. The screams gradually faded, replaced by a silence that felt almost as threatening. We never reported what happened. What would we say? That something hunted us with human screams, that it coordinated impossible movements through the forest, that it seemed to enjoy our terror? The camping gear stayed packed in our garage. Kaiser still reacts to certain sounds in the night, particular tones that make his fur stand up and his eyes fix on empty spaces. And sometimes, on very quiet nights, we hear whispers that sound almost like leaves scraping against nylon, almost like words we don't want to understand. Hoosier National Forest remains open for boondock camping. People still venture into its depths, looking for that pure wilderness experience. But if you go, and if you hear a woman scream in the night, don't try to help. Don't try to understand. Just leave. Leave immediately. Because whatever hunts those woods isn't looking for bodies. It feeds on fear, on the terror of being stalked, on the moment when you realize that humanity isn't the apex predator we pretend to be. And it remembers those who escape. It remembers, and it waits, patient as the forest itself. My name is Charles Davis. This is the story of how my life changed forever on July 17, 2000. To the outside world, I was just another face in the crowd. Happily married, mortgaged, 2 kids and a dog. You know, the regular guy thing. At least that's what everyone believed. The real job. The one that paid the bills and haunted my dreams. That was a different story entirely. See, while the world believes in Bigfoot and the Loch Ness Monster, the government knows there's more out there, more that needs taking care of. That's where I came in. It was a crisp summer evening when they called us in. A string of disappearances had been plaguing Blackwater National Forest. Hikers vanishing without a trace, locals whispering about unseen predators and old legends resurfacing. My team was small, just me and Martinez. Martinez was ex-Navy SEAL, a good man, but about as subtle as a sledgehammer. We worked better at night, under cover of darkness and whatever plausible deniability the suits could spin up afterwards. July in Oregon has that lingering twilight that casts long shadows across the hills. The forest felt restless, like even the trees were holding their breath. We picked up the trail of one of the vanished, a lone camper. Gear abandoned, tent shredded apart like a wild animal had done it, but no blood. Martinez swore under his breath, said this felt wrong, too clean. I followed my gut, took a point-off trail, down a gully thick with ferns. That's when we found it. A cave well hidden, stinking of old blood and something foul underneath. Martinez gave me that look, the one that said I needed a psych eval, then holstered his rifle and followed. Inside, the cave twisted and narrowed. The stench got worse, so bad we had to choke back gags. Martinez switched on his helmet-mounted lamp, cutting a beam through the oppressive darkness. The ground crunched under our boots, littered with bones. Too large for deer, I realized, and way too many. Martinez swore again. He held his light higher. It caught on a pile of shredded clothes and something half buried in the shadows. Turned out it was the camper. What was left of him anyway, just a ragged mess. And the skull. Lord, the skull was massive, heavy, with teeth like a damn bear trap. Only it wasn't a bear skull. That's when Martinez spotted the eyes, reflecting his light back at us, yellow like a wolf's, but bigger. The thing was low to the ground, sleek and dark, its muscles rippling as it crouched back into the deeper shadows. Jesus Christ, Martinez breathed. I clicked off my flashlight, whispered for him to do the same. Darkness swallowed us whole. We heard it breathing, a wet rasp, and a low growl that set my teeth on edge. That's no damn mountain lion, Martinez muttered. Suddenly he swore in pain. Something slammed into his leg. He lost his footing, the cave echoing with his shouts and the scuffling sound of the creature attacking. Martinez! I fired blind into the dark, the gunshot deafening in the confined space. I heard him yell again, then a sickening wet ripping sound and a scream abruptly cut short. Then silence. Heavy, suffocating silence broken only by the thud of my own heart and the dripping of blood, hot down my leg. The damn thing had gotten me too. I fumbled for something, anything. Found Martinez's discarded flashlight, snapped it on. The beam cut through the gloom, found a smear of blood, then drag marks leading deeper into the cave. Martinez was gone. I inched forward, gun ready, pain lancing through my leg with every step. I couldn't go back, not alone, not without knowing. Up ahead, the tunnel widened into a bigger chamber. The flashlight picked out movement in the far corner. I tensed, sighted down the barrel of my gun, and then froze. The thing was hunkered over Martinez's body, feeding. It was huge, bigger than I thought even in the low light. Thick, powerful legs, long clawed arms, and a muzzle dripping with Martinez's blood. Its head, grotesque. Vaguely canine, but not like any dog on earth. It raised its head, those yellow eyes fixing on me. I saw the intelligence there, the predatory calculation. This thing, this monster, it wasn't just some rampaging animal. It was hunting, and I was next on the menu. The gun felt like a child's toy against that, but backing down meant death, quick or slow. I raised my weapon, took aim, and squeezed the trigger. The roar of gunfire echoed deafeningly. I emptied the clip, my shots hitting the creature, staggering it back. Thick, dark blood splattered the cave walls. It howled, the sound raw and furious. I reloaded, snapped a fresh mag in, but the creature was already moving, fast, too fast. With a lunge, it disappeared back into the shadows. My gun was useless here. The creature knew this cave system better than me, and it knew how to fight in the dark. It was stalking me now, picking its moment. My leg throbbed in agony and my heart was a drumbeat in my ears. I had to get out, get back up. Suddenly the cave shook. A low rumble started beneath my feet, building as rocks rained down from the ceiling. A shower of pebbles hit me, stinging my arms. I swore the cave was collapsing. The tunnels were unstable and the gunfire must have finally finished the job. Panic clawed at my gut. There was no fighting this, only running blind. I turned and limped, the injured leg barely holding my weight, swearing a symphony that would make a sailor blush. Behind me the rumble got louder and something new, a shriek, the same as the creature's. Was the collapse hurting it? Then again, something that tough falling rock might just piss it off more. No point dwelling on that. I had to get clear. The cave twisted and turned. Every time I thought I saw a sliver of moonlight ahead, it was just a trick of the eye. Then I stumbled out into a bigger chamber, one that sloped upwards. A crack of light cut across the far wall, weak but blessed. I dragged myself towards it, hope fighting back the terror. But I wasn't alone. The creature was there, crouched low by the light. It had been wounded, that much was clear. Blood dripped from gashes across its flanks, and one leg dragged unnaturally. Still, it was between me and escape. It let out a low growl, the sound vibrating through the chamber. There was nowhere to run, nowhere to hide, only to fight. I raised the gun, clicked the safety, my hand shaking with only a few rounds left, but the only weapon I had. The creature lunged. I swore and fired blind. One shot, maybe two. It roared in fury. I scrambled backwards, crab walking, hitting the rock wall. The exit was feet away, but it might as well have been on another planet. I was cornered, out of ammo and out of luck. The creature advanced. I couldn't think, only react. I grabbed a loose rock, heavy and rough, and flung it with all the desperation I had left. It hit the creature square in the face. The beast snarled, flinching away from the blow. My moment. I lurched forward, scrambling on hands and knees towards the light. It roared in fury and lunged again, but I was faster, propelled by terror. I slammed shoulder first into the crack in the rock, squeezed through, and tumbled down onto a pile of scree. Pain exploded through my injured leg, stars flashing across my vision. But I was out. I scrambled away, dragging myself down the rough slope. Behind me the creature was trying to follow, but the opening was too tight. I heard it thrashing, the sound muffled by the rock. It wouldn't be trapped for long. Whatever collapsed the cave was only a temporary setback. I had to move, get as much distance as I could manage. I limped down the mountainside, half falling, half sliding through the undergrowth. The pain was a distant thing, blurred around the edges by adrenaline and the bone-deep fear driving me on. By the time I saw the first flicker of dawn, I was miles away. Collapsed on the edge of a logging road, barely able to breathe, I managed to raise the radio and choke out the emergency signal. Rescue came, helicopter whooshing overhead as the world started to spin. They hauled me up, buzzing questions I couldn't answer. All I could do was look back at the mountain looming darkly and pray my warning had been enough. The aftermath was the same mess on a grander scale as always. The blur of the hospital, then the suit swooping in, all sharp lines and grim faces, orders, oaths, and the thinly veiled threats that kept people like me silent. The official report was a rock slide, the usual cover-up. That was the government way: deny, clean up, forget. They offered me a desk job, cushy salary, the chance at a safer life. I almost took it. Martinez's torn face flashed in my memory, a visceral reminder of the cost of that safety. I packed my bag, took a hardship leave, cashed out my retirement fund and bought a beat-up old RV. I told the world I was going to find Bigfoot. maybe write a book. They laughed, patted me on the back, happy to see another broken agent fade into obscurity. Only I wasn't disappearing. The world was too big, the shadows too vast. There were more monsters out there, lurking just out of sight, feeding on those who strayed too far off the path. And the world needed fools like me to stand against them, even if we never got the recognition, even if all that waited at the end of the road was a lonely death in the dark. That night, I drove south towards a sliver of wilderness marked on the map. Just me, a case full of gear, and the open road. Ahead lay 100 strange towns, 1,000 unsolved disappearances, and the endless battle fought under the indifferent stars. Maybe Martinez wouldn't have approved, but Martinez wasn't there to choose anymore. I checked the rearview mirror. No headlights followed. No men in black suits. Just the empty highway, stretching into a darkness I wasn't afraid of anymore. This was my fight now, and damned if I wasn't finally free to fight it on my own terms. As I drove deeper into the night, the weight of my experiences settled heavily upon me. The horrors I'd witnessed in that cave were just the beginning. I knew now that the world was full of dark corners where nightmares walked freely, and it was up to people like me to keep them at bay. The road stretched endlessly before me, each mile taking me further from the life I once knew and deeper into a world of shadows and secrets. I thought about the creature in the cave, its inhuman intelligence and savage strength. What else was out there, lurking in the forgotten places of the world? How many other agents like Martinez had fallen, their sacrifices unknown and unsung? My hands tightened on the steering wheel as I remembered the sound of Martinez's final scream, cut short in that hellish darkness. The guilt gnawed at me. I should have been faster, smarter, better prepared. But there was no going back now. All I could do was move forward, armed with the knowledge and experience I'd gained. The RV rumbled along, its aged engine a comforting drone in the night. I'd stocked it with everything I thought I'd need. Weapons, both conventional and less so. Books on folklore and cryptozoology that I'd once scoffed at but now pored over with desperate attention. Medical supplies, because God knows I couldn't waltz into a hospital every time something took a chunk out of me. As dawn began to break, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, I pulled over at a small roadside diner. The coffee was bitter and the eggs rubbery, but it was fuel, and I needed to keep moving. The waitress, a motherly woman with kind eyes, asked if I was okay. I must have looked a sight haggard, haunted, my legs still bandaged beneath my jeans. I managed a wan smile and spun some story about a camping accident. She nodded sympathetically, but I saw the flicker of doubt in her eyes. How many others had passed through here, I wondered, fleeing from things that defied explanation? How many had she served, never knowing the weight of the secrets they carried? Back on the road, I let my mind wander to the future that stretched out before me. I was no longer Agent Davis, no longer bound by the rules and regulations that had both defined and constrained me for so long. Now I was just Charles, a man with a mission, however impossible it might seem. I thought about the families of the missing, the ones whose loved ones had vanished without a trace. The official stories, animal attacks, accidents, people simply wandering off, were lies meant to soothe and placate. But I knew the truth now, and I owed it to Martinez, to all the others who had fallen, to keep fighting. The sun climbed higher in the sky as I crossed state lines, leaving Oregon behind. Ahead lay unknown territories, both geographical and supernatural. I had no illusions about the dangers I would face. The creature in the cave was just one of many, I was sure. Each town, each forest, each abandoned building might hold new horrors waiting to be uncovered. But with each mile, I felt a growing sense of purpose. This was no longer just a job, it was a calling. I might not have the resources of the government behind me anymore, but I had something they lacked, the freedom to pursue the truth, no matter where it led. As noon approached, I saw a sign for a small town up ahead. Millbrook, population 2,743. Just another dot on the map to most people, but to me it was the first step on my new journey. I pulled into the local library, figuring it was as good a place as any to start my research. The librarian, a sharp-eyed woman in her 60s, watched me curiously as I pored over local history books and newspapers. I was looking for patterns, unexplained disappearances, strange sightings, anything that might point to something otherworldly lurking in the shadows of this sleepy town. Hours passed, and as the sun began to set, I found what I was looking for. A series of disappearances dating back decades, all centered around an old abandoned mine in the hills outside of town. The official story was cave-ins, unsafe conditions, but the dates were too regular, the circumstances too similar. Something was out there, feeding on the unwary. As I left the library, my mind racing with possibilities, I caught sight of my reflection in the window. The man staring back at me was a far cry from the clean-cut agent I'd once been. My hair was longer, streaked with gray. My eyes held a haunted look that I knew would never fully fade. But there was something else there too, a determination, a fire that burned brighter than ever. I climbed back into the RV, my new home and mobile base of operations. Tomorrow, I would start asking questions around town. Then, when I had gathered enough information, I would venture into those hills. Whatever was hiding in that mine, be it a creature like the one I'd faced before or something even more terrifying, I would face it. This was my life now. No backup, no official sanction. Just me, my wits, and the burning need to protect a world that would never know the full extent of the dangers that threatened it. As I settled in for the night, I allowed myself a grim smile. Charles Davis, Monster Hunter. It had a certain ring to it. The road ahead was long and fraught with peril, but for the first time since that night in the cave, I felt truly alive. The nightmares that plagued our world had no idea what was coming for them, and neither did I, but I was ready to find out. The next morning dawned gray and misty over Millbrook. I rose early, my body protesting every movement. The wound on my leg had healed some, but it still ached fiercely. I popped a couple of painkillers and washed them down with bitter gas station coffee. No time for weakness now. I had work to do. My first stop was the local diner. If there's one thing I'd learned in my years on the job, it's that small-town diners are gold mines of information. I settled into a worn vinyl booth, ordered a stack of pancakes I didn't really want, and waited. It didn't take long. The waitress, Betty, according to her name tag, was a talker. "You're new in town," she said, topping off my coffee. It wasn't a question. I nodded, giving her my best approximation of a friendly smile. "Just passing through. Thought I might do some hiking while I'm here." Betty's hand paused mid-pour. "Hiking? You might want to reconsider that, honey. Those hills, they ain't safe." And there it was, the opening I needed. I leaned in, keeping my voice low and conspiratorial. "Oh? How do you mean?" She glanced around as if checking for eavesdroppers, then leaned in close. "People go missing up there. Been happening for years. The sheriff says it's just accidents, but..." She shook her head. "My Tommy, he used to work security at the old mine. The things he saw up there, well, let's just say he don't go anywhere near those hills anymore." I pressed for more details, but Betty clammed up. "You should talk to Tommy yourself if you're so curious," she said finally. "He tends bar over at the Rusty Nail. Just don't tell him I sent you. He don't like talking about it much." I thanked her, paid for my barely touched breakfast, and headed out. The Rusty Nail wouldn't open until evening, which gave me time to do some reconnaissance. I drove my RV up into the hills, following the winding road towards the abandoned mine. The forest here was old, the trees growing close together, their branches intertwining overhead to create a canopy that blocked out much of the sunlight. As I drove deeper into the woods, an oppressive silence fell. No bird song, no rustling of small animals in the underbrush, just the rumble of my engine and the crunch of gravel under my tires. I parked about a half-mile from the mine entrance, not wanting to announce my presence too boldly. Gearing up, I double-checked my weapons. Standard-issue sidearm, yes, but also a few less conventional items. Silver bullets, blessed by a priest who owed me a favor, a vial of holy water, an iron knife. In my line of work, you learn to be prepared for anything. The mine entrance was boarded up, thick planks nailed across the opening. Warning signs dotted the area, their red letters faded but still legible. Danger, keep out, unstable ground. But it was the other signs that caught my attention. Claw marks scored deep into the surrounding trees, tufts of coarse dark fur caught on the rough bark. And the smell, that same rancid odor I'd encountered in the cave in Oregon. Something was here all right. Something big and mean and hungry. I circled the area, taking photos and notes. No fresh tracks, but that didn't mean much. If this thing was anything like the creature from the cave, it was smart enough to cover its tracks. I was so engrossed in my investigation that I almost missed the sound of an approaching vehicle. Cursing under my breath, I ducked behind a large oak just as a battered pickup truck came into view. It parked a few yards from the mine entrance, and two men got out. One was older, maybe in his 60s, with a weathered face and a limp. The other was younger, probably mid-30s, built like a linebacker. They walked to the mine entrance, and I strained to hear their conversation. "Can't keep this up forever, Dad," the younger man was saying. "People are starting to ask questions." The older man spat on the ground. "Let 'em ask. Ain't nobody gonna believe the truth anyway." "But what if someone comes snooping around? What if—" "Then we'll deal with it," the old man snapped, "like we always have." They fell silent then, both staring at the boarded-up mine entrance. After a few minutes, they got back in their truck and drove away. I waited until I was sure they were gone, then made my way back to my RV. My mind was racing. What were they hiding? What did they know about the disappearances? And most importantly, how were they connected to whatever was living in that mine? As evening approached, I made my way to the Rusty Nail. It was a dive bar if I ever saw one. Neon beer signs flickering in grimy windows, the smell of stale cigarettes and cheaper beer hanging in the air. Perfect. I took a seat at the bar, ordered a whiskey, and waited. It didn't take long for the bartender to make his way over. He was a big man, probably in his 50s, with hands that looked like they could crush walnuts. This had to be Tommy. "Haven't seen you around before," he said, eyeing me suspiciously. I shrugged. "Just passing through. Heard this was the place to get a decent drink in town." He grunted, seemingly satisfied with that answer. We made small talk for a while, me nursing my whiskey, him polishing glasses. Finally, I decided to take the plunge. "So I was thinking about doing some hiking while I'm here," I said casually. "Any recommendations?" Tommy's hands stilled. He set down the glass he was polishing and leaned in close. "Listen, stranger. I don't know who you are or what you're really doing here, but take some free advice. Stay out of those hills. There's things up there. Things you don't want to mess with." I met his gaze steadily. "What kind of things?" For a moment I thought he wasn't going to answer. Then, in a voice so low I had to strain to hear it, he said, "Evil things, hungry things, things that ain't natural." And then he told me everything. Tommy's story poured out of him like a dam breaking, years of pent-up fear and guilt finally finding release. He spoke of nights spent guarding the old mine, of strange noises echoing from its depths, of glimpses of something massive moving in the shadows, something that walked on two legs but wasn't human. "At first we thought it was just some kind of bear," he said, his voice hoarse. "But bears don't drag grown men screaming into the dark. Bears don't leave claw marks 8 feet up a tree trunk. The disappearances had started small, a hiker here, a camper there. Easy to write off as accidents or animal attacks. But then came the night that changed everything. A group of college kids out for a weekend of camping and partying. All 5 of them vanished without a trace. We found their campsite, Tommy continued, his eyes haunted. It was, Christ, I ain't never seen anything like it. Blood everywhere, tents shredded, and tracks, big tracks like nothing I've ever seen before or since. That was when the cover-up started. The local sheriff, in the pocket of the mining company that still technically owned the land, declared it a tragic accident. Claimed the kids had gotten drunk, wandered into an unstable part of the mine. Case closed. But Tommy knew better. He'd seen the creature, just for a moment, as it dragged one of the bodies into the mine. It was big, he whispered. Bigger than any man, covered in this coarse, dark fur. And its face, God help me, its face was almost human. But those eyes, they weren't human at all. I listened, my mind racing. It sounded similar to the creature I'd encountered in Oregon, but not quite the same. Was this a different species? Or had the thing in the cave followed me somehow? Tommy wasn't finished. He told me about the years that followed, about how the sheriff and the mining company had bought people's silence, how they'd covered up disappearance after disappearance. They say it's to protect the town, he said bitterly. Say if word got out it'd kill tourism, kill the economy. But I think they're feeding it. I raised an eyebrow. Feeding it? How do you mean? Tommy looked around nervously, then leaned in even closer. Every few months a drifter comes through town, someone with no family, no connections. They stay a night or two, then they're gone. And every time I see the sheriff's truck headed up to the mine late at night. The implications were chilling. If Tommy was right, this wasn't just a cover-up. It was a conspiracy, one that reached to the highest levels of the town's leadership. And at the center of it all was a creature that defied explanation, a monster with an appetite for human flesh. As Tommy finished his story, I saw something change in his eyes, a flicker of hope maybe. You believe me, don't you? He asked. You're not just some tourist. You know about these things. I nodded slowly. I've seen things, I admitted. Things that most people wouldn't believe. And I'm here to help if I can. Tommy sagged with relief. Thank God, he muttered. I was starting to think I was going crazy. We talked for a while longer, Tommy filling me in on the key players in town, the sheriff, the mayor, the head of the now defunct mining company. As the bar began to empty out, he scribbled his phone number on a napkin and pressed it into my hand. Be careful, he warned. These people, they'll do anything to keep their secret. And that thing in the mine, it's smart. Smarter than it has any right to be. I thanked him and headed out into the night. My head was spinning with everything I'd learned. This was bigger than I'd anticipated, more complex. It wasn't just a matter of hunting down a monster. There was a whole network of human monsters protecting it, using it for their own ends. As I walked back to my RV, I felt eyes on me. Turning slowly, I caught a glimpse of movement in the shadows across the street. A figure, too tall and too bulky to be human, melted back into the darkness. My hand went to my gun, but I knew it was useless. Whatever I'd seen was long gone. But the message was clear. I wasn't the only one doing reconnaissance tonight. Back in the relative safety of my RV, I pored over my notes late into the night. The pieces were starting to come together, but the picture they formed was darker than I'd imagined. This wasn't just about protecting the innocent anymore. It was about exposing a conspiracy that went back decades, about bringing to light crimes that had long been buried. As I finally drifted off to sleep, my dreams were haunted by yellow eyes and the screams of the missing. Tomorrow, I knew, the real work would begin. and God help anyone or anything that tried to stand in my way. I woke to the sound of someone pounding on the door of my RV. Instantly alert, I grabbed my gun from under my pillow and crept to the window. Through the gap in the curtains, I could see a police cruiser parked behind me, its lights flashing silently in the early morning gloom. "Mr. Davis?" a voice called out. "This is Sheriff Hawkins. We need to have a word." For a moment I considered making a run for it, but that would only confirm any suspicions they had about me. No, better to face this head on. I tucked my gun into the waistband of my jeans, covering it with my shirt, and opened the door. Sheriff Hawkins was a bear of a man, easily 6'4" and built like a linebacker gone to seed. His eyes were sharp, though, taking in every detail of my appearance and my RV's interior in one sweeping glance. "Something I can help you with, Sheriff?" I asked, keeping my tone neutral. "Just following up on some concerns from the locals," he said, his voice deceptively casual. "We don't get many strangers around here, especially ones asking questions about old mines and missing persons." I raised an eyebrow. "Is it a crime to be curious about local history?" "No," he admitted, "but it is a crime to trespass on private property, which is exactly what you were doing yesterday up at the old Blackwood mine." My mind raced. How had they known? Had someone been watching me, or... I thought back to the two men I'd seen at the mine. Had one of them been the sheriff? "I wasn't aware it was private property," I lied smoothly. "There weren't any signs posted." Hawkins's eyes narrowed. "Well, consider yourself informed now. That land belongs to Blackwood Mining Company, and they don't take kindly to trespassers. I'm going to have to ask you to come down to the station to answer a few questions." I knew a veiled threat when I heard one. Going to the station would be walking into the lion's den. But refusing would only escalate things. I needed more time, more information before I made my move. "Of course, Sheriff," I said, forcing a smile. "Just let me lock up here and I'll follow you down." The ride to the police station was tense, my eyes constantly flicking to the rearview mirror, watching Hawkins' cruiser behind me. My mind was working overtime, trying to figure out my next move. I needed to contact Tommy, to warn him that our conversation hadn't gone unnoticed. But more than that, I needed to find hard evidence of what was going on in this town. The station was a small, squat building that had seen better days. As we walked in, I noted the positions of exits, the number of officers on duty. Old habits die hard, and right now those habits might just keep me alive. Hawkins led me to an interrogation room, a shabby, windowless box that smelled of stale cigarettes and desperation. "Have a seat, Mr. Davis," he said, gesturing to a battered metal chair. "We've got a lot to talk about." For the next 2 hours, Hawkins grilled me relentlessly. Who was I really? What was my interest in Millbrook? Who had I been talking to? I stuck to my cover story, just a curious traveler, interested in local legends and history. But I could see the disbelief in Hawkins's eyes. He knew I was lying. The question was, did he know how much I really knew? Finally, he seemed to run out of steam. "All right, Mr. Davis," he said, standing up. "You're free to go. But I want you out of Millbrook by sundown. We clear?" I nodded, not trusting myself to speak. As I stood to leave, Hawkins put a meaty hand on my shoulder, squeezing just a little too hard to be friendly. "Word of advice," he said, his voice low and menacing. "Some secrets are best left buried, for everyone's sake." I met his gaze steadily. "I'll keep that in mind, Sheriff." As I walked out of the station, my mind was racing. Hawkins's warning had only confirmed my suspicions. There was something rotten in Millbrook, something that went beyond just a monster in the mines. The whole town was complicit, or at least the people in power were. I drove back to my RV, constantly checking to make sure I wasn't being followed. Once inside, I did a thorough sweep for bugs or tracking devices. Paranoid? Maybe. But paranoia had kept me alive this long. I needed to move fast now. Hawkins had tipped his hand, shown that he saw me as a threat. That meant my time was limited. I had until sundown, officially at least, but I suspected things would come to a head long before then. My first move was to call Tommy. The phone rang several times before going to voicemail. I left a brief, coded message, hoping he'd understand. "Hey, it's Charles. Had to cut my trip short. Thanks for the drink last night. Stay safe." Next, I started packing up my essential gear. If things went south, I needed to be ready to move at a moment's notice. Weapons, ammo, my research notes, anything I couldn't afford to leave behind. As I worked, my mind kept circling back to the creature in the mine. What was it exactly? How long had it been there? And most importantly, how was I going to stop it? I was so lost in thought that I almost missed the sound of approaching vehicles. Peering out the window, I saw 2 police cruisers pulling up, blocking my RV in. So much for waiting until sundown. There was no time to finish packing. I grabbed my go bag, stuffed my notes inside, and slipped out the emergency hatch I'd installed in the RV's floor. As I shimmed underneath, I heard Hawkins' voice booming, "Davis, come out now! This is your last warning!" I didn't wait to hear more. Keeping low, I made my way to the tree line behind the RV park. Just as I reached the cover of the forest, I heard the sound of my RV's door being forced open. Hawkins was done playing nice. I plunged deeper into the woods, my heart pounding. I needed to find a safe place to regroup, to figure out my next move. But more than that, I needed allies. In a town this corrupt, there had to be others who wanted the truth to come out. As if in answer to my thoughts, my burner phone vibrated. A text from an unknown number. "Rusty Nail, back door, 30 minutes, come alone." It could be a trap, of course, but at this point I was out of options. I changed direction, using every trick I knew to throw off any potential pursuers, and made my way towards the bar. The back alley behind the Rusty Nail was deserted when I arrived, exactly 30 minutes later. I approached cautiously, every sense on high alert. The back door opened a crack, and I tensed, ready for anything. "Get in, quick!" Tommy's voice hissed from the darkness. I slipped inside, finding myself in a cluttered storage room. Tommy locked the door behind us, then turned to face me. He looked even more haggard than he had the night before, his eyes bloodshot and his hands shaking slightly. "They came for me too," he said without preamble. "Tore my place apart. I barely got out." I nodded grimly. "They're cleaning house. Anyone who knows anything is a threat now." Tommy ran a hand through his thinning hair. "What are we going to do? We can't fight the whole damn town." "No," I agreed. "But we can expose them. We just need evidence. Hard, irrefutable proof of what's been going on." Tommy's eyes widened. "You're talking about going into the mine." I nodded. "It's the only way. Whatever's in there, whatever they've been hiding all these years, that's our smoking gun." "You're insane," Tommy whispered. But I could see the glimmer of hope in his eyes. "But I guess I'm insane too, because I want to help." Over the next hour, we hatched a plan. Tommy, it turned out, still had his old security access card for the mine. It was years out of date, but he was confident he could reactivate it. That would get us past any electronic locks. As for the creature, "I've got some gear that might help," I said, patting my go bag. "But our best bet is to avoid confrontation if we can. We're there for evidence, not a fight." As night fell, we made our move. Tommy's beat-up truck wasn't exactly inconspicuous, but it beat trying to sneak through town on foot. We took a winding, circuitous route up into the hills, constantly on the lookout for police patrols or any sign we'd been spotted. The mine entrance loomed before us, even more forbidding in the darkness. The boards I'd seen earlier had been removed, replaced by a heavy steel door with an electronic lock. Tommy's hand shook as he swiped his card. For a heart-stopping moment, nothing happened. Then, with a soft beep, the lock disengaged. "I'll be damned," Tommy breathed. "It actually worked." We slipped inside, flashlights casting long shadows down the tunnel. The air was thick and stale, heavy with the scent of damp earth and something else. Something rotten. "Stay close," I whispered to Tommy. "And if I tell you to run, you run. No arguments." He nodded, his face pale in the dim light. We moved deeper into the mine, the tunnel sloping gently downward. Old mining equipment loomed out of the darkness, rusted carts, abandoned tools, all covered in a thick layer of dust. But as we pressed on, I noticed something odd. The dust thinned out and then disappeared entirely. This part of the mine had seen recent use. The tunnel opened up into a larger chamber and we stopped short. The beam of my flashlight played over a scene from a nightmare. The floor was littered with bones, human bones, gnawed and broken. Tattered scraps of clothing clung to some of them. And on the walls... "Oh God," Tommy choked out. The walls were covered in claw marks, some old and faded, others terrifyingly fresh. But it was what was between the claw marks that turned my blood to ice. Paintings. Crude but unmistakable. Stick figures being hunted by a larger, monstrous shape. The same images repeated over and over, telling a story as old as humanity itself. The story of the predator and the prey. "It's intelligent," I breathed. "Not just an animal. It's..." A low growl echoed through the chamber, cutting me off mid-sentence. Slowly I turned, directing my flashlight towards the sound. Yellow eyes gleamed in the darkness and something moved, something huge. The beam of light caught matted fur, a flash of teeth, and then, "Run!" I yelled, shoving Tommy towards the exit. We sprinted back the way we'd come, the creature's roar shaking dust from the tunnel walls. I could hear it behind us, moving faster than anything that size had a right to. We burst out of the mine entrance, gasping for air. "The truck!" Tommy yelled. But as we ran towards it, headlights suddenly blazed to life, blinding us. Sheriff Hawkins stepped into view, shotgun leveled at our chests. "Well, well," he drawled. "Looks like we caught ourselves some trespassers." More vehicles pulled up, surrounding us. I saw the mayor, his face twisted with rage, and several other men I didn't recognize. All armed, all looking at us with a mixture of fear and hatred. "You don't understand what you're dealing with," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "That thing in there, it's not just some animal you can control. It's intelligent, it's..." A roar from the mine entrance cut me off. Everyone turned, weapons raised, as the creature emerged into the moonlight. It was even more terrifying than I'd imagined. 8 feet tall at least, with a body that seemed to be a nightmarish blend of bear and ape. But its face, God, its face was almost human, twisted into a feral snarl. For a moment, everything was still. Then chaos erupted. Hawkins fired his shotgun, the blast deafening in the night air. The creature staggered but didn't fall. With a roar of fury, it charged. What followed was a blur of violence and screams. I grabbed Tommy and we dove for cover behind his truck. Gunfire erupted from all sides, but it seemed to do little more than enrage the beast. I saw Hawkins go down, his chest caved in by a single swipe of the creature's massive paw. The mayor turned to run, but wasn't fast enough. The creature caught him, lifted him high, and I looked away, but couldn't block out the wet, tearing sound or the scream that was suddenly cut short. "We have to get out of here," Tommy gasped beside me. I nodded, my mind racing. "The explosives," I said suddenly, "in the mine. There has to be some left over from the old mining operations." Tommy's eyes widened as he caught on. "You want to blow the mine? Seal that thing inside?" "It's our only chance," I said. "Can you set it up?" He nodded grimly. "Yeah, I remember enough from my old job. But we'll need a distraction." I took a deep breath, checked my gun. "I'll give you a distraction. Just be quick." Before Tommy could protest, I stood up and fired 2 quick shots into the air. "Hey, ugly!" I yelled. "Remember me?" The creature's head snapped around, its yellow eyes fixing on me with terrifying intelligence. It remembered all right. What followed was the most harrowing game of cat and mouse I've ever played. I led the creature on a wild chase through the woods, always staying just out of reach, always keeping its attention on me. Every second felt like an hour, every breath potentially my last. Just when I thought I couldn't run anymore, I heard Tommy's voice, distant but clear. "Davis, it's done, get clear." I put on a final burst of speed, breaking through the tree line near the mine entrance. Tommy was there, waving frantically from his truck. I dove into the passenger seat, yelling, "Go, go, go!" Tommy floored it, the truck's tires spinning in the loose gravel before finding purchase. Behind us, the creature burst from the woods, roaring in fury. "How long?" I gasped. 30 seconds, Tommy replied, his knuckles white on the steering wheel. We careened down the mountain road, the creature in hot pursuit. It was faster than the truck on the straightaways, but Tommy's desperate driving kept us just ahead on the turns. 10 seconds, Tommy yelled. I looked back. The creature was closing in, its massive form filling the rear window. 5, 4, 3. The creature leapt, its claws reaching for the truck. 2, 1. The world behind us erupted in fire and thunder. The shockwave hit us like a physical blow, sending the truck into a skid. Tommy fought for control as debris rained down around us. When the dust settled, we looked back. Where the mine entrance had been was now a massive pile of rubble. Of the creature there was no sign. We sat there for a long moment, our ragged breathing the only sound. Finally, Tommy spoke, his voice shaky. Is it over? I wish I could have said yes. I wish I could have told him that we'd won, that the nightmare was over. But as I looked at the destruction behind us, at the town below where secrets had festered for decades, I knew the truth. No, I said softly. I think it's only just beginning. In the days that followed, Millbrook became a media circus. The official story was a gas explosion, a tragic accident that had claimed the lives of several prominent citizens. But rumors spread, fueled by the few survivors of that night and by the evidence Tommy and I had managed to gather. We told our story to anyone who would listen, journalists, federal investigators, even a few cryptozoologists who'd caught wind of the incident. Some believed us, most didn't. But the seeds of doubt had been planted. As for me, I knew my work was far from over. The creature in Millbrook might have been stopped, but it wasn't unique. There were other towns out there with dark secrets, other monsters hiding in the shadows. And as long as they existed, I'd be there, hunting, exposing the truth, fighting back the darkness, one case at a time. Because that's who I am. Charles Davis, monster hunter, and my work is never done. 6 months after the Millbrook incident, I found myself in a small diner just outside of Tucson, Arizona. The desert heat was a far cry from the misty hills of Oregon, but the work remained the same. Another town, another set of mysterious disappearances, another trail to follow. I was nursing a cup of coffee, poring over my notes, when my burner phone buzzed. A text from an unknown number. "Turn on the news. Now." Frowning, I gestured to the waitress, asking her to turn up the volume on the small TV in the corner. What I saw made my blood run cold. "Breaking news out of Millbrook, Oregon," the anchor was saying. "A series of unexplained animal attacks has left 3 dead and several more missing. Local authorities are advising residents to stay indoors after dark." The cup slipped from my hand, shattering on the floor, but I barely noticed. My eyes were fixed on the grainy footage being shown, a dark shape moving at the edge of the forest, yellow eyes gleaming in the camera flash. It was impossible. We'd sealed the mine, buried the creature under tons of rock. I'd seen it with my own eyes. And yet, my phone buzzed again. Another text. "It's happening again." We need you. T. I closed my eyes, took a deep breath. When I opened them, my decision was made. I threw some bills on the table, gathered my things, and walked out into the Arizona heat. As I climbed into my RV, I couldn't help but smile grimly. Millbrook had been just the beginning, a single thread in a tapestry of secrets and horrors that spanned the country. Maybe the world, but that was okay. Because wherever the monsters were, wherever the darkness threatened to overwhelm the light, I'd be there, ready to fight, ready to expose the truth. My name is Charles Davis. I hunt monsters, and I'm just getting started. As I drove towards Millbrook, memories of past hunts flooded my mind. Each case had left its mark. Each monster faced had taken a piece of me. But none haunted me quite like my first encounter, the one that had set me on this path. It was 15 years ago, in a small town in northern Maine. I was still with the agency then, young and naive, believing the world was a simpler place. We'd been called in to investigate a series of brutal animal attacks. At least that's what the local authorities were calling them. My partner Jessica Reeves and I knew better. The victims hadn't just been killed, they'd been torn apart, consumed. No ordinary animal could have done that. "What do you think we're dealing with here, Davis?" Jessica had asked as we'd driven into town. She was senior to me with a reputation for being tough as nails and twice as sharp. I shook my head. "Bears, maybe? Rabid wolves?" She'd laughed, but there was no humor in it. If only it were that simple. We spent days interviewing witnesses, examining crime scenes, following leads that went nowhere. The locals were tight-lipped, scared, not just of whatever was doing the killing, but of us, of what our presence might mean for their quiet little town. It was on the 5th night that everything went to hell. We were staking out the edge of the forest where most of the attacks had occurred. The moon was full, casting long shadows across the clearing before us. "Davis," Jessica's voice crackled over the radio. "I've got movement on the east perimeter. I'm going to check it out." "Wait for backup," I'd replied, already moving in her direction. We don't know what we're dealing with. But Jessica was already gone, swallowed up by the darkness of the forest. I ran after her, my heart pounding in my chest. That's when I heard it, a scream that turned my blood to ice. I burst into a small clearing, gun drawn, to find a scene from a nightmare. Jessica was on the ground, her throat torn out, and standing over her, muzzle dripping with blood, was something. It was canine in shape, but much too large to be a wolf. Its fur was matted and patchy, revealing grayish skin underneath. But it was the eyes that truly terrified me. Yellow, glowing, and filled with an intelligence that no animal should possess. For a moment, we just stared at each other. Then it smiled. "God help me," it smiled, lips pulling back to reveal blood-stained teeth. I emptied my clip into it. The bullets tore into its flesh, but it barely seemed to notice. It lunged at me, moving faster than anything that size had a right to. I dove to the side, feeling claws tear through my jacket, grazing my arm. What followed was a desperate fight for survival. I was outmatched in every way. It was stronger, faster, and seemed impervious to pain. But I had one advantage: desperation. I fought with everything I had, using every dirty trick I knew. In the end, it was pure luck that saved me. As we grappled, we rolled near the campfire. I managed to grab a burning log, jamming it into the creature's face. It howled in agony, reeling back. I didn't hesitate. I grabbed Jessica's fallen gun and emptied that into it too. Finally, it went down. As it lay there, twitching and whimpering, I saw the change begin. Fur receded, limbs shortened, and within minutes I was looking at the naked body of a man. An old man, his skin covered in scars, his eyes now dull and human as the life faded from them. I stood there shaking as the reality of what I'd just seen sank in. Werewolves were real, which meant other things might be real too. The world had just become a much larger, much more terrifying place. The official report, of course, made no mention of werewolves. Jessica's death was attributed to a bear attack. The old man was written off as a tragic case of dementia, wandering into the woods at the wrong time. But I knew the truth, and I knew I could never go back to seeing the world the way I had before. In the years that followed, I threw myself into research, into training. I learned about creatures that most people believed were just myths. I honed my body and mind into weapons against the darkness. And when the agency realized what an asset I could be, they set me loose on the world of monsters and myths. Now, as I drove back towards Millbrook, I couldn't help but draw parallels to that first case. The secrecy, the fear, the sense that I was walking into something far bigger than I'd initially realized. But this time, I was ready. This time I knew what I was up against. Or so I thought. Millbrook looked much the same as when I'd left it 6 months ago. The same quaint Main Street, the same sleepy small-town atmosphere. But now I knew what lurked beneath the surface, the rot that had taken hold at the very heart of the community. I parked my RV on the outskirts of town, not wanting to announce my presence just yet. As night fell, I made my way to the Rusty Nail. Tommy had texted me an address, a safe house where we could meet without arousing suspicion. The bar was busier than I remembered, filled with locals drowning their fears in cheap beer and cheaper whiskey. I slipped through the crowd, made my way to the back, and knocked on a door marked, "Employees Only." Tommy opened it, ushering me inside quickly. He looked older than when I'd last seen him, new lines etched into his face by stress and fear. "Thank God you're here," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. "It's worse than we thought, Davis. Much worse." I followed him through a maze of storage rooms and back hallways, eventually emerging into a small apartment above the bar. A makeshift command center had been set up, maps of the area pinned to walls, newspaper clippings scattered across a table, a police scanner humming quietly in the corner. "What's the situation?" I asked, scanning the room. I noticed we weren't alone. A young woman sat at a computer, her fingers flying across the keyboard. She looked up as we entered, her eyes widening in recognition. "You must be Davis," she said, standing to shake my hand. "I'm Ava, Tommy's niece. I've been helping with the investigation." I nodded, turning back to Tommy. "Fill me in. What's been happening?" Tommy sighed heavily, collapsing into a chair. "It started about a month after you left. Livestock going missing at first, then pets. We thought maybe it was just coyotes or something. But then, the attacks on humans started," Ava finished for him. She pulled up some files on her computer. 3 dead so far, 2 hikers and a farmer, all killed in the same way, torn apart, partially eaten. I felt a chill run down my spine. Just like before, but how? We sealed that thing in the mine. We blew the whole damn entrance. Tommy shook his head. "That's just it. The mine's still sealed. Whatever's out there now, it didn't come from there." "Then what?" I asked. Though I had a sinking feeling I knew the answer. "We think there's more than one," Ava said quietly. We think they're breeding." The implications hit me like a physical blow. One of these creatures was bad enough, but a whole pack of them? It was almost too horrifying to contemplate. "There's more," Tommy said. "Show him, Ava." Ava pulled up another file on her computer. It was a video, grainy and dark, clearly taken from someone's phone. At first I couldn't make out what I was seeing. Then the image stabilized and my blood ran cold. It was the creature, or one like it. But it wasn't alone. A group of men stood around it, their faces obscured by hoods. They seemed to be feeding it, directing it, controlling it. "Who are they?" I asked, my voice hoarse. "We don't know," Ava replied. "But whoever they are, they're organized, and they're using these things as weapons." I sat heavily in a chair, my mind reeling. This was bigger than anything I'd faced before. Not just a monster, not just a town's dark secret. but an organized group weaponizing creatures that shouldn't exist. "What's the plan?" I asked finally. Tommy and Ava exchanged glances. "That's why we called you," Tommy said. "We're in over our heads here, Davis. We need your help." I nodded slowly, my resolve hardening. "All right, let's start at the beginning. Tell me everything you know, every detail, no matter how small. We're going to get to the bottom of this, and we're going to stop it. Whatever it takes." As they began to talk, laying out everything they'd discovered over the past 6 months, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were on the precipice of something much larger than any of us realized. Something that would change not just Millbrook, but potentially the entire world. The hunt was on, and this time, the stakes were higher than ever. The next few days were a blur of activity. We pored over every scrap of information Tommy and Ava had gathered, cross-referencing it with my own extensive knowledge of cryptid encounters and supernatural phenomena. A pattern began to emerge, one that chilled me to the bone. "Look at this," Ava said one evening, pointing to a map she'd created. Red pins marked the locations of attacks and sightings. "They're not random. There's a clear radius of activity centered on the old Blackwood mine," I finished for her. "Even with the entrance sealed, they're drawn to it. But why?" Tommy cleared his throat. "There's something I haven't told you," he said, his voice heavy with guilt. "Something I remembered from my time working security there." We turned to him, waiting. He took a deep breath before continuing. "There were rumors back then about why the mine was really shut down. They said the miners broke into some kind of chamber, deep underground, older than the mine, older than anything made by man. And in that chamber—" "What?" I prompted when he fell silent. "What was in the chamber, Tommy?" He looked up, his eyes haunted. Bodies, hundreds of them, mummified, preserved, but not human, not entirely. The implications hit me like a sledgehammer. "A breeding ground," I breathed. "Or a hibernation chamber. These creatures, they've been here for centuries," Ava finished. "Maybe longer. And now they're waking up." It was almost too much to process, but it made a twisted kind of sense. The creatures' intelligence, their ability to blend in with human society to some degree. They weren't just animals. They were an ancient species, one that had been living alongside humanity for God knows how long. "We need to get into that mine," I said firmly. "Whatever's down there, it's the key to all of this." Tommy shook his head. "It's impossible. After the explosion, the whole area was cordoned off. There's security patrols, cameras, run by the same people who are controlling these creatures," Ava pointed out. "Which means—" I nodded grimly. "Which means we can't trust anyone in an official capacity. We're on our own." We spent the next few hours planning, going over every possible angle of approach. It was well past midnight when we finally had something resembling a workable plan. "It's risky," Tommy said, looking over our hastily drawn diagrams. "A lot could go wrong." "Everything about this is risky," I replied. "But we're out of options. Whatever's going on here, whatever these people are planning with these creatures, we have to stop it, no matter the cost." As if in response to my words, a howl split the night air. It was distant, but unmistakable, and it was answered by another, closer this time. We rushed to the window. In the dim light of the moon, I could just make out movement at the edge of the forest. Dark shapes, moving with unnatural speed and grace. "They're hunting," Ava whispered. I checked my weapon, an old habit that had saved my life more times than I could count. "No," I said grimly. "They're sending a message. They know we're here." Tommy's face paled. "What do we do?" I met his gaze steadily. "We hunt them back." The next few hours were among the most tense of my life. We moved through the darkened streets of Millbrook, every shadow a potential threat, every sound a possible ambush. The creatures were out there, watching, waiting. But so were we. It was Ava who spotted the first one. A dark shape, too large to be human, slinking between houses. I raised my weapon, but she put a hand on my arm. "Wait," she whispered. "Look." The creature was meeting someone. A hooded figure, just like in the video. Words were exchanged, too low for us to hear. Then the figure handed something to the creature, a package of some kind. "We need to follow that thing," I said. "Whatever it's carrying, it's important." We tracked the creature through the town, always staying just out of sight. It led us to the outskirts, to an old warehouse that had clearly seen better days. As we watched from the cover of some abandoned vehicles, more of the creatures emerged from the shadows, and with them, more hooded figures. "It's a meeting," Tommy breathed. "But what for?" We were about to find out. As we watched, one of the hooded figures stepped forward, lowering their hood. I heard Ava gasp beside me. "That's impossible," she said, her voice shaking. "That's Mayor Winters. He died. In the mine explosion. We saw his body." But there was no mistaking the man's face, even at this distance. Robert Winters, the former mayor of Millbrook, stood alive and well among a group of monsters that shouldn't exist. "What the hell is going on here?" Tommy muttered. I wished I had an answer for him. But as I watched Winters interact with the creatures, saw the easy familiarity between them, I knew one thing for certain. We were in way over our heads. "We need to get closer," I said. "We need to hear what they're saying." It was a risky move, but we didn't have a choice. Slowly, carefully, we crept closer to the warehouse. As we neared, snippets of conversation became audible. "The awakening is nearly upon us," Winters was saying. "Centuries of planning, of waiting, all coming to fruition." One of the creatures growled something in response, a guttural sound that was halfway between speech and animal noise. Winters nodded. "Yes, the humans suspect, but they don't understand. By the time they realize the truth, it will be far too late." My mind was reeling. Awakening? Centuries of planning? What were we dealing with here? Suddenly, one of the creatures stiffened. It turned, its nostrils flaring, yellow eyes scanning the darkness, eyes that fixed directly on our hiding spot. "Run!" I yelled, all pretense of stealth abandoned. What followed was a desperate chase through the dark streets of Millbrook. The creatures were faster than us, stronger. But we had one advantage. We knew the town. We ducked through alleys, vaulted fences, always staying just ahead of our pursuers. Finally, lungs burning and legs aching, we made it back to the sanctuary of the Rusty Nail. We barricaded the door behind us, collapsing to the floor in exhaustion. For a long moment, no one spoke. We were all trying to process what we'd seen, what we'd heard. Finally, Ava broke the silence. "What do we do now?" she asked, her voice small and scared. I looked at her, then at Tommy. I thought of Winters, somehow alive and in league with the creatures. I thought of the awakening he'd mentioned, of centuries of planning. "Now," I said, my voice grim with determination, "we stop them. Whatever it takes." Little did I know, the true horror was only just beginning. The next morning dawned gray and misty, as if the very sky was reflecting the darkness that had settled over Millbrook. We gathered around the table in Tommy's makeshift command center, exhaustion etched into our faces. "All right," I said, spreading out a map of the area. "We know they're planning something big, this awakening Winters mentioned. We need to figure out what it is and how to stop it." Ava nodded, her fingers flying over her keyboard. "I've been digging into the town's history. There's something that keeps coming up, an old legend about a great sleeper beneath the mountains." "Great sleeper?" Tommy frowned. "Never heard of it." "It's not something people talk about openly," Ava explained. "But I found references in some old journals. They describe it as a god of sorts, something ancient and powerful sleeping beneath the earth." A chill ran down my spine. And they're trying to wake it up. The implications were staggering. If what we'd seen of these creatures was just a fraction of their true power, what could their God be capable of? We need to get into that mine, I said firmly. Whatever this thing is, whatever they're planning, the answers are down there. Tommy shook his head. It's suicide. Even if we could get past the security, who knows what's waiting for us down there? We don't have a choice, I countered. If we don't stop this now, there might not be a world left to save. After hours of planning and preparation, we had a strategy. It was risky, bordering on insane, but it was all we had. As night fell, we made our move. Using the chaos of another creature attack as cover, we slipped past the security perimeter around the mine. The sealed entrance loomed before us, a gaping maw in the mountainside. "This is it," I said, checking my weapon one last time. "Whatever happens down there, we're the only thing standing between these monsters and the rest of the world." Tommy and Ava nodded grimly. With a deep breath, we stepped into the darkness. The descent into the mine was a journey into nightmare. The air grew thicker, heavier with each step. Strange sounds echoed through the tunnels. Scratchings, whisperings, things that set our nerves on edge. We had nearly reached the chamber Tommy had described when we heard it. A low, rumbling chant echoing through the stone. "It's starting," Ava whispered. We crept forward, emerging onto a ledge overlooking a vast cavern. What we saw below defied comprehension. Hundreds of the creatures were gathered, their forms illuminated by flickering torchlight. At the center of the cavern was a pit, so deep that its bottom was lost in shadow, and suspended above it. "Dear God," Tommy breathed. It was massive, easily the size of a building, a writhing mass of tentacles and eyes, pulsing with an otherworldly light. The Great Sleeper. And it was awakening. Winters stood at the edge of the pit, arms raised, leading the chant. With each word, the creature in the pit stirred further. "We have to stop this," I said, raising my weapon. But before we could move, a voice spoke behind us. "I'm afraid I can't let you do that." We spun to find Sheriff Hawkins standing there, very much alive, his eyes glowing with an inhuman light. "You're one of them," Ava gasped. Hawkins smiled, his teeth too sharp, too numerous. "We are the future. The Great Sleeper will remake this world in its image, and we will rule alongside it." What followed was a desperate battle. Hawkins was stronger, faster than any human, but we had numbers on our side. As we fought, the chanting below reached a fever pitch. I saw an opening and took it, driving my silver-edged knife deep into Hawkins' chest. He fell, his inhuman eyes wide with shock. "Go!" I yelled to Tommy and Ava. "Stop the ritual! I'll hold them off!" They hesitated for just a moment before racing down towards the pit. I turned to face the horde of creatures now swarming up towards me, drawn by the commotion. What happened next was a blur of violence and desperation. I fought with everything I had, every trick, every weapon at my disposal. Creatures fell before me, but for each one that dropped, two more took its place. Below, I caught glimpses of Tommy and Ava fighting their way towards Winters. The Great Sleeper was almost fully awake now, its massive form beginning to rise from the pit. Just when I thought all was lost, when my arms felt like lead and my body was a mass of cuts and bruises, I heard Ava's voice ring out. She was reading from an ancient text, her words cutting through the chanting. The effect was immediate. The creatures recoiled, shrieking in pain. The Great Sleeper's ascent slowed, then stopped. Winters, his face contorted with rage, lunged at Ava, but Tommy was there, tackling him to the ground. "Finish it!" Tommy yelled. Ava's voice grew stronger, the strange words echoing through the cavern. The Great Sleeper began to sink back into the pit, its writhing form dissolving like mist in sunlight. A deafening roar shook the cavern. Rocks began to fall from the ceiling as the whole mountain seemed to shudder. "It's collapsing!" I yelled. "We need to get out of here!" We ran, the tunnel collapsing behind us. The creatures, their god banished and their plans in ruins, fell into chaos. Many were crushed as the cavern collapsed. Others fled into the darkness. We emerged into the pre-dawn light, coughing and gasping, as the mine entrance caved in behind us with a final, thunderous roar. For a long moment, we just stood there, trying to process what had happened. Then, slowly, the realization dawned. "We did it," Ava said, her voice filled with wonder. "We actually did it." The sun rose over Millbrook, a new day dawning on a town freed from an ancient evil. But as we made our way back, I knew our work was far from over. Some of the creatures had escaped. Winters and others like him were still out there. And who knew what other horrors lurked in the dark corners of the world, waiting to be awakened? But for now, we had won. We had faced the darkness and emerged, battered but unbroken. And as long as there were people willing to stand against the night, there was hope. In the months that followed, Millbrook slowly began to heal. The truth of what had happened was too big, too strange to be entirely covered up. But as is often the case, most people found ways to rationalize it, to fit it into their understanding of the world. For those of us who knew the truth, life would never be the same. Tommy took over as sheriff, dedicated to protecting the town from any lingering threats. Ava threw herself into research, determined to uncover more about the creatures and other potential threats lurking in the shadows. As for me, I knew I couldn't stay. There were other towns out there, other dark secrets waiting to be uncovered. The fight against the darkness was far from over. On my last night in Millbrook, I stood at the edge of town, looking out over the forests and hills that had been the stage for our battle against an ancient evil. "So you're really leaving?" a voice said behind me. I turned to see Ava approaching, a sad smile on her face. I nodded. "There's more work to be done, more people who need help." She was quiet for a moment, then said, "You know, when I first heard about you, I thought you were crazy. A monster hunter? It sounded like something out of a bad movie." I chuckled. "Sometimes I still think I'm crazy." "But you're not," she said firmly. "You're a hero, Charles. You saved us all." I shook my head. "We saved us. All of us. Together." We stood in comfortable silence for a while, watching the sun set behind the mountains. "Will you come back?" Ava asked finally. I smiled. "Someday, when the job's done." "It's never done, is it?" she said softly. "No," I admitted. "But that doesn't mean we stop fighting." The next morning I loaded up my RV and prepared to hit the road. Tommy and Ava came to see me off, along with a few others who knew the truth about what had happened. As I climbed into the driver's seat, I looked at the faces of these people who had become more than friends. They were fellow soldiers in a war most of the world didn't even know was being fought. "Stay safe," I told them, "and remember the darkness is always out there. But so are we." With a final wave, I pulled away, the road stretching out before me. I didn't know where it would lead, what new horrors I might face. But I knew one thing for certain. As long as there were monsters in the world, I would be there to hunt them. My name is Charles Davis. I've seen things that would shatter most people's sanity. I've fought creatures that shouldn't exist. And I'm not done yet. Not by a long shot. The sun rose higher in the sky as I drove, casting long shadows across the road. And in those shadows, for just a moment, I thought I saw something move. Something large and dark and hungry. I smiled grimly and pressed down on the accelerator. The hunt goes on, and I'll be ready. I'd retired to a small town nestled against the Appalachians, seeking the peace and quiet that had eluded me during my years on the force. For a while, it seemed I'd found exactly what I was looking for. My days were filled with lazy fishing trips to clear mountain streams and endless cups of coffee at the local diner. swapping stories with the friendly townsfolk who had welcomed me into their close-knit community. It was a simple life, far removed from the chaos and violence that had defined my career, and I relished every moment of it. But as the summer of 1985 drew to a close, an undercurrent of unease began to ripple through the town. Whispers of hikers going missing near an old trail up in the mountains grew louder with each passing day. At first, I paid little attention to the rumors, content to leave such matters to the local authorities. That changed on a crisp autumn afternoon when a knock at my door shattered the tranquility I'd grown accustomed to. Sheriff Clayton Birch stood on my porch, his tall frame silhouetted against the setting sun. The lines etched deep in his weathered face seemed more pronounced than usual, and there was a hint of desperation in his eyes that immediately put me on edge. "Everett," he said, removing his hat and twisting it nervously in his hands, "we could use your expertise. 3 hikers have vanished in the past month near Devil's Ridge." I raised an eyebrow at the mention of Devil's Ridge. It was a name I'd heard spoken in hushed tones around town, often accompanied by wary glances and a quick change of subject. "Thought folks around here steered clear of that place," I remarked. Clayton sighed heavily, his shoulders sagging under an invisible weight. "They do, but outsiders don't know any better. We've searched high and low, but it's like they vanished into thin air. I remember your reputation from back in New York, and I thought maybe you could help us make sense of this mess." I hesitated, torn between my desire to help and the peace I'd found in retirement. The idea of diving back into a case, especially one tinged with the supernatural overtones that seemed to surround Devil's Ridge, was far from appealing. But as I looked into Clayton's eyes, I saw the same haunted look I'd seen in my own reflection too many times to count. The look of a man facing an unsolved case that refused to let him go. "All right," I nodded, making a decision I knew I might come to regret. "I'll see what I can do." The next morning found me at the sheriff's office, poring over case files with Deputy Maria Sanchez. She was a sharp-eyed woman with a quick wit and a no-nonsense attitude that I immediately respected. As she handed me the files, her voice was taut with barely contained frustration. "Last known locations, personal belongings, everything we've found is in there," she said, gesturing to the stack of papers before me. "But it's not much to go on." I spent hours combing through the details, looking for patterns or connections that might have been overlooked. As the pieces slowly began to fall into place, a disturbing picture emerged. All of the missing hikers had last been seen near the entrance to the old trail leading up Devil's Ridge. Locals avoided the area like the plague, citing old legends about the land being cursed. I'd never been one for superstition, but something about this case set my teeth on edge. There was a coldness to it, a sense of calculated malevolence that went beyond mere animal attacks or tragic accidents. "Mind if I take a look up there?" I asked, closing the last of the files. Clayton exchanged a worried glance with Maria before nodding reluctantly. "Be careful," he warned, his voice low and serious. "That area's different." The next day, I set out on foot, my old hiking boots crunching on the gravel path as I made my way towards Devil's Ridge. The dense forest seemed to swallow the sunlight, casting long shadows across my path and creating a claustrophobic atmosphere that grew more oppressive with each step. The further I went, the quieter it became. The usual sounds of the forest, chirping birds, rustling leaves, the skittering of small animals, faded away until all that remained was an eerie, unnatural silence. About a mile in, something caught my eye, a torn piece of fabric caught on a low-hanging branch. My heart rate quickened as I examined it more closely. The color and material matched the description of a jacket one of the missing hikers had been wearing. I carefully bagged the evidence and radioed the sheriff to report my findings. As I pushed deeper into the wilderness, the air grew heavy and thick, carrying with it a foul smell that made my stomach churn. It was a sickly sweet odor, a mix of decay and something else I couldn't quite place. Fighting back waves of nausea, I pressed on, my instincts screaming at me to turn back even as my determination to solve the case drove me forward. Pushing through a dense thicket, I stumbled into a small clearing and froze, my blood turning to ice in my veins. Scattered across the forest floor were the remnants of what had once been camping supplies, tents torn to shreds, sleeping bags ripped apart, backpacks emptied and discarded. Dark stains that could only be dried blood marred the ground and nearby trees. My hands shook as I pulled out my camera, methodically documenting the scene. This wasn't the work of any animal I had ever encountered. The destruction was too deliberate, too calculated. Whatever had done this was intelligent and incredibly dangerous. As I sifted through the debris, I came across a small notebook, its pages smeared with dirt and what looked unsettlingly like blood. Flipping through it, I found entries describing strange noises in the night and an overwhelming feeling of being watched. One line in particular stood out, the words etched deeply into the paper as if the writer had pressed down with terrified urgency. "There's something in these woods. Not an animal, not a person. Something else." A twig snapped behind me, the sound like a gunshot in the oppressive silence. I spun around, my hand instinctively going to the gun at my hip, but there was nothing there, just trees and shadows. Still, the hairs on the back of my neck stood up, and I couldn't shake the feeling of eyes boring into me from every direction. Deciding it was best not to linger, I gathered what evidence I could and started back toward town, my pace quickening with each step. The shadows seemed to lengthen as I walked, reaching out with grasping fingers as if trying to pull me back into the depths of the forest. By the time I reached my car, my shirt was soaked with sweat, and my heart was pounding so hard I thought it might burst from my chest. That evening I shared my findings with Clayton and Maria at the station. Maria's frown deepened as she examined the photos I'd taken, her brow furrowed in a mix of confusion and concern. "What could do this?" she murmured, more to herself than to us. I shook my head, the admission tasting bitter on my tongue. "I don't know, but whatever it is, it's not afraid of us." Clayton rubbed his temples, looking older and more tired than I'd ever seen him. "The townsfolk are getting restless," he sighed. "Some are talking about the old stories again." "Old stories?" I asked, my curiosity piqued. Maria glanced at the sheriff before speaking, her voice low as if she were sharing a secret. "They say a creature guards that part of the mountain, an ancient being from the original tribe's folklore. Supposedly it preys on those who disturb its domain." I resisted the urge to roll my eyes, years of detective work having left me skeptical of such tales. "You don't actually believe that, do you?" She shrugged, her expression guarded. "I don't, but we can't ignore that something dangerous is out there." Determined to get to the bottom of this, I proposed setting up a surveillance operation. "We need to catch whatever's responsible," I insisted. "Cameras, traps, the whole works." Over the next few days, we gathered equipment and put together a small team willing to brave the ridge. Among them was Liam O'Connor, a seasoned park ranger with an encyclopedic knowledge of the area. As we hiked up the trail, laden with gear, he shot me a wry smile. "Never thought I'd see the day someone tried to hunt the legend," he remarked, his Irish brogue thick with amusement. "Just looking for answers," I replied, my eyes scanning the dense underbrush for any sign of movement. We set up camp near the clearing where I'd found the evidence, positioning motion-activated cameras around the perimeter and taking turns keeping watch. The first night passed uneventfully, though sleep was hard to come by in the oppressive silence that blanketed the area. On the second night, around 2 a.m., the quiet was shattered by a blood-curdling scream that sent ice through my veins. We bolted upright, grabbing flashlights and weapons as adrenaline coursed through our bodies. "That came from the east," Liam shouted, already moving in that direction. We raced toward the sound, hearts pounding and breath coming in ragged gasps. The beams of our flashlights cut through the darkness, revealing snapped branches and disturbed underbrush. Then we saw it, another campsite, torn apart like the one I discovered days before. But this time, there was a body. It was one of our own, Mark Reynolds, a young deputy who had been eager to prove himself. His lifeless eyes stared blankly at the star-studded sky, deep gashes crisscrossing his torso. Maria covered her mouth, stifling a sob as the reality of the situation hit home. Before we could process the horror before us, a shadow moved at the edge of the light, drawing our attention like moths to a flame. "Who's there?" I called out, my voice steadier than I felt. A low, raspy noise responded, not quite a growl, but unnervingly unnatural. It sent shivers down my spine and raised goosebumps on my arms. Liam aimed his rifle, scanning the tree line with practiced precision. Without warning, something lunged at him from the darkness, a blur of motion that knocked him to the ground with terrifying force. I caught a glimpse of it, a hulking figure covered in matted fur, with eyes that reflected the light in an eerie, otherworldly glow. Time seemed to slow as I raised my handgun, the weight of it suddenly unfamiliar in my trembling hands. I fired, the shots echoing through the forest like thunderclaps. The creature recoiled, emitting a pained sound that was all too human before disappearing into the shadows as quickly as it had appeared. "Liam!" I shouted, kneeling beside the fallen ranger. He was unconscious but breathing, a fact that filled me with momentary relief. "We need to get out of here," Maria urged, panic evident in her voice. Supporting Liam between us, we made our way back to camp as quickly as we could manage. The radios were filled with nothing but static, and our satellite phone couldn't get a signal. It was as if we'd been cut off from the outside world, left to fend for ourselves against an enemy we barely understood. "We have to move now," I said, my mind racing as I tried to formulate a plan. As we stumbled down the trail, the sense of being watched intensified. Every rustle of leaves, every snapping twig set our nerves on edge. The creature was stalking us, of that I had no doubt. "Why is it after us?" Maria whispered, her eyes wide with fear as she scanned the surrounding forest. I shook my head, frustration and fear warring within me. Maybe we're too close to something it wants to keep hidden. Just then Liam stirred, his eyes fluttering open. "There's a cave," he mumbled, his words slurred but urgent. "Not far. Secrets." "What are you talking about?" I asked, leaning in close to hear his weak voice. He struggled to speak, each word seeming to cost him immense effort. "Found it years ago, markings on the walls, didn't tell anyone." A realization hit me like a bolt of lightning. "You think this thing is protecting that cave?" He nodded weakly, his eyes already beginning to close again. I made a split-second decision, one that I knew might seal our fate. "We need to get to that cave." Maria looked at me as if I'd lost my mind. "Are you out of your mind? We need to get out of here alive. If we can find out what it's protecting, maybe we can stop it," I argued, knowing how desperate I sounded but unable to shake the feeling that this was our only chance. Against her better judgment, Maria agreed. Following Liam's barely coherent directions, we veered off the main trail and into even denser forest. The trees seemed to twist and writhe as we passed, their branches reaching out like gnarled fingers trying to snatch us from the path. After what felt like hours of stumbling through the underbrush, we reached a rocky outcrop with a narrow entrance barely visible beneath a tangle of vines. The mouth of the cave loomed before us, a yawning black maw that seemed to swallow all light. Inside, the air was damp and cold, carrying with it the musty scent of ages past. Using our flashlights, we navigated the winding passage, the beam of light revealing glimpses of strange rock formations and the occasional glint of what might have been precious metals embedded in the walls. Finally, we entered a large chamber that took my breath away. The walls were adorned with ancient symbols and drawings, depicting a creature that bore a chilling resemblance to the one we had encountered. In the center of the chamber lay a collection of artifacts, bones arranged in ritualistic patterns, trinkets that seemed to span centuries, and a large stone altar that dominated the space. Among the items scattered around the altar, I noticed something out of place: a modern backpack, its bright nylon fabric a stark contrast to the ancient relics surrounding it. With trembling hands, I opened it, my heart sinking as I found IDs belonging to the missing hikers. "This is where it brings them," Maria whispered, her voice echoing in the cavernous space. Before I could respond, a noise echoed from the tunnel behind us, a sound that chilled me to my very core. The creature had followed us into its lair. Trapped, with nowhere left to run, we prepared to make our final stand. I searched frantically for anything we could use as a weapon, my eyes falling upon a rusted ceremonial dagger lying on the altar. Without thinking, I grabbed it, the metal cold and somehow alive in my grip. The creature emerged from the tunnel, its massive form filling the entrance and blocking our only escape route. In the light of our flashlights, I could finally see it clearly. It had the basic shape of a man, but distorted, elongated limbs covered in matted fur, fingers tipped with razor-sharp claws, and a face that seemed to shift and change as I looked at it, never quite settling into a recognizable form. Maria fired her weapon, the gunshots deafening in the enclosed space, but the creature seemed unfazed. It advanced on us with terrifying speed, its intentions clear in the murderous gleam of its eyes. As it charged, I recalled the symbols on the walls, the ritualistic arrangement of the artifacts. On pure instinct, I raised the dagger, its rusted blade glinting in the dim light. Taking a deep breath, I charged forward, ducking under the creature's sweeping claws. Pain exploded across my arm as one of its talons found its mark, but adrenaline pushed me forward. With all my strength, I plunged the dagger into the creature's chest. The effect was immediate and horrifying. The creature let out a sound that was part roar, part scream, staggering backward as if struck by an immense force. Light began to emanate from the wound, growing brighter and brighter until we had to shield our eyes against its intensity. When the light finally faded, I looked up to see the creature lying motionless on the ground, its form already beginning to dissolve into shadow and mist. "We need to take proof," I said, my voice hoarse and shaking. "No one will believe us otherwise." With trembling hands, I pulled out my camera and began documenting everything: the creature's rapidly dissolving body, the ancient chamber with its mysterious symbols, the artifacts scattered around the altar. Maria and Liam watched in stunned silence, their faces pale in the dim light of our flashlights. As I photographed the last of the evidence, a rumbling sound filled the chamber. The ground beneath our feet began to shake, and small rocks rained down from the ceiling. "We need to get out of here," Maria shouted over the growing noise. "The whole place is coming down." Supporting Liam between us, we made our way back through the winding tunnel as quickly as we could manage. The shaking intensified with each passing moment, and I could hear the ominous crack of rock splitting behind us. We burst out of the cave just as a massive tremor shook the mountain. Turning back, we watched in awe and horror as the entrance collapsed in on itself, sealing away the secrets we'd discovered forever. Dawn was breaking as we reached the outskirts of the forest, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold that seemed obscenely beautiful after the horrors we'd witnessed. Backup had arrived, alerted by our overdue return. The looks of relief on their faces quickly turned to shock as they took in our battered and bloodied appearance. In the days that followed, the authorities secured the area around Devil's Ridge. The evidence we provided was undeniable, though it raised more questions than it answered. The missing persons' families finally had some closure, though the full story was kept from the public to prevent panic. As for me, I found that I couldn't simply return to my quiet life of fishing and coffee at the diner. The events on Devil's Ridge had awakened something in me, a restlessness, a need to seek out the dark corners of the world and shine a light on the things that lurked there. I began to travel, following whispered rumors and old legends to remote corners of the country. Sometimes I found nothing but tall tales and overactive imaginations, but other times I found things that defied explanation, creatures and phenomena that shouldn't exist in our rational modern world. I kept in touch with Maria and Liam over the years. Maria eventually became sheriff herself, bringing a new level of vigilance to the protection of the town and its surroundings. Liam retired from the ranger service, but stayed in the area, becoming something of a local expert on the folklore and history of the mountains. As for the creature we encountered, I never saw its like again. But in my travels, I heard whispers of similar beings, ancient guardians tied to the land, protectors of secrets long forgotten by the modern world. I began to understand that what we had stumbled upon in those mountains was just the tip of a very large, very mysterious iceberg. 5 years after the incident on Devil's Ridge, I found myself in a small town in the Pacific Northwest, investigating reports of strange lights in the forests and hikers going missing. As I sat in a local diner, poring over maps and witness statements, a man slid into the booth across from me. He was elderly, his face deeply lined, and his eyes clouded with cataracts. But there was an intensity to him that immediately put me on edge. "You're the one asking questions about the lights," he said. It wasn't a question. I nodded, wary but curious. "I am. Do you know something about them?" He leaned in close, his voice dropping to a whisper. "They're not lights, not really. They're eyes, the eyes of the old ones." A chill ran down my spine at his words, memories of glowing eyes in the darkness of Devil's Ridge flashing through my mind. Life in rural southern Louisiana shapes you in ways that outsiders rarely understand. I was 23 when it happened, old enough to know better but still young enough to chase midnight adventures. Growing up here teaches you things they don't put in books, lessons written in muddy footprints and whispered warnings. Here, where land and water blur together, the boundary between civilization and wilderness is more suggestion than fact. Nature isn't something you visit, it's something you negotiate with daily. The mosquitoes are a constant presence, their hunger as reliable as the tides. We joke that they're our state bird, but there's truth hidden in that humor. Snakes and alligators are simply part of life's backdrop, like mailboxes or stop signs in other places. Everyone here has their stories. The uncle who survived a water moccasin bite, the neighbor who lost a dog to a gator, the cousin who swears they saw something in the swamp that defied explanation. These stories aren't told to frighten. They're passed down as survival knowledge, a verbal map of the dangers that share our world. But what happened that July night was different from our usual bayou encounters. It wasn't about the familiar dangers, the scaled predators that sun themselves on logs, or the venomous serpents that make their homes in our waters. This was something else entirely, something that the old tales whisper about but modern minds reject. A rougarou, or at least that's what I've come to believe it was. The evening started innocently enough. My girlfriend and I were out for a drive, one of those aimless cruises that young people take when the night feels too beautiful to waste indoors. We weren't looking for trouble or adventure, just some time together away from the usual routines and familiar faces. The night was showing off its finest features, a full moon hanging low and heavy in the sky, stars scattered across the darkness like diamond dust, their light unusually bright away from town's modest glow. Something about the beauty of the night drew us to stop beside one of the countless bayou areas that punctuate our landscape. The spot was picturesque in that distinctly Louisiana way, cypress trees rising from the dark water like ancient guardians, their knees breaking the surface like the spines of sleeping monsters. Spanish moss draped from the branches like gray ghosts, swaying slightly in the warm night air. For about half an hour, we lived in one of those perfect moments that seem to exist outside of time. Sitting on the hood of my car, watching the moonlight dance on the water, we were just another couple stealing time together under the stars. The night air was thick with the usual symphony of frogs and crickets, the occasional splash of something moving in the water. It felt familiar, safe, right up until it didn't. The first indication that something was wrong came through our ears rather than our eyes. The sound of movement, not the usual splashing of water or rustling of leaves, but something more deliberate, more purposeful. It was the kind of sound that makes the primitive part of your brain sit up and take notice, even before your conscious mind can process what's wrong. We strained our eyes trying to locate the source of the sound, our heads turning in slow, synchronized movements as we scanned the darkness. The moonlight, which had seemed so romantic moments before, now created deceptive shadows that seemed to move and shift among the cypress trees. After a couple of minutes, the sound ceased, and we tried to convince ourselves it was just the usual wildlife, maybe a deer coming down to drink, or a raccoon prowling the shoreline. Growing up in Louisiana, you develop a certain comfort level with the sounds of nature. You learn to distinguish between the harmless rustle of a possum in the underbrush and the sinister glide of a cottonmouth through fallen leaves. This sound had been different, wrong somehow, in a way that was hard to articulate, but impossible to ignore. Then we saw movement in the water. At first glance, it resembled the familiar sight of an alligator's approach, that subtle displacement of water, the barely visible ridge breaking the surface. It's something every Louisiana kid learns to recognize early, like identifying poison ivy or knowing when a storm's about to break. But something about this movement pattern wasn't quite right. It was too smooth, too calculated, as if whatever was causing it was thinking rather than just acting on instinct. The reasonable response would have been to immediately get in the car and leave. That's what generations of Bayou wisdom would have counseled. But there's something about youth that makes you hesitate, that makes you want to satisfy your curiosity, even when every instinct is screaming at you to run. So we stayed, watching the water, trying to make sense of what we were seeing. That's when it happened, the moment that would change our understanding of what's possible in this world. What we had assumed was an alligator raised its head from the water, and in the brilliant moonlight, we saw something that shouldn't exist. Instead of the familiar elongated snout of a gator, we saw what appeared to be the head of a massive dog, but wrong somehow, larger than any canine had any right to be, with features that seemed to shift and change as we watched. I kept quiet at first, not wanting to alarm my girlfriend. It's funny how the mind works in moments like that, even face to face with something impossible. You try to maintain normalcy, to protect others from the horror you're witnessing. But I could feel her tension, could sense that she was seeing the same thing I was, that this wasn't just a trick of light and shadow on the dark water. The drive home that night was charged with an electric kind of silence, both of us processing what we'd seen, but afraid to be the first to speak of it. When I finally pulled up to her house, she turned to me with an expression I'll never forget, a mixture of fear, confusion, and desperate need for confirmation that she hadn't imagined it all. "Did you?" she started, her voice barely above a whisper. "Did you see something weird by the bayou earlier?" The relief in her eyes when I nodded was palpable. "That giant dog head in the water?" I asked, finally giving voice to what we'd both witnessed. Her rapid nodding confirmed it. We'd both seen the same impossible thing. The shared experience somehow made it both more real and more terrifying. It's one thing to think you've seen something supernatural. It's another entirely when someone else has seen it too. The encounter haunted us, becoming the subject of countless late-night conversations. We found ourselves obsessively discussing details we remembered differently or hadn't noticed in the moment. The way the water had seemed to curl around the creature rather than ripple naturally. How the moonlight had reflected in its fur with an almost metallic quality. The unnatural silence that had fallen over the bayou just before it appeared. A few weeks later, we took a day trip to New Orleans, partly to distract ourselves from the memory, partly drawn by the city's connection to the supernatural. As we walked down one of the French Quarter's narrow streets, discussing our experience for the 100th time, fate intervened in the form of an elderly man who overheard our conversation. He approached us with the quiet confidence of someone who knew exactly what we were talking about. His first question sent chills down my spine. Did it look like a giant dog? The specificity of his query, the knowing look in his eyes. It was clear this wasn't just idle curiosity. When he asked about the color of its eyes, we realized we couldn't remember. That detail, which should have been so memorable, was strangely absent from both our recollections. His response was unsettling in its matter-of-factness. Makes sense. Rougarou got all different eye colors, and sometimes they change while you're watching. Besides, when you see a werewolf-looking monster in the bayou, last thing you're thinking about is what color its eyes are. The casual way he dropped the word Rougarou into the conversation, as if we were discussing something as ordinary as the weather, made it somehow more real. Here was someone who not only believed us but seemed to have intimate knowledge of what we'd encountered. His parting words still echo in my mind. Y'all are real lucky it wasn't hungry, or y'all would be gone. Then he simply walked away, disappearing into the crowd like some mystical messenger who had delivered his warning and fulfilled his purpose. Since that night, I've made several return trips to that same stretch of bayou, though never again so late, and never again during a full moon. Each visit feels different now, charged with a knowledge that changes how you see everything. The cypress trees that once seemed merely picturesque now look like sentinels, their twisted forms perhaps standing guard over secrets far older than human memory. The water's surface, once simply dark and mysterious, now seems like a veil between our world and something else. Louisiana's always been a place where the line between the natural and supernatural blurs, where old tales are treated less like fiction and more like survival guides passed down through generations. The Rougarou isn't just a story here. It's a presence that lives in the shadows of our consciousness, as real as the gators and snakes we grow up learning to avoid. I've started paying more attention to the old stories now, the ones told in hushed voices by grandparents who refuse to dismiss them as mere folklore. I've noticed patterns in when and where people report strange sightings, how they cluster around certain phases of the moon, certain areas of the bayou. The old man in New Orleans wasn't just sharing a supernatural tale, he was warning us about a reality that modern life tries to forget. That stretch of bayou still calls to me sometimes, especially on full moon nights when the stars are bright and the air is thick with possibility. But now I know better than to answer that call. Some places belong to creatures older than our understanding, and some knowledge comes with the price of forever changing how you see the world. The water still moves at night, disturbed by things both known and unknown. But now I know that not all ripples are made by alligators, and not all legends are just stories. In the depths of the Louisiana bayou, under the light of a full moon, sometimes the monsters from the old tales rise to remind us that we're not as far removed from the wild as we like to think. In the summer of 2002, when childhood still wrapped me in its protective innocence, my family made a decision that would forever alter the course of our lives. We left behind the familiar comfort of city life, with its predictable rhythms and well-lit streets, for a place that existed in the spaces between civilization and wilderness. A tiny hamlet called Pine Grove, hidden within the ancient forests of northeastern Pennsylvania. Pine Grove wasn't just remote. It was a place where history had settled like sediment in still water. The woods surrounding our new home held centuries of Native American history, their stories etched into the landscape like invisible script. You could feel it in the way the wind moved through the trees, in the unexplained sounds that echoed through the valleys at twilight, in the way shadows seemed to linger longer than they should. By August, we had settled into something resembling normalcy. The strangeness of our new environment had become familiar, though never entirely comfortable. The dense forest that pressed against our property line felt less like nature and more like an entity unto itself, watching, waiting, perhaps even thinking in ways we couldn't understand. On the night that everything changed, I was alone in my bedroom, finding comfort in the artificial glow of the television. The clock had crept somewhere between 9 and 10, that liminal time when night hasn't fully claimed the world, but day has long since surrendered. The house had settled into that peculiar quietude that old buildings achieve after dark, when even the creaks and groans of settling wood seemed to hold meaning. The first tap against my window was so faint I nearly convinced myself I'd imagined it. But the second tap, and then the third, carried an intentionality that couldn't be dismissed. Each sound seemed precisely spaced, as if whatever was causing them was counting the seconds between impacts. This wasn't the random percussion of a branch against glass or the scrabbling of small animals. This was communication. Terror and curiosity warred within me as I approached the window. The blinds, usually a barrier against the darkness outside, now felt like a flimsy shield between me and something that waited with terrible patience. My hands trembled as I reached for the cord, every childhood instinct screaming at me to run, to hide, to call for my parents. But something stronger than fear drew me forward. Perhaps the same impulse that once drove our ancestors to look into the darkness beyond their cave mouths. What I saw in that moment has carved itself into my memory with the permanence of a scar. As I lifted the blinds, my young mind struggled to process what lay beyond the glass. Two eyes hung in the darkness, not the reflective eyes of a nocturnal animal or the warm glow of distant lights, but something that defied natural explanation. They burned with an internal luminescence that seemed to consume rather than emit light, like twin black holes rimmed with phosphorescent fire. The malevolence in those eyes was palpable, a conscious, calculating intelligence that went beyond mere animal predation. They conveyed an awareness that felt ancient and utterly alien, as if something from the depths of prehistoric memory had surfaced in our modern world. The height at which they floated was all wrong, far too elevated for any normal creature, suspended at a level that would have put them well into the canopy of the surrounding trees. My reaction was pure instinct, a primal response to encountering something that simply shouldn't exist. I slammed the blinds shut with such force that the whole fixture rattled, my fingers fumbling with the cord in desperate haste. The thin vinyl that had seemed so inadequate moments before now represented my only barrier against whatever waited outside. The living room became my sanctuary that night, though sanctuary might be too strong a word for a place where every shadow held potential menace. I huddled on the couch, wrapping myself in a blanket, as if its familiar texture could somehow protect me from the unknown. Sleep was impossible. Even closing my eyes felt dangerous, as if breaking visual contact with my surroundings might somehow invite that presence inside. The hours until dawn stretched like taffy, each minute extending into what felt like hours. The normal nighttime sounds of our rural home, the settling of boards, the whisper of wind through trees, the distant calls of nocturnal animals, took on new and sinister meanings. Every creak could be footsteps. Every shadow could hide those terrible eyes. Morning brought the peculiar courage that daylight tends to inspire. Over breakfast, I tried to explain to my mother what I'd seen. Her response was predictable. The logical assumptions of an adult mind trying to impose order on chaos. She suggested it must have been the neighbor's cat, probably prowling for mice or birds. Her smile was gentle, understanding, completely missing the terror that still coursed through my veins. But I knew, with the unshakable certainty that sometimes comes to children, that this had been no ordinary animal. The height alone made that impossible. The eyes had been level with my second-story window, suspended in space at a height that would have put them nearly 20 feet above the ground. No cat, no matter how ambitious, could have achieved such elevation, even accounting for the nearby trees. What my mother couldn't understand, what my 11-year-old mind was only beginning to grasp, was that some things in this world exist beyond the comfortable explanations we create to help us sleep at night. The forests of northeastern Pennsylvania hold secrets far older than European settlement, stories that the original inhabitants knew well enough to pass down through generations as warnings. Years would pass before I began to piece together what I had encountered that night. It started with research into local folklore, then expanded into deeper studies of Native American legends about shape-shifting entities. The term skinwalker kept surfacing in my research, though I learned that many tribes had their own names for similar creatures, beings that could take on animal forms but never quite perfectly, always retaining some element that gave away their true nature to the observant. The more I learned, the more certain details from that night took on new significance. The precise, deliberate nature of the tapping, not random like an animal's movements, but rhythmic, almost like communication. The way the eyes had seemed to study me with an intelligence that went beyond predatory interest. The height at which they appeared, as if whatever bore them either couldn't or wouldn't bother to maintain a completely convincing animal form. That encounter marked the end of a certain kind of innocence. It's one thing to believe in monsters as a child, to fear the shadows under your bed or the darkness in your closet. It's something else entirely to look into the night and have the night look back with eyes that hold ancient malice. Some knowledge changes you forever, alters the way you see the world and your place in it. What I saw that night continues to haunt the edges of my consciousness, surfacing in dreams and quiet moments when my guard is down. The memory of those eyes, burning with their impossible light, serves as a reminder that the world is far stranger and more dangerous than our modern minds want to accept. We build our houses, string up our electric lights, and tell ourselves we've conquered the darkness. But sometimes, in places where old forests press close and ancient stories still whisper on the wind, the darkness reminds us that we are not as far removed from our primitive past as we'd like to believe. In the decades since that night in Pine Grove, I've encountered many explanations for what I might have seen. Rational minds have suggested everything from owls to atmospheric phenomena to the overactive imagination of a lonely child in a new home. But none of these explanations account for the profound sense of wrongness that accompanied those eyes, or the intelligence they conveyed. An intelligence that seemed to recognize me not just as prey, but as a witness to something I wasn't meant to see. The experience changed how I interact with darkness. Even now, living in a city with its constant artificial illumination, I find myself hesitating before looking out windows after nightfall. There's always that moment of tension, that primal fear that I might once again find those eyes floating in the darkness, watching with that same ancient malevolence. What makes the skinwalker theory particularly compelling isn't just the physical description, though the height and the eyes certainly match many traditional accounts. It's the purposefulness of the encounter. Whatever visited my window that night wasn't simply passing by. It had chosen that moment, that window, that child. The deliberate tapping, the patient waiting, these suggest an intelligence with intent, not the random wanderings of a natural creature. The forests of northeastern Pennsylvania still hold their secrets. The old stories haven't died. They've just gone quiet, waiting for moments when the modern world's certainties crack enough to let older truths slip through. Sometimes, late at night when the wind moves through trees in a certain way, I remember those eyes and wonder if somewhere in the dark spaces between civilized places, they're remembering me too. Local tribal elders speak of entities that have walked these lands since before human settlement, beings that view our brief human lives with a mixture of curiosity and malice. They warn that sometimes these creatures are drawn to the innocence of children, perhaps because young minds are more open to seeing things as they truly are, unfiltered by adult rationalization. That summer night in 2002 marked my first encounter with something that existed beyond the boundaries of what I'd been taught was possible. It wouldn't be my last brush with the unexplained, but it remains the clearest, the most undeniable. Those eyes, burning with their impossible light, opened a door in my understanding of the world that can never fully close. The neighbor's cat, indeed. Some things can't be explained away. Some experiences can't be rationalized into comfortable boxes. The truth is out there in the darkness, watching with ancient eyes, waiting for those moments when we look up at exactly the wrong time and see something that changes us forever. My name is Richard Nelson, and I am 70 years old. The events I'm about to recount happened to me in October of 2011, but they haunt me still. Their memory as vivid and terrifying as the moment they occurred. I've spent countless sleepless nights reliving those dark days, questioning my sanity and wondering if I should share this story. But the weight of silence has become too much to bear. The world needs to know what lurks in the shadows of our wilderness. I've been with the National Park Service for over 4 decades now, a career that has spanned some of the most breathtaking landscapes our country has to offer. But it was Redwood National Park that truly captured my heart. There's something about those ancient giants that stirs the soul, makes you feel both insignificant and connected to something greater than yourself. The air is different there, heavy with the scent of damp earth and pine, tinged with the faintest whisper of the nearby Pacific. Most days my job was a dream come true. I'd wake before dawn, lace up my well-worn boots, and head out into the misty forest. The usual ranger duties kept me busy, maintaining trails, conducting ecological surveys, and occasionally helping a lost hiker find their way back to civilization. I loved every minute of it, even on the toughest days. The redwoods had a way of putting things into perspective, their towering presence a reminder of nature's enduring strength. But perspective can be a dangerous thing when the world you thought you knew turns on its head. It all started with the Richardsons. They were your typical American family, mom, dad, and 2 teenage kids, armed with smartphones and an eagerness to document every moment of their vacation. I remember greeting them at the visitor center, their excitement palpable as they gazed up at the colossal trees surrounding us. "You folks planning on hitting any particular trails today?" I asked, already reaching for our map of the park's most popular routes. Mrs. Richardson, a petite woman with a warm smile, nodded enthusiastically. "We were thinking of trying the Tall Trees Grove. I read it's supposed to be spectacular." I couldn't help but grin. The Tall Trees Grove was indeed a marvel, home to some of the tallest known trees on Earth. "You've chosen well," I said, tracing the path on the map. "It's about a 4-mile round trip, moderate difficulty. Just make sure you keep to the marked trail and bring plenty of water." Mr. Richardson, a tall man with graying temples, chuckled. "Don't worry, Ranger. We've got enough snacks and water to last us a week." If only they had known how prophetic those words would become. I watched them set off down the trail, the kids already engrossed in their phones, no doubt updating their social media status. It was a scene I'd witnessed countless times before, and I thought nothing more of it as I went about my day. 2 days later, the Richardsons' rental car was found in the parking lot, undisturbed. Their hotel room remained untouched, suitcases still packed as if they'd just stepped out for a quick hike. The realization that something was terribly wrong settled over the park like a heavy fog. Initially, we treated it as a routine search and rescue operation. Families get turned around in the woods all the time, especially if they stray from the marked paths. But as hours stretched into days, an unsettling feeling began to creep over me. The forest, once a place of wonder and solace, suddenly felt oppressive, its shadows deeper and more menacing than I'd ever noticed before. 5 days into the search, we had found nothing. Not a backpack, not an energy bar wrapper, not even a footprint. It was as if the Richardsons had simply vanished into thin air, swallowed whole by the ancient forest. I was part of the expanded search crew, combing through areas of the park that hadn't seen human activity in years. The work was grueling, both physically and mentally. We pushed through dense undergrowth, scaled steep ravines, and peered into the cavernous hollows of fallen trees. All the while, the redwoods loomed over us, silent sentinels that seemed to be watching our every move. It was on the 6th day that I first noticed something off. I was working my way along a barely there game trail when a chill ran down my spine, raising the hair on the back of my neck. I froze, every instinct screaming that I was being watched. Slowly, I turned, scanning the forest around me. Nothing, just the endless sea of massive trunks stretching as far as the eye could see. But the feeling persisted, growing stronger with each passing moment. The forest had gone eerily quiet, the usual chorus of birdsong and rustling leaves replaced by a suffocating silence. I found myself gripping my radio tighter, my breath coming in short, shallow gasps. "Base camp, this is Nelson," I said, my voice sounding thin and strained even to my own ears. "I'm at grid reference C7. Something's not right out here." Static crackled for a moment before a response came through. "Nelson, this is base. Can you clarify? Are you in distress?" I hesitated, suddenly feeling foolish. What was I going to say? That the trees were creeping me out? That I had a bad feeling? I was a seasoned ranger, for crying out loud, not some jumpy rookie on his first solo patrol. "Negative, base," I replied after a moment. "Just checking in. Nelson out." I lowered the radio, shaking my head to clear it. But as I turned to continue my search, a flicker of movement caught my eye. It was just at the edge of my vision, a dark shape darting between two massive redwoods. My heart lurched into my throat. "Hello?" I called out, my voice echoing unnaturally in the still air. "Is someone there?" No response. I took a cautious step forward, straining my eyes to penetrate the gloom between the trees. For a split second, I thought I saw something, a figure hunched and massive, far larger than any human. But then it was gone, leaving me to wonder if it had ever been there at all. That night, huddled around the campfire with the other search team members, I wasn't the only one with a story to tell. Whispers circulated of odd sounds echoing through the forest, of shadowy figures glimpsed just out of sight. The mood in the camp was tense, a nervous energy crackling beneath the surface of our forced calm. "I'm telling you, I heard something out there," insisted Sarah, one of our newer rangers. Her eyes were wide, darting nervously towards the darkness beyond our circle of light. It was like, I don't know, like a growl, but deeper. It made my whole body shake. Next to her, Mike, a grizzled veteran of countless search and rescue operations, scoffed. "Come on, Sarah. You're letting your imagination run wild. Probably just a bear or something." But I caught the way his hand tightened on his coffee mug, the slight tremor in his voice. Mike was scared too, even if he wouldn't admit it. As the days wore on, the feeling of wrongness only intensified. The forest seemed to close in around us, the towering redwoods no longer majestic, but menacing. Every shadow held the potential for danger. Every unexpected sound sent hearts racing. It was on the 10th day of the search that everything changed. I was paired with Avery Johnson, a fellow ranger I'd known for years. Avery was as solid as they come. Level-headed, experienced, with a dry sense of humor that helped keep spirits up even in the toughest situations. We were pushing deeper into the park than any of the other search teams had gone, following a hunch that the Richardsons might have somehow gotten turned around and ended up in one of the more remote areas. The going was tough, the undergrowth dense and unforgiving. "You know," Avery said as we paused to catch our breath, "I'm starting to think those kids might have had the right idea with their phones. GPS would be real handy right about now." I chuckled, grateful for the moment of levity. "What's the matter, Johnson? Don't tell me you're going soft on me in your old age." Avery grinned, but there was a tension around his eyes that hadn't been there before. "Old age, my ass. I could still run circles around you any day of the week." We pressed on, the banter helping to keep the oppressive atmosphere at bay. But as we ventured further into the heart of the forest, that now familiar sense of unease began to creep over me once again. The trees here were older, their massive trunks scarred and gnarled with age. Shafts of sunlight barely penetrated the dense canopy overhead, leaving us in a perpetual twilight. The air felt thick, almost sticky, and carried a musty odor I couldn't quite place. "Hey, Rich," Avery called out, his voice oddly subdued. "You see this?" I made my way over to where he was crouched, examining something on the forest floor. As I drew closer, I felt my blood run cold. There, pressed into the soft earth, was a footprint, but not like any I'd ever seen before. It was massive, easily twice the size of my own boot, with long, claw-like impressions at the end of each toe. The shape was all wrong, too elongated for a bear, too large for any known predator in these parts. "What the hell?" I breathed, dropping to my knees for a closer look. Avery shook his head, his face pale. "I don't know, man, but whatever made this, it's big, and it's close." As if on cue, a sound echoed through the forest, a low, rumbling growl that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. It was like nothing I'd ever heard before, a sound that bypassed all rational thought and struck straight at the most primal part of my brain. "Run!" every instinct screamed. "Run now!" Avery and I locked eyes for a split second, both of us frozen in fear. Then, without a word, we were on our feet, crashing through the underbrush in a blind panic. I lost all sense of direction as we ran, branches whipping at my face, roots threatening to trip me with every step. The growl came again, louder this time and closer, much closer. "Rich!" Avery's voice cut through the haze of terror. "We need to split up. It can't follow both of us." Before I could protest, he veered off to the right, disappearing into the gloom. I wanted to call out, to tell him it was a bad idea, but fear had robbed me of my voice. I ran on, my lungs burning, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst from my chest. The forest blurred around me, the massive redwoods seeming to close in, their branches reaching out like grasping fingers. And then I heard it. Avery's voice crackling over the radio at my hip. "Rich, oh God, Rich, it's here, it's..." His words cut off in a scream that turned my blood to ice. There was a sickening crunch, a wet tearing sound, and then nothing but static. I stumbled to a halt, my legs giving out beneath me. I collapsed against the base of a massive redwood, gasping for air, my mind reeling from what I'd just heard. Avery was gone. My friend, my partner, had just been, what? Killed? Taken? By something that shouldn't exist. Something that had no place in the rational world I thought I knew. As the realization of what had happened began to sink in, a new sound reached my ears. Footsteps. Heavy, deliberate footsteps, coming closer with each passing second. I pressed myself against the rough bark of the tree, trying to make myself as small as possible. My hand found the butt of my service pistol, but I knew with a certainty that chilled me to my core that it would be useless against whatever was approaching. The footsteps stopped. I could hear breathing now, deep and ragged, just on the other side of the tree. A smell hit me then, an overpowering stench of wet fur and rotting meat that made my stomach heave. Slowly, against every instinct screaming at me to remain still, I turned my head. And there, peering around the trunk of the redwood, was a face that would haunt my nightmares for years to come. It was almost human, but twisted, wrong in ways I couldn't fully comprehend. The eyes were too large, glowing with an unnatural yellow light. The mouth was a gaping maw filled with jagged teeth, a thin line of saliva dripping from its lower lip. For a moment that stretched into eternity, we stared at each other. I saw intelligence in those eyes, a cold, alien intelligence that regarded me with a mixture of curiosity and hunger. Then, with a speed that belied its massive size, it lunged. I don't remember screaming. I don't remember drawing my gun or squeezing the trigger. The next thing I knew, I was running again, blind terror giving me strength I didn't know I possessed. Gunshots rang out behind me, not mine but others. I heard shouts, the crackle of radios, the sound of something large crashing through the underbrush. And then hands were on me, human hands pulling me to safety. Voices I recognized, my fellow rangers, members of the search team, but their words were a meaningless blur. As they loaded me into a helicopter for emergency evacuation, I caught one last glimpse of the forest. There, just at the edge of the clearing, I saw it again. The creature. It stood partially hidden behind a massive redwood, those glowing eyes fixed on me with an intensity that chilled me to my very soul. Then the helicopter lifted off, and the thing, whatever it was, melted back into the shadows of the forest. The official report would later state that Avery Johnson died in an animal attack, likely a bear or mountain lion driven to unusual aggression by environmental factors. The Richardsons were never found, their disappearance chalked up to a tragic hiking accident. But I know the truth. We all do, those of us who were there. Something lives in those woods, something ancient and terrible, something that should not be. I've told my story many times over the years, to park officials, to therapists, to anyone who would listen. Most dismiss it as the ramblings of a traumatized mind, a coping mechanism to deal with the loss of my friend and my arm. But sometimes, late at night, when the wind whispers through the trees outside my window, I think I hear it. That low, rumbling growl that haunts my dreams. And I know with a certainty that chills me to my very core that it's still out there, waiting, watching. And I wonder not for the first time if the great redwood forests hide more secrets than we could ever imagine, secrets that perhaps are best left undiscovered. The days following my evacuation passed in a blur of hospital rooms, police interviews, and debriefings with park officials. I drifted in and out of consciousness, my mind reeling from a toxic cocktail of pain medications and traumatic memories. When I was lucid, I tried to tell them what I'd seen, what had happened to Avery. But the words felt hollow, inadequate to describe the horror we'd encountered in those ancient woods. Dr. Elena Patel, the lead physician overseeing my care, listened with a mix of concern and skepticism as I recounted my story for what felt like the 100th time. "Mr. Nelson," she said gently, her dark eyes studying me over the rim of her glasses, "I understand you've been through a traumatic experience, but I need you to consider the possibility that your mind may be filling in gaps, so to speak, creating a narrative to make sense of what happened." I shook my head vehemently, wincing as the movement sent a fresh wave of pain through my bandaged shoulder. "You don't understand. I know what I saw, what I heard. That thing, it wasn't natural, and it's still out there." Dr. Patel sighed, making a note on her clipboard. "Richard, you suffered significant blood loss and shock. It's not uncommon for the mind to conjure vivid hallucinations under such circumstances. What you're describing, this creature, it simply doesn't align with any known species." "Because it's not a known species," I snapped, frustration boiling over. "Why won't anyone listen to me?" But even as the words left my mouth, I knew how I must sound. Crazy, delusional, a man driven to the brink by grief and trauma. The days turned to weeks, and slowly my body began to heal. but the nightmares persisted. Every night I found myself back in those woods, running from something I couldn't see, hearing Avery's final, terrified scream. I'd wake drenched in sweat, my phantom limb aching where my left arm used to be. As my discharge date approached, I was visited by Marcus Harding, the regional director for the National Park Service. He was a tall, imposing man with a neatly trimmed salt and pepper beard and eyes that seemed to bore right through you. "Richard," he said, settling into the chair beside my hospital bed, "I want you to know that we're taking your account of what happened very seriously. We've had teams combing the area where you and Avery were last seen. So far, they haven't found any evidence to corroborate your story, but we're not giving up." I let out a bitter laugh. "Let me guess. No giant footprints? No sign of the creature?" Harding's expression remained neutral. "We found some unusual tracks, yes. But our wildlife experts believe they could have been made by a large bear, possibly deformed or suffering from some kind of gigantism. As for Avery..." He paused, his voice softening. "We recovered enough to confirm it was an animal attack, a particularly vicious one." "It wasn't a bear," I insisted, my voice barely above a whisper. "What I saw, what killed Avery, it was something else. Something that shouldn't exist." Harding leaned forward, his eyes meeting mine. "Richard, I've known you for years. You're one of our best, most experienced rangers. If you say you saw something out there, I believe you saw something. But we need to be careful about how we proceed. We can't risk causing a panic based on, well, on evidence we can't substantiate." I understood what he was saying, even if I didn't like it. The Park Service had a responsibility to the public, to the local economy that depended on tourism. They couldn't very well issue a statement saying there was some kind of monster lurking in the redwoods. "What about the Richardsons?" I asked. "Any sign of them?" Harding shook his head. "Nothing concrete. We've expanded the search area, brought in cadaver dogs, but it's like they vanished into thin air." As he stood to leave, Harding placed a hand on my shoulder. "Get some rest, Richard. When you're ready, we'll talk about your options moving forward. Your job will be waiting for you, if you want it." But I knew, with a certainty that settled in my bones, that I could never go back. The thought of those towering redwoods, of what might be lurking in their shadows, filled me with a paralyzing dread. Months passed. I threw myself into physical therapy, learning to navigate the world with one arm. The Park Service offered me a desk job, but I couldn't bring myself to accept. Instead, I took early retirement, retreating to a small cabin on the outskirts of a tiny town in Oregon. I tried to move on, to forget, but the memories haunted me, as vivid and terrifying as the day they were formed. I found myself obsessively following news from Redwood National Park, searching for any hint that what I'd encountered might have resurfaced. And then, almost a year to the day after my encounter, I received a package. No return address, just my name scrawled in a hasty hand. Inside was a single sheet of paper and a small, cloth-wrapped object. The note was brief, written in a shaky script I recognized as belonging to Sarah, the young ranger who had been part of the original search team. "Richard, I found this near where we lost Avery. I don't know what it means, but I thought you should have it. Be careful. Something's still out there. Sarah." With trembling fingers, I unwrapped the cloth. What I saw made my blood run cold. It was a tooth, unlike anything I'd ever seen before, larger than my thumb, wickedly curved and serrated along one edge. It was no bear tooth, no mountain lion fang. This belonged to something else entirely. As I stared at the tooth, a memory surfaced. The creature's face, inches from my own, its maw filled with teeth just like this one. In that moment, I knew what I had to do. The truth was out there, hidden in the shadows of those ancient redwoods. And I owed it to Avery, to the Richardsons, to everyone who might unknowingly wander into that creature's territory, to uncover it. The next morning I packed a bag, maps, camping gear, my old service pistol. I knew it was probably suicide to go back, to face that thing again. But I couldn't live with the uncertainty any longer. I needed answers, even if they cost me what was left of my life. As I write these words, I'm preparing to head back into Redwood National Park. I don't know what I'll find there or if I'll make it back out. But if you're reading this, it means I didn't. And it means that the danger is real. To whoever finds this account, be warned. There are things in this world that defy explanation, ancient terrors that lurk just beyond the edge of our understanding. And sometimes they wake up. The redwoods hold secrets, dark, terrible secrets, and I intend to uncover them no matter the cost. This is Richard Nelson signing off. If I don't make it back, tell the world what happened here. And whatever you do, be careful in the woods. You never know what might be watching from the shadows. The Journal of Richard Nelson was discovered 6 months after his disappearance, hidden in a weatherproof container at the base of a massive redwood tree. Despite extensive searches, no trace of Nelson himself was ever found. In the years that followed, rumors persisted of strange sightings in Redwood National Park. Hikers reported hearing unusual sounds echoing through the forest at night. Park rangers occasionally found inexplicable tracks or signs of some large unknown animal moving through the area. But official reports continued to dismiss these accounts, attributing them to known wildlife or overactive imaginations. The disappearances of the Richardson family and Richard Nelson were officially classified as tragic accidents, the result of the unforgiving wilderness. Yet for those who have heard Nelson's story, who have seen the tooth he left behind, a question lingers. What really lurks in the shadows of the great redwood forests? And when will it emerge again? The ancient trees stand silent, their secrets held close. But in the deepest parts of the forest, where the shadows grow thick and the light struggles to penetrate, something moves. Something waits, and the cycle of terror, it seems, is destined to begin anew. The summer of 2018 stretched endlessly before us as our rickety bus wound through the Polish countryside toward Lake Sagno. I pressed my forehead against the cool glass, watching endless fields of wheat give way to dense pine forests. The familiar weight of my scout uniform felt different this year, like childhood wearing thin at the edges. Mira dozed beside me, her dark hair pulled back in a practical braid, scout neckerchief still perfectly squared despite the 5-hour journey from Warsaw. We'd been best friends since our first scout meeting 6 years ago, when we were both awkward 10-year-olds learning to tie knots with clumsy fingers. Now, at 16, we were among the oldest scouts, caught in that strange liminal space between childhood and whatever came next. The bus lurched over another pothole, and Mira stirred awake. "How much longer?" she mumbled, rubbing sleep from her eyes. "Just past the Augusto city limits," I replied, recognizing the faded welcome sign through the dusty window. "Maybe 20 minutes to camp." She nodded, then gave me one of those looks that meant she was about to say something serious. "You know this might be our last camp together." The words hung in the stale bus air. We'd both been thinking it, but hearing it spoken made it real. Next year meant different high schools, new responsibilities, paths diverging like the dirt roads cutting through these ancient forests. Behind us, younger scouts chattered excitedly about swimming tests and campfire songs. 2 rows ahead, Scoutmaster Nowicki consulted his ever-present clipboard, probably reviewing the meticulous schedule he'd planned for the next 2 weeks. The familiar scene made my chest ache with premature nostalgia. The bus turned onto a narrow logging road, branches scraping against the windows like fingernails. The forest pressed closer, centuries-old pines blocking out most of the afternoon sun. Even in summer, this part of Poland held on to shadows like secrets. Did you hear about the new night guard rules? Mira asked, lowering her voice. Zuzana told me they're making everyone work in pairs this year. No solo shifts allowed. Because of what happened last summer? I'd heard rumors about a scout from another troop wandering off during his night watch, being found miles away the next morning with no memory of how he got there. Mira shrugged. Officially, it's about buddy system safety protocols, but Wojtek's brother is friends with that kid's cousin, and he says, the bus brakes squealed as we turned into the campsite, cutting off whatever woodland gossip Mira was about to share. Lake Sajno stretched out before us, its surface dark and still despite the summer breeze. The water seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. Our campsite occupied a small clearing about 50 meters from the shore. Canvas tents stood in neat rows like pale ghosts against the tree line. The central fire pit, ringed by rough-hewn log benches, would become the heart of our community for the next 14 days. Beyond it, a crude wooden dock extended into the lake's murky waters. As we filed off the bus, the forest silence pressed against my ears, broken only by the crunch of pine needles under boots and the distant cry of a water bird. Even the younger scouts grew quieter, perhaps sensing something in the air. An expectancy, as if the woods were holding its breath. Scoutmaster Nowicki gathered us around the unlit fire pit, his clipboard at the ready. The late afternoon sun filtered through the canopy, creating strange patterns on his weathered face. At 40-something, he'd been leading scouts longer than I'd been alive, and his practical authority usually made any situation feel manageable. But something about his expression seemed tighter than usual as he surveyed our group. Welcome to Lake Sajno Scout Camp, he began, his deep voice carrying easily across the clearing. Before we assign tents and begin setup, there are some ground rules specific to this location. The usual litany followed. Buddy system for swimming, no wandering into the forest alone, respect for nature and each other. But then he added something new. The night guard shift is a sacred responsibility, he said, his tone growing more serious. You'll work in pairs, no exceptions. Your duty is to protect the camp and your fellow scouts. Under no circumstances are you to leave the clearing after dark. If you hear or see anything unusual, you will report it immediately through the radio. Do not investigate on your own. A murmur rippled through the group. Night guard was usually more ceremonial than serious. A chance to stay up late and watch stars wheel across the sky. These new restrictions felt ominous. One more thing, Nowicki added, his eyes scanning our faces. The locals consider this lake special. We are guests here. Respect the water. Do not swim alone, and never swim after sunset. As if responding to his words, a sudden gust of wind swept across the lake, carrying with it the scent of decay and something else, something older and stranger that made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. Mira grabbed my hand, squeezing it briefly. When I looked at her, she was staring at the lake, her face uncharacteristically pale. "Did you feel that?" she whispered. I nodded, unable to put the sensation into words. The lake's dark surface remained perfectly still, despite the wind that had just passed, like it was waiting for something. We spent the rest of the afternoon setting up camp with mechanical efficiency, raising tents, organizing supplies, gathering firewood from the designated collection area at the edge of the clearing. But an undercurrent of unease had taken root. I caught older scouts exchanging knowing looks, while younger ones huddled in slightly larger groups than usual. As sunset approached, Nowicki posted the duty roster for the next 2 weeks. Mira and I were scheduled for night guard in 3 days. We'd done it before at other camps, but something about seeing our names paired together on that sheet of paper felt like a commitment I wasn't sure I wanted to make. That evening's campfire should have been festive, our first night together, full of songs and traditional scout games. But the flames cast strange shadows, and every time I looked toward the lake, I could have sworn I saw ripples spreading from nowhere, as if something just beneath the surface was stirring awake. Later, trying to sleep in our tent, I heard Mira tossing restlessly in her sleeping bag. "Remember when we were 12?" she whispered, "and thought the scariest thing at scout camp was Nowicki surprise night orienteering?" I managed a weak laugh. "Maybe we should have stayed 12. "Too late now," she replied, and I heard the same thing in her voice that I'd been feeling all day. The sense that we were standing on the edge of something dark and deep, like the lake itself, and that our childhood summers of simple scout adventures were already becoming memory. A twig snapped somewhere in the darkness beyond our tent. We both held our breath, listening, but only the normal sounds of a forest at night filtered through the canvas: wind in the pines, the distant hoot of an owl, the gentle lap of lake water against the shore. We didn't know then that these ordinary noises would soon become precious, that within days we would learn to fear the silence that came between them and the whispers that filled that silence. But something in us must have sensed what was coming, because neither of us slept much that first night, listening to the darkness and wondering what it might be listening for in return. The lake waited, black and patient, its surface as smooth as glass beneath a moon that seemed too bright, too close, its reflection in the water somehow wrong in ways we couldn't quite explain. Summer stretched before us like an ending, and somewhere in the forest, something was beginning to stir. Morning at Lake Sajno arrived with deceptive peace. Mist rose from the water in elegant spirals, transforming the dock into a floating island in a sea of white. The sunrise painted everything in gentle gold, making last night's unease feel almost foolish. Scout routine took over, the familiar rhythm of morning exercises, breakfast preparation, and camp duties providing a comforting structure. Mira and I were assigned to help Scoutmaster Nowicki inventory the emergency supplies, a task that kept us busy but allowed for conversation. "Check these batteries," Nowicki instructed, handing me a box of flashlights. "Mark any that need replacing." His usual efficiency seemed forced today, his movements just slightly too quick, his attention constantly drawn to the lake. As I tested each flashlight, Mira sorted through first aid kits nearby. The storage tent smelled of canvas and aging rubber, warm in the morning sun. Through the open flap, I could see younger scouts practicing knots at the wooden tables near the fire pit. "Did anyone else have trouble sleeping?" Mira asked quietly, ensuring Nowicki was occupied at the far end of the tent. "Most of us," said a voice from the entrance. It was Wojtek, one of the senior scouts, his usually cheerful face drawn with fatigue. "You didn't hear the singing?" "Singing?" I looked up from the flashlights. "Around 3 in the morning, like someone was standing in the lake singing some old lullaby. But wrong somehow." He glanced nervously at Nowicki's back. The whole tent woke up, but when we looked outside, there was nothing. Just this feeling. "Just this feeling," Wojtek continued, lowering his voice further. "Like someone was watching us, not from the shore, but from under the water." A sharp clang made us all jump. Nowicki had dropped a metal supply box, its contents scattering across the tent floor. His face was tight as he bent to collect the spilled items. "That's enough ghost stories," he said firmly. "Wojtek, you're needed at the climbing wall. Make sure all the safety equipment is properly checked." After Wojtek left, the storage tent felt smaller, closer. Mira and I worked in silence, but I could feel her stealing glances at the lake through the open flap. The water's surface gleamed innocently in the morning sun, yet something about its stillness seemed deliberate, like a held breath. The day progressed with forced normalcy. Younger scouts learned fire-starting techniques while older ones practiced advanced orienteering. Lunch was a cheerful chaos of sandwiches and fruit, the morning's unease temporarily forgotten in the bright afternoon sun. But as shadows lengthened, conversations turned inevitably to the night guard duty. Two second-year scouts, Tomek and Kazia, were scheduled for tonight's watch. Just don't investigate anything, advised Pyotr, a broad-shouldered 17-year-old who'd done guard duty 2 nights ago. No matter what you hear. His usual bravado was noticeably absent. What exactly did you hear? Kazia asked, trying to sound casual and failing. Pyotr shook his head. You know how water moves when someone's swimming? That slapping sound? We heard that all night, but the lake was completely still. And then the footsteps. That's quite enough, Nowicki interrupted, appearing suddenly behind us. Pyotr, help set up for evening assembly. Tomek, Kazia, come with me for guard duty briefing. As they walked away, I noticed how Nowicki positioned himself between them and the lake, as if shielding them from its view. The water had turned silver in the evening light, reflecting the sky so perfectly it was hard to tell where one ended and the other began. That night, unable to sleep, I listened to the sounds of Tomek and Kazia's footsteps as they patrolled the camp perimeter. Regular radio checks crackled through the night. North side clear, east perimeter secure. Each report seemed to carry an undercurrent of relief. Nothing yet, nothing yet. Until 2 a.m. when the radio crackled to life with something different. Kazia's voice, tight with controlled panic. Scoutmaster, there's someone in the water. They're just standing there. Nowicki's response was immediate. Do not approach. Maintain your position, I'm coming. I slipped out of my sleeping bag, careful not to wake Mira. The tent's entrance zipper seemed impossibly loud in the night silence. Outside, the air was thick with fog that seemed to glow faintly from within. Through the mist, I could make out shapes near the lake's edge. Nowicki's tall figure moving quickly, Tomek and Kazia's smaller forms huddled together by the fire pit. And beyond them, a darkness in the water that might have been a person, might have been shadow, might have been nothing at all. Nowicki's flashlight beam cut through the fog, sweeping across the lake's surface. For just a moment, I thought I saw something. A pale face turned upward, eyes reflecting the light like a cat's. Then the fog shifted, and there was nothing but gently rippling water. Everyone back to their tents, Nowicki ordered, his voice carrying across the clearing. Tomek, Kazia, you'll finish your shift from the main pavilion. As I hurried back to my tent, a sound stopped me, soft and almost beyond hearing. Singing, distant and distorted as if coming from underwater, in a language that might have been Polish, might have been something older. I dove into my tent, heart pounding. Mira was sitting up in her sleeping bag, face pale in the darkness. You heard it too? Before I could answer, another sound cut through the night. The splash of something heavy entering the water, followed by a silence so complete it seemed to swallow even the normal forest noises. Neither of us slept after that. We lay awake, listening to the radio checks become more frequent, more clipped. Pavilion secure, lakeshore clear, nothing to report. Each transmission seemed to carry the same unspoken message. Nothing to report yet. Morning arrived with a headline on Nowicki's tablet, pulled from a local news site. Anniversary of Sajno Lake tragedy approaches. Community remembers drowned brothers. The article was in Polish, accompanied by a grainy photo of 2 men standing proudly with fishing gear. The older one was smiling at the camera. His eyes looked familiar somehow, though I knew that was impossible. Our own guard duty was still 2 nights away. As I watched the fog slowly lift from the lake, revealing its innocent morning face, I wondered what else those dark waters might be hiding, and what ancient songs we might hear when our turn came to watch through the night. The day's activities began, but now everything seemed to carry double meaning. The knots we taught younger scouts, weren't they like the ones that might trap a swimmer? The weather-beaten rowboat tied to the dock, hadn't its paint been fresher yesterday? And the lake itself, always in view, always waiting, its surface a mirror that showed everything except what lay beneath. Our 3-day countdown to night guard duty had begun. Each sunset brought us closer to our own confrontation with whatever walked the shores of Lake Sajno in the darkest hours. singing songs of drowning in voices that were almost but not quite human. During the next 2 days, anxiety crept through the camp like a slow poison. Kasia refused to talk about what she'd seen during her watch, but her hands shook when anyone mentioned the lake. Tomek threw himself into daytime activities with manic energy, as if trying to exhaust himself beyond the capacity for fear. Swimming lessons were canceled after 3 scouts reported feeling something brush against their legs in the water. Nowicki claimed it was just lakeweeds, but the rowing boats remained firmly tied to the dock, their wooden seats gathering morning dew unused. The fog grew thicker each night, transforming the campsite into an island of lamplight in a sea of white. Radio checks became a lifeline, each transmission carrying the weight of survival. We're still here, still safe, still sane. During afternoon training, Mira pulled me aside near the supply tent. Her face was drawn with fatigue. None of us were sleeping well anymore. "I found something," she whispered, glancing around before pulling out her phone. Local news archives. 6 years ago, 2 brothers drowned here. The younger one got caught in something underwater. The older brother went in after him. The article was in Polish, the translation rough. Tragic accident claims lives of local fishermen. Bodies recovered after 3-day search. Witnesses report older brother was seen standing in water, calling for help before disappearing. A photo accompanied the story. 2 men with fishing gear, smiling at the camera. The older brother's eyes seemed to look straight through the screen, carrying an expression I'd seen somewhere before but couldn't place. That evening, during dinner preparation, the lake began to sing. It started as a low hum, barely distinguishable from wind in the trees. But there was no wind. The sound grew slowly, resolving into what might have been words in an ancient version of Polish, or something older still. Every scout froze, hands stopping mid-task, heads turning toward the water. Nowicki's voice cut through the silence. "Inside the pavilion, now!" We huddled there as darkness fell, listening to that impossible song echo across the water. Through the windows we could see the fog rolling in, thick and luminous. Shadows moved within it, shapes that were almost human but somehow wrong, like watching a drowning man dance. The singing stopped abruptly at midnight, leaving a silence that pressed against our ears like deep water. The evening of our guard duty arrived with unnatural stillness. No wind stirred the pine needles, no birds called their end-of-day songs. The lake surface looked like polished obsidian, reflecting a sky that seemed too dark, too close. Mira and I prepared methodically, checking our flashlights, testing the radio, layering clothing against the chill that seemed to radiate from the lake itself. Each item felt like armor against whatever waited in the darkness. "Remember," Nowicki briefed us, his face grave in the fading light. "Stay together. Stay in the designated areas. If you see anything unusual, radio immediately. Do not investigate. Do not approach the water." He hesitated, then added something he hadn't told other guards. "If you hear someone calling for help, remember that sound carries strangely over water. What seems close might be far away. What seems human might not be." The first hours passed in tense silence. We patrolled the camp perimeter, our footsteps too loud on the pine needle carpet. Regular radio checks punctuated the darkness. West side clear. East perimeter secure. Each transmission felt like a small victory against the night. The fog rolled in at 1 a.m., thick and glowing with an inner light that made shadows look solid and solid things look like shadows. The temperature dropped sharply, our breath forming clouds that joined the greater whiteness surrounding us. Then came the whispers. They seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere, a conversation just below the threshold of understanding. Words in Old Polish, in something older still, speaking of depths and darkness and the weight of water in lungs. Mira gripped my arm. "There's someone." A figure stood at the lake's edge, half hidden by fog. A man, soaking wet, though there was no ripple in the water behind him. He turned slowly, revealing a face that was almost normal, almost human, except for eyes that reflected our flashlight beam like a cat's. "Help me," he whispered in perfect Polish. "My brother. Please help my brother." Now I recognized his face. The older brother from the news article, but wrong somehow, like a photograph left too long underwater. His clothes were modern but decay-stained, water streaming from them endlessly, though he seemed to stand on dry ground. Mira keyed the radio with shaking hands. "Scoutmaster, there's someone." The man took a step toward us. Another. Water poured from his clothes but left no puddles on the ground. His movements were too smooth, as if he were still floating. "I tried to save him," the man said, his voice gurgling slightly. "He's still down there, still waiting. Will you help?" He reached out one pale hand. The flesh was wrong. Too soft, too pale, like something that had never seen sunlight. Behind him the fog parted briefly, revealing more figures standing in the shallow water. They too were wrong, their proportions distorted as if seen through deep water. The radio crackled. Nowicki's voice, urgent. "Get back to the pavilion, now!" We ran. Behind us the singing began again, that ancient, terrible lullaby of drowning. The fog thickened until we could barely see the path, but we dared not slow down. Something followed, its footsteps making wet, slapping sounds on the dry ground. We burst into the pavilion where Nowicki waited with an electric lantern and an expression that said he'd seen this before. 6 years, he said quietly as we caught our breath. Every summer since they drowned, always worse around the anniversary. "Why didn't you warn us properly?" Mira demanded. "Would you have believed me?" He looked suddenly old in the harsh electric light. "Would anyone let us run a scout camp here if they knew? But the lake, it wants what it wants. Best we can do is keep the children safe until morning." The singing outside grew louder. Through the windows we could see multiple figures now, standing in a circle on the shore. Water streamed endlessly from their clothes, their hair, their open mouths as they sang. "They're not really the brothers anymore, are they?" I asked. Nowicki shook his head. "The lake has older hungers. It just wears their faces, their tragedy, like it wore others before them." We stayed in the pavilion until dawn, listening to that terrible choir. As the sun rose, the figures melted away like mist, leaving only small puddles of lake water that evaporated too quickly in the morning light. The camp closed early that year. Official reason, weather concerns. But we who had seen them, heard them, knew the truth. The lake had shown us what it kept beneath its surface. Not just two brothers, but centuries of lost souls, their tragedies repeating endlessly in the depths. Mira and I left scouting after that summer. Some experiences change you too deeply to go back to what you were before. But sometimes on dark nights, we hear singing in our dreams, ancient lullabies of deep water and darker things that wear the faces of the drowned. The lake remains black and patient, collecting its stories year by year. And on still nights, they say, you can still see figures standing in the fog, water streaming endlessly from their clothes, calling for help with voices that sound almost but not quite human. Local kids still swim there in summer. Tourists still fish from its banks. But those who know, who've heard the songs and seen the faces in the fog, remember what we learned that night. Some waters run deeper than depth, and some things are better left undisturbed beneath the dark surface of Lake Summer. The events I'm about to recount still haunt me to this day. It's been years since that night, but the memories remain vivid, etched into my mind like a scar that refuses to fade. I've debated whether to share this story, fearing that people would think I'm crazy or attention-seeking. But the weight of carrying this secret has become too much to bear. Perhaps by putting it down in words, I can finally begin to make sense of what happened. It was late October, and the crisp autumn air carried the scent of fallen leaves and wood smoke. A group of us, myself, my girlfriend, and 3 other friends, were gathered at my house, killing time on a Friday night. We'd exhausted our usual entertainment options and found ourselves trading ghost stories and urban legends, each trying to outdo the other with tales of the supernatural. My girlfriend, Kate, had lived in our small town longer than the rest of us. She'd grown up hearing all the local lore and knew every abandoned building and supposedly haunted location within a 50-mile radius. As the night wore on and our stories grew more outlandish, Kate suddenly grew quiet, a contemplative look crossing her face. "You know," she said, her voice low, "there's a place not far from here that's supposed to be genuinely haunted. Not just made-up stories, but real unexplained phenomena." We all leaned in, intrigued. Kate rarely indulged in the more fantastical stories, preferring to debunk urban legends rather than propagate them. For her to suggest something might be genuinely supernatural was unusual. "It's an old mental hospital," she continued. "Closed down decades ago. They say some of the patients were subjected to experimental treatments there, and their spirits still linger." One of our friends, Mike, scoffed. "Come on, Kate. That's classic horror movie stuff. Next, you'll be telling us there's a hockey mask-wearing killer prowling the grounds." Kate shook her head, her expression serious. "I'm not talking about movie monsters or axe murderers. The weird thing about this place is the tunnels." "Tunnels?" I asked, my curiosity piqued. "Yeah," Kate nodded. "There's supposed to be a network of underground tunnels connecting different parts of the hospital. Some people say they were used to transport patients without exposing them to the outside world. Others think they might have been for more sinister purposes." She paused, looking around at our expectant faces. "But here's the really strange part. Even in the dead of winter, when everything else is frozen solid, the ground above these tunnels stays warm, like there's some kind of heat source down there keeping them from freezing." A chill ran down my spine, and I could see similar reactions from the others. There was something about the idea of those warm tunnels, hidden beneath the cold ground, that felt deeply unsettling. "So," Kate said, a hint of challenge in her voice, "who wants to go check it out?" There was a moment of silence as we all looked at each other. Part of me wanted to laugh it off, to suggest we just watch a horror movie instead. But another part, the part that craved adventure and the unknown, was already imagining what we might find in those abandoned halls. "I'm in," I heard myself say, surprising even myself with my eagerness. The others quickly agreed, swept up in the excitement of a potential adventure. We gathered flashlights, made sure our phones were charged, and piled into Mike's beat-up Subaru. As we drove through the darkened countryside, a mixture of anticipation and nervousness settled over the group. The abandoned hospital loomed before us, a hulking silhouette against the star-studded sky. Its windows were dark, empty sockets staring out at the world. The facade was weathered and crumbling, nature slowly reclaiming what man had built. A rusted chain-link fence surrounded the property, sporting numerous holes where previous explorers had gained entry. We parked a short distance away, not wanting to draw attention to ourselves. As we approached the fence, the reality of what we were doing began to sink in. This wasn't just a spooky story anymore. We were about to break into an abandoned building in the middle of the night. "Maybe this isn't such a good idea," our friend Liam said, voicing the doubts we all felt. "We've come this far," Mike replied, already pulling back a section of the fence. "Might as well take a look around." One by one, we squeezed through the gap in the fence. The grounds were overgrown, weeds pushing up through cracks in the old walkways. As we made our way toward the main entrance, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. The front doors were chained shut, but we found a side entrance that had been forced open at some point. The hinges creaked ominously as we pushed the door wider, revealing a yawning darkness beyond. We clicked on our flashlights, the beams cutting through the gloom to reveal peeling paint, scattered debris, and the unmistakable musty smell of abandonment. We moved cautiously through the corridors, our footsteps echoing in the empty halls. Graffiti covered some of the walls, ranging from crude tags to elaborate murals. Occasionally, we'd come across remnants of the building's former life, a rusted bed frame, a toppled filing cabinet spilling its contents across the floor. As we explored, the initial tension began to ease. We started to relax, even joking about the cheesy horror movie cliches we were living out. But then we found the stairs leading to the basement, and everything changed. The temperature dropped noticeably as we descended. The air felt heavier, almost oppressive. Our flashlight beams seemed dimmer, as if the darkness was actively pushing back against them. "This is where the tunnels are supposed to be, right?" I asked Kate, my voice sounding unnaturally loud in the stillness. She nodded, her face pale in the harsh light of the flashlights. "According to the stories, yeah." We spread out, searching for any sign of the fabled tunnels. It was Mike who found the first one, calling us over to what looked like an ordinary wall. But as we got closer, we could see the outline of a door, almost perfectly camouflaged against the surrounding concrete. With some effort, we managed to push it open, revealing a long, dark corridor stretching out before us. The air that rushed out was noticeably warmer than the basement we stood in, lending credence to Kate's story about the heated tunnels. "Holy shit," Liam whispered. "It's real." We stood there for a moment, peering down the tunnel. It seemed to go on forever, swallowed up by darkness beyond the reach of our lights. Something about it felt wrong, like we were looking at something that shouldn't exist. "Should we go in?" our friend Anna asked, her voice tinged with both fear and excitement. Before anyone could answer, I found myself stepping forward. It was as if some unseen force was pulling me toward the tunnel. I walked a few paces in, shining my flashlight ahead to try and see where it led. That's when I saw it. At first, I thought it was just a trick of the light, a shadow playing across the tunnel walls. But as I focused, I realized I was looking at a figure, crouched in a doorway I hadn't noticed before. It was unnaturally thin, its skin pale and stretched tight over its frame like leather on a drum. But its eyes, God, its eyes. They were huge, easily the size of softballs, and they glowed with an eerie bluish-yellow light. I froze, unable to move, unable to even call out to my friends. The creature, because I knew with absolute certainty that this was no human, stared back at me. And then, to my horror, it spoke. But not out loud. The words formed directly in my mind, as clear as if someone had whispered them into my ear. Come on down here and see what we have. Come on over, come on." Its voice was simultaneously alluring and terrifying, promising secrets and horrors beyond imagining. I felt my foot move forward, almost of its own accord. Some part of me wanted to see what lay further down that tunnel, wanted to understand the mysteries this creature could reveal. Just as I was about to take another step, I felt a hand grab my arm. Another voice, different from the creature's but still inside my head, screamed a single word. "Run!" The spell broken, I turned and bolted. I pushed past my friends, not stopping to explain, driven by a primal fear that overrode all rational thought. I heard them calling after me, confusion and alarm in their voices, but I couldn't stop. I ran through the basement, up the stairs, through the winding corridors of the hospital, not daring to look back. I burst out of the building, gulping in the cool night air. My lungs burned, my legs ached, but still I ran, not stopping until I reached Mike's car. I collapsed against it, trembling uncontrollably. A few minutes later, I heard the others approaching. They were out of breath and looked shaken, but none of them seemed to have experienced what I had. "What the hell happened?" Mike demanded as they reached the car. I opened my mouth to explain, but the words wouldn't come. How could I describe what I'd seen? Would they even believe me? I thought I saw something, I managed to stammer out. We need to leave, now. Maybe it was the terror in my voice, or maybe they'd sensed something wrong themselves, but no one argued. We piled into the car, and Mike peeled out of there, tires squealing on the asphalt. As we sped away, Anna let out a gasp. "Guys, look at the back of the car!" We turned to see what she was pointing at. There, on the rear window and bumper, were several distinct handprints. They were too large to belong to any of us, the fingers unnaturally long and spindly. We drove in stunned silence until we reached the outskirts of town. Mike pulled into the parking lot of an all-night diner, and we sat there for a while trying to process what had happened. Eventually, we went inside, ordered coffee, and tried to talk about what we'd experienced. But the words felt inadequate, unable to capture the true horror of what we'd encountered in those tunnels. In the days and weeks that followed, we each dealt with the aftermath in our own ways. Some of us tried to rationalize it, to explain it away as an overactive imagination fueled by ghost stories and the creepy atmosphere of the abandoned hospital. Others dove into research, trying to uncover the history of the place and any reports of similar encounters. As for me, I couldn't shake the memory of those glowing eyes, that voice in my head. I had nightmares for months, always waking up just as I was about to step further into that dark tunnel. We never went back to the hospital. We never spoke about that night to anyone else. But sometimes, when we get together, I catch the others looking at me with a mix of concern and shared understanding. They know that something happened to me in those tunnels, something that changed me forever. I still don't know what I saw that night. Was it a ghost? Some kind of interdimensional being? A hallucination brought on by fear and the power of suggestion? Or was it something else entirely, something our human minds can't fully comprehend? The dense Pennsylvania forest loomed around me, an impenetrable wall of green that seemed to mock my predicament. I, Arlo Greer, a seasoned hiker and self-proclaimed master of direction, found myself hopelessly lost as the sun began its descent behind the towering trees. The irony wasn't lost on me. I'd grown up in rural areas, spending countless hours exploring the wilderness. But today, something felt different. The air was thick with an unsettling stillness, and the usual comforting sounds of the forest were conspicuously absent. I checked my phone for what felt like the 100th time, hoping against hope that a signal would miraculously appear. No such luck. The screen reflected my own frustrated expression back at me, a reminder of how utterly alone I was in this vast expanse of nature. "Come on, Arlo," I muttered to myself, running a hand through my sweat-dampened hair. "You've been in tougher spots than this." But had I? As I trudged forward, my boots sinking slightly into the soft earth with each step, I couldn't shake the feeling that this time was different. The trees seemed to loom closer, their branches reaching out like gnarled fingers, and shadows danced at the edge of my vision. I'd set out early that morning from my campsite, planning a day hike to explore a new trail I'd heard about from a fellow outdoor enthusiast. The trail was supposed to lead to a breathtaking waterfall, hidden deep in the heart of the forest. But somewhere along the way, I'd taken a wrong turn. Or had I? The more I thought about it, the less certain I became about anything that had happened that day. As the light began to fade, panic started to set in. I'd always prided myself on my ability to stay calm in challenging situations, but there was something about this forest that set my nerves on edge. Every snapping twig or rustle of leaves made me jump, my imagination conjuring up images of lurking predators or something even more sinister. "Get a grip," I chastised myself, taking a deep breath to steady my nerves. I needed to think logically. The first rule of being lost in the wilderness is to stay put and wait for rescue. But something in my gut told me that wasn't an option here. I had to keep moving. As I pressed on, the forest seemed to grow denser, the undergrowth more tangled. Thorny vines caught at my clothes, and low-hanging branches scratched at my face. It was as if the forest itself was trying to impede my progress, to keep me trapped within its shadowy embrace. Just as I was about to give in to despair, I spotted something through the trees, a flash of metal, dulled by age and the elements. Hope surged through me as I pushed forward, ignoring the thorns that tore at my skin. Breaking through a particularly thick patch of underbrush, I found myself face to face with an old, rusted sign. Most of the paint had long since peeled away, but I could just make out the faded letters, Willow Creek, with an arrow pointing deeper into the forest. I hesitated, my instincts screaming at me to turn back, to find another way. But the encroaching darkness left me with little choice. With a deep breath and a silent prayer to whatever higher power might be listening, I set off in the direction the sign indicated. As I walked, the forest seemed to change subtly around me. The trees grew older, their trunks gnarled and twisted into bizarre shapes. The air grew colder, a damp chill that seeped into my bones despite the lingering summer heat. And there was something else. A stillness that felt unnatural, as if all the life had been sucked out of the surrounding woods. I don't know how long I walked. Time seemed to lose all meaning in that strange, silent forest. But eventually, the trees began to thin, and I caught glimpses of what looked like buildings through the gaps in the foliage. With renewed energy, I quickened my pace, relief flooding through me at the thought of civilization, of help. But as I broke through the tree line and got my first clear view of what lay before me, that relief quickly turned to confusion and unease. I found myself on the outskirts of what appeared to be a small village, but it was unlike any I'd ever seen before. The buildings were old, ancient even, their wooden structures weathered and sagging with age. Many looked on the verge of collapse, held up by little more than stubborn determination and whatever strange forces were at work in this place. The village was eerily quiet, devoid of the sounds one would expect from a human settlement. No voices, no machinery, not even the bark of a dog. The only noise was the soft rustling of leaves in the breeze and the sound of my own cautious footsteps as I made my way down what passed for the main street. "Hello?" I called out, my voice sounding unnaturally loud in the oppressive silence. "Is anyone there? I need help." My words echoed off the dilapidated buildings, seeming to mock me with their lack of response. I was about to call out again when a movement caught my eye, a curtain being hastily drawn in one of the houses. Heart pounding, I approached the building. It was in marginally better condition than some of the others, though that wasn't saying much. The porch creaked ominously under my weight as I climbed the steps and raised my hand to knock on the door. Before my knuckles could make contact, the door swung open with a hair-raising squeal of rusted hinges. The interior was dark, the air thick with the musty smell of long-abandoned spaces. I hesitated on the threshold, every instinct screaming at me to turn and run. But where would I go? Back into the forest that had nearly swallowed me whole. "Hello?" I called again, softer this time, as I took a tentative step inside. "I don't mean to intrude, but I'm lost and I need help." For a long moment there was nothing but silence. Then from the shadows at the back of the room, a figure emerged. It was an old woman, her frame frail and bent with age, her face a road map of deep wrinkles. But it was her eyes that caught my attention, pale, almost colorless, and filled with a mix of fear and resignation. "You shouldn't be here," she whispered, her voice trembling. "They don't like strangers." Before I could ask who she meant by they, the old woman shuffled away, disappearing into another room as silently as she had appeared. I stood there for a moment, frozen with indecision. Part of me wanted to follow her, to demand answers to the countless questions swirling in my mind. But a larger part, the part driven by an instinct for self-preservation, urged me to leave this place immediately. I was about to heed that instinct when a new sound reached my ears. Music. Faint and distant, but unmistakable. It was coming from somewhere in the village, drawing me in despite my reservations. As I stepped back out onto the street, I noticed something I had missed in my initial shock. A church steeple rising above the other buildings at the center of the village. The music seemed to be emanating from there. Against my better judgment, I found myself drawn towards the sound. As I approached the church, I could make out more details. Like the rest of the village, it showed signs of age and neglect, but it was in better condition than most of the other buildings. The white paint was peeling, and vines crawled up the sides, but it still stood proud and relatively intact. The music grew louder as I climbed the steps to the entrance. It was an old hymn, one I vaguely recognized from childhood visits to my grandmother's church. The melody was haunting in this context, filling me with a sense of foreboding. I pushed open the heavy wooden doors, wincing at the loud creak that announced my presence. As I stepped inside, the music abruptly stopped, and I found myself the center of attention for a dozen or so pairs of eyes. The villagers were gathered in the pews, all dressed in clothes that looked like they belonged to another century. Their faces were gaunt, their eyes sunken, and they regarded me with a mix of curiosity and something darker that I couldn't quite identify. At the altar stood a man who was clearly different from the rest. He was younger, perhaps in his early 40s, with broad shoulders and a wild, unkempt beard. But it was his eyes that truly set him apart. They burned with an intensity that was almost painful to look at directly. "Our guest has arrived," he announced, his voice carrying a chilling authority that seemed to fill the entire church. I swallowed hard, my mouth suddenly dry. "I'm sorry," I managed to stammer out. "I'm just lost. If you could point me towards the nearest town, I'll be on my way." The man's lips curved into what might have been a smile, but there was no warmth in it. "Nonsense," he replied, stepping down from the altar. "You'll stay for dinner. It's rare we get visitors in Willow Creek." As he spoke, the villagers rose from their pews as one, turning to face me with blank expressions. I knew then, with a certainty that chilled me to my core, that I was in serious trouble. But as I glanced behind me, I saw that two large men had positioned themselves by the doors. There would be no easy escape. "I thank you for your hospitality," I said, trying to keep the tremor out of my voice. "I'd be honored to join you for dinner." The man's smile widened, showing teeth that seemed too sharp, too predatory. "Excellent," he said. "I'm Jacob, by the way, the leader of our little community. And you are?" "Arlo," I replied, not seeing any benefit in lying. "Arlo Greer." Jacob nodded as if committing my name to memory. "Well, Arlo Greer," he said, "welcome to Willow Creek. I have a feeling your stay with us is going to be memorable." As he led the way out of the church, the other villagers falling in line behind us, I couldn't shake the feeling that I had just walked into something far more dangerous than being lost in the woods. Little did I know just how right I was, or how much my life was about to change in the coming hours. Jacob led our procession to a large building adjacent to the church. As we approached, I realized it must be some sort of communal hall. The structure, like everything else in this strange village, showed signs of age and neglect, but it stood firm against the encroaching forest. The interior of the hall was dimly lit by flickering oil lamps, casting long shadows that danced on the walls. A long table dominated the center of the room, already set for a meal. The sight of it sent a chill down my spine. There were far more place settings than there were villagers present. "Please sit," Jacob said, gesturing to a chair near the head of the table. "You're our guest of honor tonight, Arlo." I hesitated for a moment, every instinct screaming at me to run. But the villagers had positioned themselves between me and the exit. There was nowhere to go. Swallowing my fear, I took the offered seat. The villagers filed in silently. taking their places around the table. I couldn't help but notice how they all kept their distance from me, leaving several empty chairs on either side. All except for Jacob, who sat directly across from me, his intense gaze never leaving my face. Once everyone was seated, Jacob clapped his hands twice. From a door at the far end of the hall, several more villagers emerged, carrying trays laden with food. As they set the dishes on the table, my stomach churned with a mix of hunger and revulsion. The meat was unidentifiable, dark and glistening in the lamplight. The vegetables were pale and wilted, looking more like they had been excavated than harvested. And there was something else, a smell that permeated the air, a sickly sweet odor that reminded me of decay. "Please eat," Jacob said, his voice cutting through the silence. "We've prepared quite a feast in your honor." I looked down at my plate, trying to hide my disgust. "Thank you," I managed to say. "It looks interesting." Jacob's lips curved into that unsettling smile again. "Oh, it is," he said. "You'll find that everything in Willow Creek is interesting." As the meal began, Jacob started to speak about the village's history. His words were oddly mesmerizing, and despite my unease, I found myself listening intently. "Willow Creek has been here for centuries," he said, his voice taking on a rhythmic quality. "Long before your cities of steel and glass, before your roads carved up the wilderness, we were here, living in harmony with the forest, keeping the old ways alive." He paused, taking a bite of the strange meat. I noticed that while the other villagers ate mechanically, their eyes vacant, Jacob seemed to savor every mouthful. "But the world changed," he continued. "People forgot the old ways, forgot the power that sleeps in the dark places of the earth. They built their cities and their machines, pushing back the wilderness, weakening the bonds that held the world together." I nodded, not sure what to say. Part of me was fascinated by his words, while another part was screaming that something was very, very wrong here. "We chose to remain," Jacob said, "to keep the old ways alive, to maintain the balance. It hasn't been easy. The outside world doesn't understand. They've tried to interfere, to modernize us." He spat the word like it was poison. "But we've endured. We've protected our way of life, no matter the cost." As he spoke, I noticed something strange. The other villagers had stopped eating, their gazes fixed on Jacob with an intensity that was almost fanatical. And was it my imagination, or were the shadows in the corners of the room growing deeper, more substantial? "And now you're here, Arlo," Jacob said, his eyes boring into mine. "Lost in our woods, stumbling into our village. Do you believe in fate?" I swallowed hard, my mouth dry despite the glass of water in front of me. I'm not sure," I stammered. Jacob's smile widened. "You will," he said. "By the time your stay with us is over, you'll believe in many things." The meal continued, but I barely tasted the food, forcing myself to eat small bites to avoid offending my hosts. Jacob continued to talk, weaving a tale of ancient pacts and forgotten gods, of sacrifices made and power gained. With each word, the atmosphere in the hall grew heavier, more oppressive. Finally, unable to take it anymore, I stood up abruptly. "Excuse me," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "Could you point me to the restroom?" Jacob regarded me for a long moment, his expression unreadable. Then he nodded, pointing to a door at the side of the hall. "Through there," he said. "Don't take too long. We have much more to discuss." I nodded my thanks and hurried towards the door, feeling the weight of dozens of eyes on my back. As soon as I was out of sight, I leaned against the wall, taking deep breaths to calm my racing heart. I knew I had to get out of there. Whatever was happening in Willow Creek, whatever Jacob and his followers were involved in, I wanted no part of it. But how could I escape? I was lost in unfamiliar territory, surrounded by people who clearly meant me harm. Taking a deep breath, I forced myself to think logically. First things first, I needed to find a way out of this building. Ignoring the door that presumably led to the actual restroom, I crept down the hallway looking for another exit. At the end of the hall, I found what I was looking for, a small door that looked like it might lead outside. I glanced back towards the main hall, straining my ears for any sign that my absence had been noticed. Hearing nothing but the faint murmur of Jacob's voice, I grasped the handle and turned it slowly. To my immense relief, the door opened silently. Cool night air rushed in, and I had to stifle a sob of relief. Without hesitation, I slipped out into the darkness, carefully pulling the door closed behind me. I found myself at the back of the communal hall, the forest looming just yards away. For a moment I stood frozen, unsure which way to go. Then I heard a sound from inside the building. Raised voices, the scraping of chairs. They had discovered my absence. Panic surged through me and I ran. I sprinted towards the tree line, my heart pounding in my ears. The cool night air whipped past my face as I plunged into the darkness of the forest. Behind me I could hear shouts and the sound of doors slamming open. They were coming after me. The forest was pitch black, the dense canopy blocking out what little moonlight there was. I stumbled forward blindly, my hands outstretched to protect myself from low-hanging branches and unseen obstacles. Every snapping twig under my feet sounded like a gunshot in the quiet of the night, surely giving away my position to my pursuers. "Arlo!" Jacob's voice boomed through the trees, unnaturally loud and seeming to come from all directions at once. "You can't hide from us! This is our forest, our domain!" I bit back a scream of frustration and fear, forcing myself to keep moving. My lungs burned and my legs felt like lead, but I knew that stopping meant certain death, or worse. As I ran, the forest seemed to come alive around me. Shadows moved in ways that shadows shouldn't, and more than once I could have sworn I saw eyes gleaming in the darkness, watching my desperate flight with malevolent interest. I don't know how long I ran. Time lost all meaning in that nightmarish chase. But eventually, I broke through into a small clearing and saw something that made my heart leap, a dilapidated old shed. Without hesitation, I darted towards it, yanking open the creaky door and slipping inside. The interior was pitch black and smelled of mold and decay, but at that moment it seemed like the safest place in the world. I crouched in the corner, trying to quiet my ragged breathing. Outside, I could hear the sounds of my pursuers growing closer. Footsteps crunched on dead leaves, and voices called out to each other in a language I didn't recognize. "You can't hide forever, Arlo," Jacob's voice came again, closer this time. "Come back and we'll let you live. Resist and, well, there are fates worse than death." My hand brushed against something in the darkness, a handle of some kind. Grasping it, I realized it was attached to an old farm tool, a pitchfork, its tines rusty but still sharp. I gripped it tightly, a small measure of comfort in this terrifying situation. The footsteps grew louder, then stopped right outside the shed. I held my breath, the pitchfork raised and ready. The door burst open with a crash, and a figure lunged inside. Without thinking, I thrust the pitchfork forward with all my strength. There was a sickening sound of metal piercing flesh, followed by an inhuman scream of pain and rage. The figure, Jacob, stumbled backward, the pitchfork protruding from his shoulder. I didn't wait to see what would happen next. I shoved past him and ran back into the forest, my mind reeling from what I'd just done. Behind me, Jacob's screams turned into something else, a howl that was more animal than human. The other villagers took up the cry, a chorus of otherworldly voices that chilled me to my very soul. I ran harder than I ever had in my life, branches whipping at my face, roots threatening to trip me with every step. The howls seemed to be all around me now, closing in from every direction. Just as I felt my strength giving out, I saw something ahead, a break in the trees. With a final burst of energy, I sprinted forward and found myself on a road, a real paved road, Headlights appeared in the distance, and I waved my arms frantically. To my immense relief, the vehicle, an old pickup truck, slowed to a stop beside me. The driver, a grizzled old man, took one look at my wild eyes and blood-streaked face and simply said, "Get in." I didn't need to be told twice. I scrambled into the passenger seat, and the truck roared off into the night, leaving Willow Creek and its horrors behind. The truck driver, who introduced himself as Earl, took me to the nearest police station in a town called Millbrook, about 30 miles from where he'd picked me up. The officers there listened to my frantic tale with skeptical expressions, but something in my eyes must have convinced them that I wasn't just some drug-addled hiker with an overactive imagination. They took my statement and sent out a search party to the coordinates I gave them for Willow Creek. I waited at the station, jumping at every sound, half expecting Jacob and his followers to burst through the door at any moment. Hours later, the search party returned. Their report sent a chill down my spine. They had found the village, or what was left of it. The buildings were there, weathered and decaying, but there was no sign of recent habitation. No people, no animals, not even any fresh footprints besides their own. The only evidence they found that corroborated my story was the pitchfork, lying on the floor of an old shed, its tines stained with dried blood. But there was no trace of Jacob or any of the other villagers. The police were baffled. They took the pitchfork as evidence and promised to continue the investigation, but I could see in their eyes that they didn't really believe my story. How could they? It sounded insane even to me, and I had lived through it. In the days and weeks that followed, I tried to put the experience behind me. I gave interviews to local newspapers, hoping that publicity might shed some light on what had happened. But as time passed and no new evidence emerged, interest in the story waned. Willow Creek became just another local legend, a spooky story to tell around campfires. But I knew the truth. I knew what I had seen, what I had experienced. The memory of Jacob's eyes, burning with that terrifying intensity, haunted my dreams. The echoes of those inhuman howls rang in my ears in the quiet hours of the night. I found myself researching obsessively, digging into the history of the region, looking for any mention of Willow Creek or similar occurrences. What I found only deepened the mystery. There were whispers in old journals and local folklore of a village that appeared and disappeared, of people who went into the woods and came back changed, if they came back at all. One account, from a trapper in the late 1800s, particularly stood out. He wrote of stumbling upon a village deep in the forest, where the people moved like puppets on strings, their eyes empty save for when their leader spoke. He described a man who seemed to command the very shadows, whose voice echoed with the power of forgotten gods. The trapper had fled in the night, much as I had, but his account ended with a chilling warning. They are still out there, waiting in the dark places, and they are patient, so very patient. As I sit here now, writing this account of my experience, I can't help but wonder, was my escape really an escape at all? Or was it all part of some larger plan? The words Jacob spoke at that terrible dinner echo in my mind. Do you believe in fate? I find myself looking over my shoulder more often these days, starting at shadows and strange sounds. Because I know now that there are things in this world that defy explanation, ancient and terrible things that lurk just beyond the edge of civilization. And sometimes, if you're very unlucky, you might just stumble upon them. But I also know this. I survived. I faced the horrors of Willow Creek and came out alive. And if by some twist of fate I ever find myself in such a situation again, I'll be ready, because now I know that the monsters are real, and sometimes they wear human faces. So to anyone reading this, take heed. If you're ever hiking in the forests of Pennsylvania, and you come across an old rusted sign pointing to a place called Willow Creek, turn back, run if you have to, because some secrets are better left buried and some villages are best left lost. I was halfway through my morning coffee when the call came in. The familiar ring of my work phone cut through the peaceful silence of my small cabin, nestled on the outskirts of Shadowpine National Forest. My name is Leonard Parker, and I am 72 years old. Despite my age, I'm still as sharp and fit as I was in my prime, a necessity in my line of work. I'm a search and rescue officer for the United States Forest Service, and I've been at it for over 4 decades now. As I reached for the phone, I caught a glimpse of my reflection in the window. My weathered face, lined with years of experience, stared back at me. My gray hair, once a rich brown, was neatly combed back, and my steel blue eyes still held the same determination they always had. I may be old, but I'm far from done. "Parker here," I answered, my voice gruff from disuse this early in the morning. "Leonard, it's Diane from dispatch," came the response. Diane had been working dispatch for nearly as long as I'd been doing search and rescue. Her voice was tense, which immediately put me on alert. "We've got a situation. A couple of hikers just reported a missing person near Shadowpine Ridge." I felt a familiar tightness in my chest. It wasn't the first time I'd had to search for a lost hiker, but each case was different, each one holding a quiet tension, a silent promise of something unexpected. Shadowpine Ridge was known for its treacherous terrain and unpredictable weather. It was a place where even experienced hikers could find themselves in trouble. "Give me the details, Diane," I said, already moving to grab my gear. 2 hikers, siblings, reported their friend missing. They last saw him yesterday evening when he wandered off the trail. They've been searching, but no luck so far. I nodded, though Diane couldn't see me. "All right, I'm on my way. Have you alerted the rest of the team?" "They're being notified as we speak. You're the closest, so you'll probably get there first." "Understood. I'll head out now and start the initial assessment." I hung up and quickly finished gathering my equipment. My search and rescue pack was always ready, filled with first aid supplies, extra water, high-energy snacks, and various tools that might come in handy. I grabbed my sturdy hiking boots, a warm jacket, and my trusty walking stick. As I stepped outside, the crisp morning air hit me, carrying with it the scent of pine and damp earth. The sun was just beginning to peek over the horizon, casting long shadows across my front yard. In the distance, I could see the vast expanse of Shadowpine Forest, its dense canopy stretching as far as the eye could see. I tossed my gear into my old but reliable Jeep and started the engine. As I pulled out onto the dirt road that led towards the main highway, I couldn't shake the feeling that this wasn't going to be a routine rescue. Something in my gut told me that this case was going to be different. The drive to the trailhead took about 30 minutes. As I navigated the winding roads that led deeper into the forest, my mind wandered to the missing hiker. Who was he? What had made him wander off the trail? And most importantly, was he still alive? In my years of service, I'd seen it all. Sometimes lost hikers were found quickly, cold and scared, but otherwise unharmed. Other times, the forest seemed to swallow people whole, leaving behind nothing but unanswered questions and grieving families. I hoped this case would be one of the former, but I knew better than to make assumptions. As I pulled into the parking area near the trailhead, I saw 2 figures standing near the information board. They looked up as I approached, their faces a mixture of worry and relief. These must be the siblings who reported their friend missing. I parked the Jeep and stepped out, grabbing my pack from the back seat. "Morning," I called out as I approached them. "I'm Leonard Parker, Search and Rescue. Are you the ones who reported a missing hiker?" The young woman nodded, her eyes red-rimmed from what I assumed was a combination of lack of sleep and crying. "Yes, that's us. I'm Miranda, and this is my brother Luke. Our friend Glenn. He's been missing since yesterday evening." I nodded, taking in their appearance. They both looked exhausted, their clothes dirty and wrinkled from what I guessed was a night spent searching. "All right, let's start from the beginning. Tell me everything you can about what happened." Luke spoke up, his voice tight with tension. "We came out here for a weekend camping trip, the three of us. Glenn's an experienced hiker. He's been coming to these woods for years. Yesterday evening we were setting up camp when Glenn said he wanted to scout ahead a bit, see if there was a better spot near the creek." Miranda picked up the story. "We told him not to go too far, that it was getting dark. He said he'd be back in 20 minutes, tops, but he never came back. We waited for an hour calling his name before we started searching. We covered the main trails, even went a bit off the path," Luke added. "It's like he just vanished." I nodded, understanding their fear. The woods could be unforgiving, especially to those who underestimated them. "Did Glenn have any supplies with him when he left?" Miranda shook her head. "Just his water bottle and maybe some trail mix. He left his backpack at our campsite. This wasn't good. A night in these woods with minimal supplies could be dangerous, even for an experienced hiker." "All right," I said, trying to keep my voice calm and reassuring. "We'll find him. I'm going to call in the coordinates and set up a search plan. I'd like you both to come with me if you're up for it. You know Glenn best, and you might notice something I'd miss." They both nodded eagerly, clearly relieved to have something to do. I turned away slightly and radioed in our location and the situation to dispatch. Within minutes, I had confirmation that additional search and rescue teams were on their way. As we waited for the other teams to arrive, I pulled out a map of the area and spread it on the hood of my Jeep. "Okay," I said, gesturing for Miranda and Luke to gather round. "Show me exactly where you last saw Glenn and where you've already searched." As they pointed out locations on the map, I couldn't help but notice the vast expanse of wilderness surrounding us. Shadow Pine Forest was enormous, and its terrain was varied and often treacherous. Finding one person in all this, well, it was going to be a challenge. But as I looked at the worried faces of Miranda and Luke, I knew we had to try. Somewhere out there, Glenn was waiting to be found, and I was determined to bring him home. The forest was dense, the trees towering above us like silent sentinels. Shafts of early morning sunlight pierced through the canopy, creating a dappled pattern on the forest floor. The air was thick with the scent of pine and damp earth, a smell I'd come to associate with both comfort and danger over my years in search and rescue. Miranda, Luke, and I moved methodically through the underbrush, our eyes scanning the ground for any sign of Glenn's passage. Every so often, one of us would call out his name, our voices echoing through the trees before being swallowed by the vastness of the forest. "Glenn, Glenn, can you hear us?" Miranda's voice was growing hoarse from shouting, but she showed no signs of giving up. As we pushed deeper into the woods, I kept a watchful eye on our surroundings. Shadow Pine Forest was known for its diverse wildlife, including black bears and mountain lions. While attacks were rare, an injured or cornered animal could be dangerous. "Remember," I cautioned Miranda and Luke, "if you see any large animal, don't run. Back away slowly and make yourself look big, but hopefully we won't have to worry about that." Luke nodded, his eyes darting nervously around the forest. Have you ever had to deal with wild animals during a rescue?" I chuckled softly, remembering some of my more interesting encounters. "A few times. Once had to scare off a black bear that was getting too curious about our rescue equipment. Another time found a lost hiker who'd climbed a tree to escape what he thought was a mountain lion. Turned out to be a large house cat that had gone feral. Poor guy was too scared to come down for hours." Miranda managed a weak smile at that, but I could see the worry etched deep in her face. I understood her fear all too well. The longer a person was missing in the wilderness, the lower their chances of survival became. As we continued our search, I noticed the terrain becoming more rugged. We were approaching the base of Shadow Pine Ridge, a series of steep, rocky inclines that marked the eastern border of our search area. If Glenn had wandered this far, he could be in real trouble. "Let's take a break," I suggested, noticing the fatigue starting to show on Miranda and Luke's faces. We'd been searching for hours without rest, and exhaustion could lead to careless mistakes. We found a small clearing and sat down on some fallen logs. I passed around my water bottle and some energy bars from my pack. As we ate in silence, I couldn't help but feel a growing sense of unease. Something about this case felt off, but I couldn't put my finger on what it was. "Leonard," Miranda said suddenly, breaking the silence, Do you think Glenn is still alive?" I looked at her, seeing the fear and hope warring in her eyes. It was a question I'd been asked countless times over the years, and it never got any easier to answer. "Miranda," I began carefully, "I've been doing this job for a long time, and if there's one thing I've learned, it's that you can never underestimate the human will to survive. Glenn is an experienced hiker, which gives him a better chance than most. We haven't found any signs of injury, which is good. Right now, we have to believe he's out there, waiting for us to find him." She nodded, seeming to draw strength from my words. But Luke was staring into the forest, his brow furrowed in thought. "Leonard," he said slowly, "do you ever hear stories about these woods, like strange stories?" I looked at him curiously. "What kind of stories?" He hesitated, then said, "People talk about things in the woods, creatures maybe, things that shouldn't be there." I'd heard the tales, of course. Every forest had its share of legends and cryptid sightings. Shadow Pine was no exception. There were stories of strange lights in the woods, of hikers hearing whispers when no one was around, of shadowy figures glimpsed between the trees. I'd never seen anything myself in all my years here, but I didn't dismiss Luke's words outright. "It's an old forest," I said carefully. "Old forests hold secrets, but right now, our focus needs to be on finding Glenn." Luke nodded, but I could see he wasn't entirely satisfied with my answer. I made a mental note to keep an eye on him. Fear and stress could make people see things that weren't there, and the last thing we needed was for Luke to panic. As we prepared to resume our search, my radio crackled to life. "Parker, you copy? We've got something on the ridge, northwest of your location." My heart skipped a beat. "Copy that," I responded. "We're on our way." We quickly packed up and started moving towards the coordinates. The terrain became more challenging as we approached the ridge, the ground rocky and uneven. Miranda and Luke were clearly struggling, but they pushed on without complaint. As we neared the location, I saw two of my colleagues, Laura Chen and Mitch Hawkins, standing near a large boulder. Laura waved us over, her face serious. "What did you find?" I asked as we approached. Mitch pointed to the ground. Footprints, fresh, and they matched the description of Glenn's boots. Relief washed over me. This was the first real lead we'd had all day. "Good work," I said. "Let's see where they lead." We followed the tracks, which wound their way up the ridge. The going was tough, and more than once we had to stop to help each other over particularly difficult stretches. But Miranda and Luke pressed on, energized by this new hope. The tracks led us to a small cave nestled in the side of the ridge. The entrance was narrow, barely wide enough for a person to squeeze through. A chill ran down my spine as I looked at it. Caves could be dangerous with unstable rocks and confusing passages. If Glenn had gone in there, I turned to the others. "I'm going to check it out. The rest of you stay here. If I'm not back in 15 minutes, call for backup." Miranda looked like she wanted to argue, but Luke put a hand on her shoulder, holding her back. I handed Luke my flashlight and squeezed into the cave entrance, the cool air brushing against my skin. Inside, the cave opened up into a larger chamber. The walls were damp, and the sound of dripping water echoed softly. I called out Glenn's name, my voice bouncing off the stone walls. There was no answer. I moved deeper into the cave, the beam of my flashlight cutting through the darkness. Then I saw something that made my blood run cold. A torn piece of fabric, caught on a jagged rock. It matched the color of the shirt Glenn had been wearing, according to Miranda and Luke's description. "Glenn?" I called again, louder this time. The silence was deafening. I was about to turn back when I heard a faint sound like a whisper. I followed it, my flashlight revealing a passageway deeper into the cave. The whispering grew louder as I continued, and I realized it wasn't a voice but a low, eerie hum. The passageway narrowed, forcing me to crouch as I moved through. Finally, I reached another chamber, this one filled with a dim, unnatural light. What I saw next defied explanation. The walls of the chamber were covered in strange markings, symbols that looked ancient and alien. In the center of the room lay Glenn, unconscious but alive, his body sprawled on the ground. But it was what stood beside him that made my heart stop. It was a creature unlike anything I'd ever seen, humanoid in shape, but with distorted features. Its skin was pale and slick, its limbs too long and thin to be human. Its head snapped towards me as I entered, and I froze. The creature let out a low, guttural sound that reverberated through the chamber. I backed away slowly, not taking my eyes off it. Glenn stirred, groaning softly. The creature turned its attention back to him, and I seized the opportunity. I lunged forward, grabbing Glenn's arm and pulling him towards the passageway. The creature let out a piercing shriek and lunged at us, its claws scraping the stone. We scrambled through the narrow passage, the creature's shrieks echoing behind us. I could feel its hot breath on my neck, but I didn't stop. Glenn was barely conscious, his feet dragging as I pulled him along. We burst out of the cave, the cool night air hitting us like a wave. Laura and Mitch were waiting, their faces pale with fear. They saw the creature emerging from the cave and opened fire, their bullets striking the stone walls as the creature retreated back into the darkness. We didn't wait to see if it would return. We carried Glenn back to the trailhead, where an emergency team was waiting. They loaded him onto a stretcher and whisked him away to the hospital. As I sat by the campfire that night with Miranda and Luke, I tried to make sense of what we'd seen. The creature, the cave, the symbols, it was all too surreal, too nightmarish. But the proof was there. Glenn's condition, the torn fabric, the footprints. We had encountered something beyond our understanding. Miranda and Luke were silent, still processing the day's events. I knew they had seen the creature too as it emerged from the cave, but none of us spoke about it. Some things were too strange, too terrifying to put into words. As I stared into the flickering flames, I couldn't shake the feeling that our encounter in the cave was just the beginning. Shadow Pine Forest had revealed one of its secrets to us, but I suspected it was hiding many more. And as I looked at the dark line of trees surrounding our camp, I wondered what other mysteries and dangers lurked in the depths of the forest. The following day, Glenn regained consciousness in the hospital. I was there when he opened his eyes, along with Miranda and Luke. The relief on their faces was palpable, but it was tinged with a wariness that I understood all too well. We had all seen something that defied explanation, and it had changed us. Glenn was disoriented and weak, but he managed to tell us what had happened. His voice was hoarse, barely above a whisper, and his eyes darted around the room as if expecting the creature to materialize at any moment. I heard a sound, he began, his hands twisting the hospital sheets. It was like nothing I've ever heard before, beautiful and terrifying at the same time. I followed it. I couldn't help myself. It led me to the cave. He paused, swallowing hard. Miranda reached out and took his hand, offering silent support. Inside, I found that chamber with the symbols. They seemed to glow, to move, and then I saw it. Glenn's voice broke and he closed his eyes, shuddering at the memory. The creature, it spoke to me, but not with words. It was in my head, showing me things I can't describe, can't even fully remember. And then, nothing, until Leonard found me. I listened intently, my mind racing. In all my years of search and rescue, I had never encountered anything like this. Part of me wanted to dismiss it as the hallucinations of a man who had been lost and afraid in the woods. But I had seen the creature with my own eyes. I couldn't deny the reality of what had happened. After Glenn finished his story, I stepped out of the room to make a phone call. I had contacts in various departments of the Forest Service, and I knew this was something that needed to be investigated further. Within days, a team of experts arrived in town. There were biologists, geologists, anthropologists, and even a couple of people from a department I'd never heard of before, who refused to specify their exact role. They set up a base camp near the cave and began their investigations. I volunteered to guide them to the site, partly out of a sense of duty, but mostly because I couldn't shake my fascination with what had happened. As we approached the cave entrance, I felt a chill run down my spine, the memory of our frantic escape still fresh in my mind. The experts worked methodically, taking samples, photographing the symbols, and using equipment I didn't understand to take various readings. They were tight-lipped about their findings, but I could see the excitement and confusion in their eyes. Whatever they were discovering, it was big. Days turned into weeks. The story of Glenn's rescue had spread through the town, growing with each retelling. Some dismissed it as a hoax or a hallucination, but others began to come forward with their own stories of strange encounters in the woods. Lights seen dancing between the trees at night, unexplained sounds echoing through the valleys, hikers experiencing lost time they couldn't account for. I found myself at the center of it all, fielding questions from locals and reporters alike. I stuck to the facts as much as possible, leaving out the more fantastical elements of our encounter. But in private conversations with Miranda, Luke, and Glenn, we tried to make sense of what we had experienced. "Do you think there are more of them out there?" Miranda asked one evening as we sat around my fireplace, the wind howling outside. I sighed, staring into the flames. "I don't know, but I can't shake the feeling that we've only scratched the surface of what's out there in those woods." Luke nodded, his face serious. "I've been doing some research. There are stories from all over the world throughout history of encounters with beings that don't fit into our understanding of reality. What if they're all connected somehow?" It was a chilling thought, but one I couldn't dismiss. The symbols in the cave had looked ancient, yet unlike any known writing system. The creature had seemed both alien and somehow primordial, as if it belonged to this world in a way we couldn't comprehend. As the weeks passed, life in our small town began to return to some semblance of normalcy. The experts packed up and left, taking their findings with them. They promised to keep us informed, but I had my doubts about ever hearing the full story. Glenn recovered physically, but the experience had left its mark on him. He was quieter now, more introspective. He spoke of leaving town, of needing a fresh start somewhere far from the shadow of Shadow Pine Forest. I couldn't blame him. For my part, I found myself looking at the forest with new eyes. Each call, each rescue mission carried with it a tension that hadn't been there before. What else was out there, hiding in the depths of the woods? What other secrets did Shadow Pine hold? I knew I should probably retire, leave the search and rescue work to younger folks who hadn't seen what I'd seen. But I couldn't bring myself to do it. The forest had been my life for so long, and now it held a mystery that I couldn't walk away from. So I stayed, watching and waiting. I kept in touch with Miranda, Luke, and Glenn, our shared experience forming a bond that couldn't be broken. And each night, as I sat on my porch looking out at the dark line of trees, I wondered what was looking back. The creature in the cave had opened our eyes to a world beyond our understanding, a world that existed alongside our own, hidden in the shadows of the ancient forest. And though the memory of that day would stay with us, changing us in ways we were only beginning to understand. We knew that we could never truly comprehend the depths of the forest's secrets. As I reflect on these events, writing them down in the quiet of my cabin, I can't help but feel a mix of fear and anticipation. What we encountered in Shadow Pine Forest was just the beginning. There are more stories out there, more mysteries waiting to be uncovered. And as long as I'm able, I'll be here, ready to face whatever emerges from the depths of the forest. For now, the woods are quiet, but in the back of my mind I can still hear that eerie, otherworldly hum. And I know, with a certainty that chills me to my core, that someday, somehow, we'll hear it again. The secrets of Shadow Pine Forest are far from fully revealed, and I have a feeling that our encounter with the unknown is far from over. I am Charles Fisher, and I am 66 years old. This is my account of the events that unfolded in September 2010, forever changing my life and my perception of reality. I've been with the National Park Service for nearly 10 years, currently working in the vast expanse of Big Bend National Park down in Texas. I love the desert. It feels different from other places I've worked, a stark, brutal kind of beauty. It took some adjusting after the mountains of Wyoming and the pine forests of Maine, but it's grown on me. That fateful week I was on backcountry patrol. It's usually one of those stints where it's mainly about reminding lost hikers about hydration protocols and checking that overnight campers are following regulations. Usually uneventful stuff, but necessary. This time of year, the heat gets fierce, and you want to head off trouble before it starts. Around midday on the third day, I got a radio transmission that sent a chill down my spine. A possible missing person report from a worried family member. The description made my blood run cold. A middle-aged couple, experienced hikers, out on the South Rim Trail for 2 days and hadn't checked in as scheduled. It was a tough trail, gaining over 2,000 feet in elevation. Plenty of spots where an unlucky slip or a heat-induced stumble could cause problems. I knew the South Rim well, having tackled it a bunch of times myself for the views and the sense of accomplishment. With a growing sense of unease, I drove out to the trailhead, gathered what details I could from the distraught daughter, and started my solo search. I was familiar with the protocol. Look for signs of deviation from the trail, gear, anything out of the ordinary, and radio for backup once the situation was assessed. The first few miles yielded nothing, just a well-maintained trail, a few other hikers who reported nothing amiss, and the usual sprawl of cacti and scrub brush under that merciless desert sun. Then I rounded a bend and saw it, a backpack, ripped open and abandoned near a rocky outcropping. A surge of dread washed over me as I recognized the brand, the same one described by the couple's daughter. My hands shook as I radioed for backup, the words tight in my throat. It was more than a lost hiker situation now. Something bad had happened out here. I approached the outcrop cautiously, rifle drawn, the silence broken only by the rasp of my own breath. And there they were, or rather, what was left of them. It was a slaughterhouse. Blood-splattered rocks, shattered bones, shreds of clothing snagged on thorns. I stumbled back, a wave of nausea threatening to overwhelm me. It wasn't an animal attack. Nothing remotely normal. The injuries were grotesque, violent beyond anything I'd ever witnessed, even after all my years as a ranger. It was as though some impossibly powerful creature had torn them apart with brutal, frenzied rage. My mind reeled, unable to process the horror before me. Backup arrived an agonizing hour later. A forensics team, a grim-faced crew of fellow rangers, and the inevitable park higher-ups trying to contain the damage the gruesome discovery would cause. They questioned me, scrutinized my account, the unspoken suspicion hovering in the overheated air. Ranger loses it in the desert. creates a gruesome scene for some twisted reason. I didn't blame them. The crime scene defied belief. I knew how insane it sounded, but I also knew what I saw. The nights that followed were a nightmare blur. Snatches of images haunted me, gleaming yellow eyes in the desert darkness, the guttural roar that echoed in the barren canyons, the way the searchlight swept over the rocks, highlighting the blood but never finding whatever made those monstrous wounds. I started sleeping with a loaded gun under my pillow, jumping at every creaking floorboard, every flicker of headlights outside my window. Finally, word came down. The official cause of death, animal attack, perpetrator unknown, case closed. Just like that. The evidence, they said, was inconclusive, the injuries not inconsistent with some unknown predator defending its territory. They buried the couple in the dusty cemetery on the outskirts of the park, another grim statistic of wilderness that can never be fully tamed. But I saw the hesitation in the eyes of the forensic specialists, heard the whispers shared around campfires when they thought I was out of earshot. The other rangers, the ones I'd worked side by side with for years, started giving me a wide berth. I was the one touched by the unexplainable, tainted by an experience they couldn't even begin to fathom. My protests felt hollow, my insistence on something out there, something monstrous, landing not with the urgency of truth, but with the echoes of a mind starting to unravel in the wake of trauma. I'm writing this from a motel room in some nameless town on the edge of the desert, a few hastily packed belongings stuffed into my weathered old duffel bag. I handed in my resignation this morning. I can't stay here, not with that constant gnawing dread coiling in my gut like a venomous snake. I can't stay and risk it coming for me next. They can dismiss the horror, write their reports, explain it all away with neat bureaucratic phrases. But out there in the vast expanse where the sun casts dark shadows and the wind whispers through the canyons, something lurks, something unnatural. And after what I saw, I think it knows where to find me. I don't know where I'll go or how long I can keep running. Maybe I'll head north, lose myself in the anonymous sprawl of a big city where the worst predators walk on two legs. Maybe I'm being paranoid. Maybe I did somehow manufacture those horrors in a mind pushed past its breaking point by the relentless desert and the brutal solitude. It doesn't matter. Every rustle of leaves, every flicker of shadow sets off a jolt of adrenaline in my veins, makes me picture those impossibly large clawed feet, that gaping, monstrous maw dripping with... I think I heard a noise outside my room. I'll go check. The floorboards creaked beneath my boots, every sound amplified in the echoing silence of the cheap motel room. I moved towards the window, my grip tightening on the gun. Something was there, a flicker of movement just beyond the faded yellow curtain. My gut clenched, a scream caught in my throat. It couldn't be. Couldn't have tracked me down. I closed my eyes for a split second, a futile attempt at gathering my shattered composure. No point in hiding, no use in cowering. I tore open the curtain, braced for anything. Empty. The dusty parking lot, silent and still under the harsh fluorescent lights, stretched out before me. A battered pickup truck hummed in the distance, a lone figure hunched over the wheel. Ordinary. My pulse hammered in my ears as relief crashed over me, followed swiftly by a wave of shame. I was losing it, seeing threats in every shadow, my nerves frayed beyond repair. But then, a movement caught my eye. On the edge of the parking lot, where a stand of mesquite trees cast long, skeletal shadows, a figure was watching. Too tall, too thin, standing unnaturally still in the harsh light. And as it turned its head towards me, moonlight gleamed on two impossibly bright yellow eyes. My breath caught. It was him. No, the creature. It was here. In this nondescript nowhere town, it had found me. This was the end. A bitter resignation washed over me, replacing the frantic terror. I couldn't run anymore. I raised my gun, more in defiance than in any real belief that it would have an effect.